Okay, sorry about being sick and not sounding so good right now. Got a lot of stuffy nose stuff happening, but I need to kind of work through being sick because the fires don't wait for me to catch up or anybody else. Can't say, hey, fires, pause a second. I gotta take a.
Eagle Hilco, 2518.
So I've been in bed since about 5:30 in the morning, so I'm rested, just still. I'm still not 100% though, of course. Thanks guys for coming back. Sorry I have to do that. Sorry I have to kick people off of there and restart it every day. Wow, look at the clouds. It's kind of mesmerizing. The 12-hour time lapse it's trying to do, it's struggling to do. It's here at Tahoe. It's pointing at an unusual angle. So, how did the day go? Recap me. Hey, Mark. Okay, we'll see you soon. Hey, Vanessa. You're making me some virtual tea? Oh, that's wonderful. I'm drinking your virtual tea. I got some good stuff over there. Some honey ginger. I'll try and prep that a bit later. So yeah, that was very interesting. Time lapse. Let's do some others. Hawkins. Do we have a 6:30 meeting?
We're gonna be out of service if there's no need for us.
Oh. Hi, Bobby. Glad you're here.
And we'll be heading back to Conceal Base.
Oh yeah, we worried about that. Like the way you put that CTAT. I may have to mute this a moment. Oh. Okay, so
16, last sector,
it's Dixie fire that's on right now. I just want to listen to one more thing, then I'm just going to mute it to be able to talk. Hang on a sec. Well, if it's going to be that scratchy. Lake Springs once again covered in retardant. See,
Branch 15, branch 16,
Alright, hang on a sec. Let's see what they say.
24-hour water center available. Where would you like me to send them? Report to drop point 292. Right, 16.
All right. Still. They're at the escarpment right now that they're talking about. So I was hoping we'd get some sort of an update. That's why I'm waiting to talk in between Dixie broadcasts, but if there's just not going to be a lot of useful information, I don't know what the point is. Got that flurry of craft up here by Lassen. And we can't.
A little bit broken. Just coming over the escarpment right now.
That's what we're waiting for. Give us an update. Okay, I can try to talk in between them. But C-Tat, hey, welcome back. And Dusty. And everybody, John. Hey. It's frustrating as ever.
Copy that. And clear to present check to Highway 89, to north of Highway 89, and clear to 5,500 below for the work area.
Oh wow, look at that. Is that today's rain all over her lawn? Wow. Look at that moisture. Beautiful. Yeah, C-Tat was saying there's... C-Dog says, C-Tat, excuse me, says, wonderful performance by nature today. The Oscar nominees are Gerard Ridge 1, Reed 1, and Toro Peak, all from Shasta. How unfortunate there are numerous fire starts from the lightning, though. Yeah. What about that one?
Helicopter 6 Alpha Mike, north side of Honey Lake, 7,000, ascending for Susanville.
How's the rock fire? Hey, C-Probe, hello. I'm in and out while I cook supper and eat. Okay, well, thank you, mods and helpful chat people for holding down the fort. I hate to be so sick on these bad weather days, but I kind of push myself too hard the other days, and this is what the result was. And my pharmacy didn't refill my nausea meds in time. It just all happened at once, so I'm very grateful that you guys were here even when I couldn't be in those hours. There's Chillicoot. So let's look at the Dixie from the north. Like Bunchgrass and Round Mountain, Shasta. Wow. Okay, there's the River Complex morning briefing. Thanks, John. Are we missing a briefing now at 6:30, or do we have to wait till 7? Just haven't woken up. Excuse me. I just muted myself to cough there. I don't know what we're missing, or yeah. So it's been milder than yesterday. I hope.
bad. Sun's a little bit in my eyes, but I do have the little bit of a flame down there with some smoke, so I can come back with another bucket.
Josh had a lot of info, but he's not on right now. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, Smitty, how are you doing? Can't even see the Dixie plume from here. That's unusual. What about the bunch grass? Seems like 6:30 was the update for Dixie East Zone every other night. Let me make sure. Wasn't that last in National Forest? Let's take a look. It says virtual community meeting tonight.
Where would you like this water drop?
7:30. Okay. Where would you like this water dropped? I like pilot chatter like that. So parts of the fire looks like the rain really helped. Other parts maybe it didn't so much, and of course it didn't help that other fires were started. So yeah, help me.
Back to South Max, clear the TFR over Susanville, headed north. Have a good night, guys. Thanks. I just copy you, Tim.
Some of them are about to leave the area. John says, hi, been in and out of here waiting in the wings. Been doing some work here with my hands. Can't chat too much. I hope you're doing well. Hanging in there. Thanks everybody for being here to help take care of things and try to find the plume in this mess of clouds. I think it's right behind the mountain. Do we have an update on how Old Station is doing? We'll have the community meeting at 7:30. Yeah. Dusty's saying, I'm sure they're using buckets to knock out warm spots as the cats and crews line up the Dixie finger. The Dixie finger being the one that was pointing at her lung. Yeah. Old Station is fine. Oh, thank goodness. Let's get our Cal topo out. And the first thing I was doing, I was reaching for the phone from my sick bed, was looking at your guys' chatter from the Eagle Peak fire. Somebody said that was running out of steam, and I was really hoping that was the case. Excuse me, Cougar Peak up in Oregon. I don't know about running out of fuel and steam, but if that's true, then I'll take it. We've got red detections over at the river complex and the monument, and Coffee Creek areas I was going to look at. Let's see. Hang on, there's radio.
Venture 1 is en route to ICP.
Venture 1 en route to ICP, 1854.
So there's the McCash. We've got activity over there. Not that many cams. The Antelope, there's that there's that run that it made towards the Oregon border.
Just making sure you copy that. Do you want to jump around and check the
And just about reached it. People wonder, it's giving us the middle finger. People wonder why it's called fingers. Well, that's exactly what they look like. When they're being wind driven, they just go off in one direction away from the main fist of the fire, and it's basically a finger. Or multiples if you're unlucky and it goes over multiple ridges. Excuse me. Well, I don't think I've seen that in a long time. No heat detections on the Dixie. Either that's really good and it's a really down day for it, or the satellite isn't there recently. What is 1:34 UTC in Pacific time? I should just have a chart. Well, it is, just doesn't have any. Now, clouds can kind of interfere with that, but that's kind of incredible. Maybe significant rain landed over here by Old Station. So I was wondering if anybody had that info from a from a local rain gauge or weather station. So, oh, awesome. Dusty says most of where the antelope is burning up there is sage and light PJ. Doesn't burn long after a little rain. Ooh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it says, Vanessa says, see, it's not working on Dixie or Caldor for me, no detections. Yeah, it's the cool air and clouds that interfere a little bit. But what has to happen with a detection is there has to be significant new heat in an area where there previously wasn't any. It doesn't mean there's no fire. It's a heat detector, not a fire detector. So if the fire has been burning at the same level for quite a considerably long amount of time, it has to be a new level of heat for it to trigger. That's what the color code is about. If it stays the same, then it just doesn't show it. We've seen time and time again the center of all these fires where there's still pockets of fuel burning out, and the fire's still pretty active and visible from space, like with open flames. If it's not burning worse than it was before, if it's settling down a little bit, it just drops off that satellite. So that's why we use Earth Zoom and a couple other sources, Sentinel Pro, to look at the fire. I haven't used Sentinel Pro in a while. This is still rocking my world with my headaches from being sick. I've noticed sometimes when I'm sick, I just can't look at bright lights. That's really affecting me right now, so I can't look at anything too white. Let's try to refresh that. Okay. Some of the winds should be dying down right about 8-ish. So they're in the process of dying down. Still got multiple lightning strikes, but that's over there by Salt Lake City. See if we can get a 6-hour time lapse of the stormy weather. Wow.
I'm in the same area again. Just want to confirm if the sun's kind of in my face, so it's a little bit hard to see exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like Dusty's saying, the stump holes, snags, and the roots don't show up on that either.
Yeah, I think I have the spot.
A spot. Okay, what am I sick from? The usual. I've got a persistent sinus infection that sometimes affects my ears, and I need nasal passage surgery to fix it. It just collects there. It doesn't really drain, so just off and on. Off and on that affects. Off and on that affects my balance, and then makes me get dehydrated, and then weak as I struggle to keep food down. So it's just a repeating cycle.
Back at Taylorsville Spike, y'all have a wonderful evening.
But it's
Medic Cooper back at Spike. You have a good evening as well.
It's real minor. Don't worry. I don't like have COVID or anything.
Be here and see what's going on. Looks like just maybe like a little snag, small log that's just kind of smoldering here. The road, but close to the
Alright, they were talking about a spot fire, but just being a snag close to a road somewhere. So there's a DC-10. It's probably flying in front of the Shingletown cam, actually. Maybe we can catch it. Let's go take a look. There is... Is that the plume right there? Let me get the pen up. Yep. Yeah, Dee, did it help you? The nasal passage surgery? I was supposed to have it last year, but, you know, the COVID and everything got in the way. So I think is that the plume or is that a cloud? We'll look at Shingletown cam. Heck. Can't even tell. Could be some clouds. That one looked like the plume there. Alright, in there. So let's look at the Shingletown cam and see if we can see any aircraft. Because the DC-10 is kinda about to go in front of it. There's our Tinker 914. Yeah, I can't really call it a plume yet. Mr. Jewelers Jr., hey, how are you? It did help you? That's what I hope for. I just have a deviated septum, and it just creates a little pocket where gunk accumulates and gets infected and stays there. So, but I've got my eardrops and everything. It only really bothers me when I lose balance and get a little bit too nauseous. And then I got this good new medication that was helping, and then I just didn't get it refilled because of an issue between the pharmacies. So last 2 days when I needed it the most, I haven't had it. But it's they mailed it to me, so I don't have to drive and get it. And I'm just gonna check my mail tomorrow, and I'm sure I'll have it. And hopefully I get a little bit back to normal. But meanwhile, I've lost a considerable amount of weight, and I'm just in a weakened state. That's why I just beg your guys' patience. Trying to do this day in and day out would be pretty exhausting for anybody, but if I ever look like I'm drunk or something, I'm not. I'm just struggling through being sick. That's all I need to warn you guys about. Okay, so it's Tinker 914 is going past the Shingletown cam. Let's see it. Let's see if we're going to see it. It's pretty zoomed out. I don't know if we'll see much of it. That's good that we can struggle to find a plume on the Dixie. What a good day, huh? Smitty says you'll be so glad you had that surgery. Really? Oh, yeah, I hope so. I was bumped back to low priority because of COVID and so many patients being backed up. I don't mind waiting. You know, I'm not, I'm pretty chill about it. So I'm just hopefully optimistic I'll feel way better soon. So, Cobb Mountain 1, please. Okay. Hey, Mr. Jewelers, I want to give you a big hug for your kind support and everybody else who's donated to help keep me running. Your donations keep me here. Oh, and I need to get the donation link back up. And there's a missing person I want to go back and show people. I'm trying to make a video for her that's independent, and I want to show you Christine Zaitsev. Zaitseva, excuse me. She's a missing person that if anybody has seen, I would like you guys to keep an eye out for. But yeah, Mr. Jewelers, yeah, you're awesome. Please donate to the victims of the Dixie and the Caldor fire. That's the link I have in the description of the video. I can survive on leftover pocket change and, food card donations or gift card to get food delivered to me. But please, think of them first by all means. Let's see if the pilots. I love seeing a Tinker.
Yeah, I copied that. Thanks for closing the loop.
I don't think we saw the plane. Might be a little bit too high altitude. They usually drop a little bit. Do you guys want to go to 3D view? And maybe see them make a retardant drop at Old Station? I love this. We have a mixed bag of results with this. Sometimes it'll go right down to a street level, and people say, oh, how wonderful, I love 3D view because I can see that it's working in my neighborhood. And then when we do the helicopters, we can see the helicopters saving individual neighborhoods, and sometimes we hear them. And so I always chalk this up as pinpoint accuracy, as best as you can tell, like what neighborhoods they're saving. And it's always very exciting, especially to see the VLATs, the very large aerial tankers. But then there's the bad side about this program, which is it can lose track of the transponders, which is basically the tracking units of all aircraft. All big commercial aircraft is required to have them, and most of the small craft does as well. And but this program, oh God, it does a couple things like tilt the horizon, which makes me a little bit nauseous. If it does lose track of a plane, here's what it does. It will just kind of think, well, this plane was pointed that direction. So we'll have the program just follow the plane in that direction, and then the moment that we get an update for the plane's location, we'll just reel it in like a fish on a line and yank the plane back to where it actually belongs. And so that's why these planes can sometimes nosedive into the ground in a kind of a frightening looking animation, and or skirt along the ground, go down slopes like they're tobogganing, and sometimes they go beneath the soil, and sometimes they fly backwards. So that makes me a little bit sick. But when it's keeping track of planes accurately, it's really good to see. Oh, I know, it does look like a video game. Isn't that neat? And there's Shasta over there. So what it is a 3D map that won't show steep angles, really. The world looks a little too smooth. But heck, it's built for people. But it's tracking the planes. It has the real-time data from the internet. We're probably only 15 seconds behind where the plane really is. It's just the 3D tracking alternative view to the two-dimensional map. And it of course won't show the landscape burned underneath, because it's just a pre-generated map. It's almost like copy and paste a lot of the Google satellite data. And so we can't tell like where the fire is or what's burning. But I find it pretty good to give people an idea about what the terrain looks like in the region. So people get sorry guys, it's all weird. So people get a better idea of firefighting and where it's going. So Dusty says big escarpment on the right of the plane. Been over that a few times in the car. Yeah. The escarpment is like basically an area where there's higher ground and then it just drops off, kind of like a city wall almost. If you think about cities, and there would be a city wall, and then underneath it like a drop down. So I can show you guys that in Google Maps. So we can go to Old Station on Google Maps. Let me get that up so you guys can see it.
Papa, branch 13.
So when we hit terrain, what we're not seeing, because this is like a city wall.
Hey Orlando, I got Logan here. Just giving them a quick brief, and I'll send them to you. Where do you want to tie in with them?
Now, if you're not from the area, That's Mount Shasta. It's a big, all these volcanoes, the two that you can see in the frame, and it's cool to see two volcanoes in a frame. There's only two of them that you can really see. Shasta is the one that is animated as having a top that is angular. It's got that angular top and it's white. And Lassen is the one that looks like this. So Shasta, Lassen is the one closest. That's Lassen right there. That's Shasta right there. And here is Old Station, the town that they're trying to protect. And I find it real cool. So now that it's looking south and to the left, that's Lassen. See how round it is? And then where see Shasta, how pointy it is? There's your Shasta. I don't know if this is very visible to you guys, but this shows the direction of the flight. This is like north on this mini map, so you can see the plane's direction of flight. If you've got a bigger monitor, it's going almost due south right now from Old Station, just at the moment. So if we were to look off of its left wing, you could see almost behind it, excuse me, off its stage right wing, you can see Shasta in the background. And so you can see this little craft down here. This is the call sign of the plane near it. Or actually, that's probably a helicopter. You can see 89 Charlie Hotel.
1 Charlie Golf and comms with Eagle Heli.
We're about 8 miles inbound behind 1 Charlie Golf.
So when they say 8 miles behind this thing of golf, you just look at the aircraft and see which one has a G in it, because G is golf. And 8 miles away is you got to zoom out quite a bit, but then you can. Anyway, this is the basic overview of how you can.
We're the last of the 5 helicopters inbound for Eagle. Should be the last of the guys in there for you.
5 Charlie Hotel. So I believe they're a lead plane. So the lead plane will fly in front of the tanker and say, "Hey tanker, I'm gonna."
It's out for now, so.
You know. What I'm astonished is that there's new inbound craft looking out the window. It's pretty dark. So
Yeah, looking good. See how it goes.
I think you said branch 13 is looking good.
Yeah, we're working this the other day, so yeah, anytime. We're here to help you guys. Good night.
Cool. Some of them are leaving and some of them are arriving, maybe for one last drop. So let's go back and look at the chat. So yeah, the big escarpment that Dusty was saying to the right was, I wanted to point out that's like a canyon wall there by Old Station. And Dusty says, shows you what kind of ground the finger burned into, flatter, faster to make a line, lighter fuels in the park, yeah. And then Chris says, referring the other day when we saw that light flash on the cam, last night in Australia there was a meteor shower, so I reckon we actually did witness a meteorite. I think we did.
Saw the hot shots on command.
Said branch 13, some hot shots on command. Hang on, let's listen. Okay, where did you want me to look, Mr. Jewelers? Cobb Mountain 1. Okay. What region is Cobb Mountain 1? North Bay. Okay. Let's take a look.
Hey, west on branch 13, but on a hot shot on command.
Oops. I want to go look at the other fires that were started. Can't tell if it's pyrocumulus cloud or not. Well, we can look at radar. That'll help us to determine. Where is this cam? Okay. Down by Clear Lake. Okay. So did we have a new lightning started fire by Clear Lake? Oh God, look at this, Dusty. Isn't this horrible? This is what you don't want on your landscape. That. Standing dead trees everywhere. That is a major Holocaust-esque forest fire waiting to happen. This has to be logged down. You know, it may be in the works, but that should frighten you when you look at the landscape. That's a worse forest fire. This is where one already went through, killed the trees. That's a new one waiting to happen. That'll be worse. So.
Communications branch receiving a Clay State line order for 100 gallons of foam and 50 gallons of diesel to drop point 292 about an hour ago. I'd like to see if there's a chance I can have that delivered tonight versus tomorrow morning.
Looks like a pyro to me. But there's cloud formations too. What are your thoughts, Dusty?
2000 hours.
Probably a cloud. It really could be just a cloud. It's so.
West End Communications copies 2000 hours.
I wish Susie was here. She's a meteorologist. Let's look at Earth Zoom. There's also cloud layers on. Take a look. There's also cloud layers of different types of infrared satellite that we can look at NOAA. It could be cloud formation, because we see a whole lot of it. Yeah. Sometimes they can look very similar. That's I think it's seeing.
Orlando, Logan will be coming to you drive time. Can you check with Globe or Kern Valley if they have a point of contact for the place in Sherriff Station? So find a place for these crews or
Okay, you see all that moisture. Just gonna mute that a second. You see all that moisture coming in from the coast right there? That could definitely be helping out with cloud formation. There's some coming in from the Bay Area. That's pretty moist, bringing the moist cold air in. It's meeting the hotter, warmer areas of the valley. That really could help clouds form. So even though it does look like it's coming up off the ground, sometimes they kind of do. They kind of form and off the ground where it's wet, you know, and hang on a second, let's listen. Let me see what.
Logan, they're going to start looking. They can be self-sufficient. You got Ventana coming too. They have not arrived yet.
Yeah, Dusty is saying when a plume gets big enough to be a pyro, you'll see lots of smoke drift peeling off to the side, and I see none. Yeah, let's go with Dusty's educated eye there. I'm starting to learn more and more about how these clouds can mimic what we're seeing with pyro. Plus, what I think we definitely see a big heat detection of a pyrocumulus cloud that big would have a tremendous amount of heat coming out from underneath. The fact that the area was peppered with rain, the ground's a little moist, there's moist air coming in from the Pacific at the same time, just all that stacks up against it being a pyro cloud. So the fact that the wind's dying down too, you would see it collapsing, not forming. So yeah, Steve Mapes says there's no trailing smoke, and as it dissipates, I think it's clouds. Yeah. So I hope that puts your mind at ease. I've got loud radio chatter in my ear. Now we're waiting for the 7:30 meeting of the Dixie. Can you guys show me what cams the Rockfire and those other little ones were on? Lake Springs is peppered with retardant again, which is great. We've been checking the cams. Wow, Heavenly Ski Area, look how beautiful this is. I wonder if Opus Singer is seeing this incredibly beautiful kind of a sunset. So here's Heavenly Ski Area by Tahoe. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. If you hit the like button, it helps the video go trending so that other people looking for info can see this as well. I've just woken up. I haven't eaten much yet, trying to figure out what to do for food. Look at that. This is a painting. Okay, I'll turn Dixie chatter back on if it's at all gonna stop being all scratchy like that. So Dusty says here's a cam of down south by Porterville. Okay. Oh, Tobias Peak. Okay, let's look at Tobias Peak. Wow, that is a nice sunset there too. Some of these cams are exquisite. Let's see here. Okay, so this is one of the lightning strike fires. Which name fire is this one? Do we know about the Tobias Peak cam? which this is exquisite sunset that's happening on some of these cams. The way it just fades into that purple aerosol. Wow. So we know that this is actual smoke from the fire behind us. The fire's right down in here. But towards the end of the evening, I was hoping it would lay down, because right about now the winds are really starting to die down. You never got a name, Dusty said, but it, okay. There's a Coon holocam, Chris says, on Tahoe. Okay, we'll take a look at it. Yeah, Rockfire's Mendocino County, that's right. We were listening to it. They had a heck of a time accessing it yesterday. They actually called in for nighttime helicopters, so I was staying up going, yay, maybe we'll get our helicopters, and they had a mechanical issue. So we were a little bit worried. If that's the last frame, we can barely see any smoke. It's just settling down here. If it's a wet and struggling fire, like a smoldering one, then you won't see its smoke rise too much. If there's no wind to keep it going, it'll just settle, and the smoke and the fog will become one. That's the way that's difficult to. That's very difficult to find new fire starts when there's been lightning, and then there is moisture. There could be plenty of invisible fires right now, just struggling and smoldering in the under duff. Excuse me. In the what do you call that? In the understory and down in the duff. We could have a lot more fires than we actually know about. Some of them will burn themselves out and not make it. You know, it'll be too moist. It won't find dry enough fuel. But some of them will be sleepers that might just pop up the next couple of days, and people will be like, what's going on? Why are there new fires? Well, they were there the whole time. So at least we have the ability to detect lightning. And the job of today, the next day, is going to be where all the lightning was detected. And they'll go and check it out with as many thermal cameras as they can and airplanes as they can to see if a fire has been established in any places where there is lightning strikes. So that'll be an ongoing process throughout the week. So I still got horrible radio sounds crackling in my ears. Remind me, in 20 minutes the meeting starts for the Dixie East Zone. Then we'll watch the Caldor at 5 o'clock, the other updates for the day of the other fires, and do them one by one. So Hawkins Peak is stunning right now. Okay, let's look. What was the other one that we were going to look at? That somebody said was nice by Tahoe. Josh, oh hey Josh, hey Batman, you haven't heard of any mentions of the 3 lightning fires near SNF, no names or responses. Okay Josh, which one is the Tobias Peak one? It's the Windy Fire, says a Swashbuckley. Okay. So, wow, look at that. Turn on Modus and Veers and zoom out to the statewide view to see the red dots. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I didn't think about that. So, yeah, Abundant Fun from 444. Yeah, it's been hard to see the light smoke from the Dixie under the visible sat. Yeah. So this is a nice, overall, I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like this was a mostly beneficial storm event when it could have been so much worse. It was a lot wetter than forecast. And that goes to show that you never really can tell just what will happen with fires. If it was just all wind and dry lightning, then Pandemonium is exactly what would have been. That's why I named it this. They had grim forecasts on everything. And I think we just got lucky. Rockfire's 100.
Oscar, resources are off the line. Send it back to camp.
Oh, here's Lake Tahoe. So, Rockfire 100% contained. Awesome. That is just awesome. Okay, I'm going to write an update here that we're waiting for the east zone. So, listening to Dixie, waiting for east zone community meeting at 7:30. There, remind me, guys, if I.
All command.
The last of the aircraft is still working the Dixie right now. Ooh, wow, that's even better. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse of sunsets over Tahoe. Oh, that's just gorgeous. What a different view. Clouds, sun, rain instead of fires. That's just gotta be wonderful to experience over there right now. Just after so much horrific, dry, smoky stuff. There's my next thumbnail. Yeah. You're right. I should take a screenshot. And we'll look back at the screenshot I took of the meteor. I think we did see a meteor on the cam looking at Hayfork that one night. Beautiful sunset here in Reno. Oh, I bet. That's just gorgeous. That's sublime. We'll just keep that on there a second. So, looking back at the chat. Yeah, it ain't over till it's over, definitely. This is a helpful boost. If it's a race, and our horse is the firefighters and the fire is the other horse. A match race, which just means 2 horses in it. We pulled out a little bit ahead just now, but we don't have as many people as we need to really make the best of these situations, so it's still a tight race. So there's our Tobias Peak there. Any other nice cams to look at right now, especially the ones looking west? You could have East Los Molinos. Oh, wow. That's a nice one. Now that's cool. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse there. Los Molinos is a cute little town. I drove through there, and whenever I go back towards the Seattle area from Butte County, they have a great burger place. I try to stay off the main highways and go through the small communities best I can. That's in Tehama County, if I remember right. Oh, that's just beautiful. Let's open up a few more. While we're waiting for the community meeting to begin. That'll be in 15 minutes. So, if we have any others, guys, keep them coming. Keep these suggestions going. We don't want to miss any nice sunsets, do we? Let's do 15 minutes. Tuscan Butte one. Not even sure where that is in California. Highline Trail, not as good. Let's see here. Wow, Flournoy. Oh. This is the way that you maintain psychological health, I've been told, is even during disasters and even when everything is so gloomy, hold on tight to any bit of joy that you can find. Any little bit. Hi, Diana Hardwick. That ready? Yeah. Okay, let's look.
Go ahead.
I'll be en route to a 23 spike from DP 625. Have a good night.
Copy that. You have a good night as well. 1916.
There's Meadow Valley. I imagine Nevada cams look great. There's Babbitt. Sierra Tahoe has a nice sunset. Hey, Polar, hello. Diana Hardwick checking in from Humboldt County. Well, hi. Do you have good cams over there? I imagine there might be some by Eureka. No, Edax fan says I suggest that I add Midnight Miracles to my YouTube channel name. Yeah, there we go. We've seen so many of those. Chris says beautiful colors, and yes, do the meteor screenshot. Yeah, I will. Steve Mapes, the best pizza I ever had is in Magalia above Paradise. Did it survive? Is it? It's not Pizza Factory, is it? What restaurant is it? Did it survive? I really love Pizza Factory. I think there's one in Live Oak or something like that. Yeah, let's look at some around Eagle Peak. Now that's not looking the correct way for Nevada. Do we have anything from oh yeah, Sierra Tahoe is wow. Oh yeah, that's good. That's a strawberry sunset there. It's like taking strawberries, tangerines, mangoes, all the colors of these fruits, with some pineapple, add some dark berries like cranberries and grapes, and swirl it all together in a blender. That's the kind of sunset we're looking at. Oh, add a touch of molten gold. Wow.
Send your line order in, and they are working on it right now. Okay, confirming they'll get it out here tonight.
Let's just stay. Yeah, Steve Mapes, if you enable hardware acceleration and have a good video card, the time lapse will animate generally smoother. I have a decent video card, but I really need a better one. With your guys' kind donations, I'm on my way to perhaps affording one now. And I really can't thank everybody enough, everybody who's donated to improve the stream and keep it going. I've made some computer purchases. Some of the upgrades are sitting on the shelf, and I'll be looking at trying to get a video card so that the stream is functioning better, and a better sound card. Yeah, the ski lift into the sunset. Yeah. Now, we're listening to Dixie, trying to hear something important. As the aircraft leave the area, they oftentimes give an update for how things are going, and the Dixie is the one with the fewest amount of cams right now. So we were hoping that they would be talking about how Old Station is looking on their way away from the area as they leave. So I'm leaving that on, even though the comms are pretty scratchy and bad. We can see a heck of a lot more, what's going on at Tahoe and the Caldor and such. So yeah, this is... Let's listen.
resources are off division. Communication, Black Mountain Group.
These are our live
Black Mountain
sunset.
Group, Westbound Communications. Traffic, all 12 outer resources are off the line. All Black Mountain Group resources are off the line. 7, Blaze Runners on command 57.
So this is the night shift change between the hours of 7 and 8:30. Basically, they the night crew comes and replaces the day crew on all fires, and so you'll hear them report saying this, and this is off the line. And I was hoping we'd hear more pilots, but that's what it means. It's nothing to be alarmed at. Off the line doesn't mean like they ran away or anything. It just means it's the night shift coming on. And then there'll be some boring orders for their lunches and meals and such. We're almost ready for our meeting at 7:30. Then we'll go one by one to all the different meetings today that we missed to get a better idea of A, what happened today, what they expect, and B, what we can expect during the night. So I'll be here with you guys until I'll take a break at some point in the night to do a little bit more computer maintenance, I believe, but I don't know what time that'll be, and then I'll be back again. So we're going to stay on here for some hours, though, don't worry. So let me look at things. We're just getting our night started with me being here. So I think this has really helped us. What is your guys' what's your impression? Like Dusty and others, do you think we got a good bonus from the weather? I think we did. I think we really did. Oh, you mean Reno is going to have its air show for the Reno air races? Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that now they're getting clear sky to do it. You would think that might be canceled if all the smoke was still around. They're going to have the Reno air race. That's an airplane race. Yeah, Dusty says huge bonus. I think so too. I think this is one of the biggest in our favor weather events and turning point, turning the tide days that we've had. This doesn't mean that the fires are over or that we won or anything, but they could have expanded massively today, and in fact they shrank. Their potential shrank instead of expanding, which is just incredible. You heard the grim forecast that they were having, and myself and others getting depressed about it. And guess what? Mother Nature helped out. The forecast was better than expected. Just incredible. Just wonderful. So we can wipe the sweat bullets off of our forehead for now, but just remember, we can't get complacent. We're going to go into another dry week. What if we get Santa Ana's or something at the end of September or early October? It's a race against time before the Santa Ana's and Diablos hit. They're usually around by October or November, so they run from October, November, December, and January is their typical arrival time, but it can be sometime in late September. So everybody has to remain extremely vigilant. This is like a long boxing round, and it turned in the tide of our favor, but you're going to sit down in the corner. The fire is also sitting down in the corner, and then there will be another round. So I turned that off. It's just completely broken. I'm going to just turn it off so that my head doesn't get a crazy headache. I've turned off the Dixie radio. I'm not hearing any updates. I'm hearing and we're about to watch their, starting in 2 minutes, their update. And so we'll see what's going on. Here we go. Ritual meeting tonight. Is it? Oh, here it is. Stand by for the live video. Yep, 2 minutes. Got 2 minutes on it. Alrighty. Sure, I'll share the video. These are pretty good. Now, I uphold these East Zone meetings as a paragon of virtue, the best example that we can get of communicating to the public in the right way. Now, does anybody have any questions that you want me to ask the Dixie Fire East Zone community meeting? Because I can type them in there, and they actually are very, very good at answering whatever I type. So put them in my chat here. I'll put them in that chat, and we'll see what they say. They are very good at just explaining very thoroughly all their problem spots, all their victory spots. What's the issue? What went right? What went wrong? What are they worried about? Which communities are at risk? What are their plans? They have been extremely good at that. The only thing that has ever been bad is that when the fire goes over their escarpment, they shut down, like by Milford, they shut down their hotline at like 9 p.m. and at 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. we've had fire running over the escarpment, and then they didn't tell the public like what was going on, and they didn't know if they should run away from Herlong or what. And so that's just one of the ways that they could improve, but I don't know if law enforcement is, more to blame or should have carried that burden. But that minor issue aside, they've done amazing at just explaining it and laying it out how it is. So the CAL FIRE zones of the West, meetings of the West Zone have been terrible. I mean, they've been doing good work, but terrible communication to the public. That's is a huge contrast. But even the West Zone is now seeming to copy the East Zone a little bit. It's like they're learning, and the West Zone meetings are getting better and better as they kind of do what these guys do.
Live Dixie Fire Incident Update. My name is Kim Osborne, Public Information Officer for Great Basin Team 1. Let me first bring you up to the latest numbers regarding the Dixie Fire. The Dixie Fire is currently at 953,696 acres with 59% containment. There are currently 4,894 personnel assigned to the incident. I'd first like to introduce you to our first speaker, Incident Meteorologist Jack Messick.
Thank you, Kim, and good evening, everyone. Jack Messick, your incident meteorologist here for the East Zone. Just a recap of what's happened in the last 24 hours. We did have a cold front move through during a red flag episode. And the first thing it did was yesterday afternoon, it generated some showers and thunderstorms. So we did get some lightning in the area, but it was, for the East Zone, it was fairly limited to what we call the escarpment area, which is the basically the ridge above US 395. So later on that night, showers developed, and we had about 12 hours of rain. It rained from about 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. last night until 11 a.m. this morning. And through it all, we got anywhere from around 1/4 inch of rain on the East Zone to just over 1/2 inch of rain in the East Zone. So that's what the rainfall amounts were like and the number of rain gauges we have on the East Zone. The West Zone, for those of you interested in that, they got a lot less. Some areas might have gotten a little over 1/10, but most of the readings there were actually below 1/10 inch of rainfall, which isn't very much. So this will help cool down the fire, at least for a couple of days. And then what we're looking for now that the cold front is gone is we are looking at the ridge of high pressure returning. We're looking for several days in a row now of clear skies. There'll be a gradual warming trend of the temperatures. And the winds will be on and off, but actually for about a 3-day period, as you can see on our incident general weather outlook. And you read this sort of like the dashboard on your car. The more red and yellow lights there are, the more you stand up and take notice that something could be a problem. And so you can see there's a good section there where the winds, which is just below the LAL indication, are actually going to be very light for the next 4 days, and they're really not going to increase again until Wednesday or Thursday. So that is helpful. What would really help is if we have more of these storms like we had last night. But as you can see, they're not in the forecast until sometime after the 16th. So we'll entertain any questions you have about the weather. Just put them into the chat room box. And next is fire behavior with Tobin Kelly.
All right, good evening. Thanks, Jack. So as Jack mentioned, with the rain we had overnight and kind of that long soaking rain, the fire behavior is greatly reduced today. So what we generally saw out there was pretty much just stump holes, standing snags and dead and down logs, a little bit of duff here and there burning, so not much activity at all. What we will see as things dry out, as Jack talked about, where we have the needle cast, those lighter fuels will dry out a little bit faster, so we will start seeing some activity in the needle cast, a little bit of low intensity fire. And as things pick up a little bit, warm and dry, more of the stump holes and snags and things like that will start burning. But for the most part, we're not expecting to see a great deal of activity. We'll still see some of the fire up in the Devil's Punch Bowl there creeping around in that heavier timber there. Interior pockets will continue to smoke, and that activity will pick up as things warm and dry. And then across Horton Ridge and the Coyote Hills and up towards Dixie Mountain, we'll see the same thing. The fuels out here tend to be quite a bit lighter than what we had back here, so that has actually burned out fairly efficiently. So expect to see less activity out kind of along the east edge. But overall, we're going to continue to see fairly minimal activity for the next few days. And that should be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobin. We will now present a video for you for an update from the West Zone. And this is Operations Section Chief Burnell.
Good evening. My name is Tony Brownell from Incident Management Team 1 for CAL FIRE. I am the Deputy Operations on the Dixie and the West Zone. Little update for tonight. So basically from Highway 70 to Butte Meadows, that's branch 1, 5, and 7. They're looking very, very good. Patrol mop up, no smokes in the area. All the hot spots between 100 to 500 feet in have all been taken care of. It's holding very well. Up in Division Papa, which is the Highway 32, branch 9, Highway 32 area, 36 and 89 intersection and all that kind of general area, looking very good. The fire's been maintaining inside the lines for several days. The only issue we've been dealing with is the stump branch has some, we're calling it the peat bog. It's basically a meadow burning that's very dry because of our conditions lately. But we're doing very well in there. All the hose lays in here have been pulled out. We're in the process of being pulled out. So we feel very confident this is not going to get away over in this area. Move up into branch 9. That was our active area yesterday. As most of you know, that fire ran up to the northeast. It ran 13 miles and it's 6 miles wide at the widest spot. So that roughly puts about 50 miles of new fire line for us to take care of. Currently, from the Hat Creek area to Highway 44 near the escarpment, the line's almost complete in there. So it's looking very good to protect the area of Old Station. Right now, no reports of damaged or destroyed structures in Old Station. We're looking very good in there. It's holding very well. And we'll continue to work that area throughout the night and in tomorrow to make sure it's secure. Above 44 across the head of the fire, which is the top of the fire, down to the, we'll call the right flank of the flop over, it's holding very well. We do have dozer line around most of it, so right now we're about 25 to 30% of line on this slop over from yesterday. We still got a long ways to go. The weather's cooperating. Our wind right now is at the bottom near the Old Station, but up on the plateau is being pretty calm, so it's cooperating with us. We're able to go direct on the fire line, which yesterday we were not able to go on the fire line just because it was so hot. So we're working on that. This is our main priority for the whole fire. We've been flying fixed wing and rotary aircraft on that area. all day long. Once the clouds cleared out this morning, we're doing very well. In branch 16, which is the Highway 44 corridor, it's branch Q and R is doing very well. It stayed within the lines. What happened yesterday, we got wind tested. So those strong winds, 20, 30 miles per hour blowing across our line, we had no spot fires out there, so that's very good. This whole area has received rain today, but the issue with the rain is it was good. It slowed it down for a couple days, but once the sun gets on it and the wind's blowing on it, it eventually is going to pick up and dry off enough, and it's going to start running again. So this is our opportunity to get in there and put that fire out. So on the A21 road, which is Sierra Tango, going into Union, it's looking very good. No issues in those, and we're actually pulling some hose out of there. Around the Lake Almanor area and Westwood area with Meadow Lake, all in patrol status right now. No issues in there for several days, even weeks. We are pulling our hose lays out of a lot of those areas in our equipment, but we continue to have a presence in there for call for services. The Meadow Lakes area still has smoke in it. That's going to be like that for quite a while until we get in there and get sprinkler systems on it, because it's burning through several layers of the organic material. The Highway 36 corridor is looking very good into Susanville. We have no issues on there at all for the last week and a half. Moving down into the Janesville area, it's looking very, very good. Only a few smokes in there yesterday. We got all those cleaned up. We'll continue to patrol mop up in that area. Some repopulations have been moving forward, so we're looking really good there. Just because we got some good progress up here, I want to reiterate, this is not over on the top. This thing can get up and move at any time. So the areas of Little Valley and Old Station, be prepared in the subdivisions there. It can get out and start running again. So I want you guys to not get false insecurity. If it starts to run, listen to them. If they say get out, get out. So overall, we're making progress every day. We appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be from the East Zone Operations Chief, Jeff Serber.
Thanks, Kim. So starting, I think, sounds like there's several questions from the folks in Taylorsville that are interested in an update. So we'll start at Devil's Punch Bowl. The folks there today did not venture in there very far due to wet rocks and mud and that kind of thing. You know, when the ash gets wet, it gets super slippery, and they're already in a spot up there that isn't the easiest spot to get into even when it's dry. So they dipped their toes in there maybe a little bit and looked at it, but they didn't venture in there to deal with that today. As of end of shift yesterday, there wasn't much smoke showing in there anymore. They have encircled it with people, with the 3 crews that have been in there. They just need to mop up more, a little bit more interior. From what I understand, there was no smoke showing on it today. That doesn't mean it's out. It just means that it's laying down for a while until the sun hits it and evaporates the moisture we got, and then it'll start smoking again, assuredly. So that's a pretty good update there. I would expect that to continue in the future with those crews. They're just going to keep on plugging away and knocking out any smoke they can find in there. They will not venture in farther interior any farther than they have to secure that line and make sure it cannot come out, just due to the fact that it's pretty dangerous terrain. And the more they walk around in there, the more chance there is to slip and fall and have some kind of an accident. So they will be mopping up the edge and probably 100, 150 feet inside that edge. And then if you see smokes that are interior farther than that, they probably will not get worked by firefighters. They will be monitored. And if they show any signs of the possibility of escape, they might take action on them. But otherwise, you'll probably see smoke in there for quite some time. Moving into Division Romeo from Grizzly Mountain over to Davis. This is all really looking good. It's still shown as red on our map because they're not quite ready, but I would expect that in the coming days with that rain, there's very little activity that I could see on that today. I also drove up through Davis over Bagley Pass and out here into Clover Valley and up the 177 to 625 and over through Dixie Valley. And very, very little activity. That doesn't mean it's out. That just means that we got some nice rain that cooled it off for a while. There are heavy fuels like logs and stumps still burning and smoldering, but there was no real threat to the line. There was a little bit of work that was done on Horton Ridge right here with one helicopter for about half of a fuel cycle, dropping buckets for a couple of folks on the ground that wanted to wrap something up right there that they thought was worthy of getting water on it and cool it off. That was all the aircraft used today on the east zone, was just the one spot on Horton. Moving over, it's pretty much run into the sugar fire in here. This is all very secure. And then down on the 395 corridor, I did not get down there myself, but the people that reported to me today told me that they couldn't see smoke. So that we had those crews build hand line up through the retardant line for the last 2 days. That's all holding, very little activity. But like I say, we won't underestimate the fire, and we'll stay vigilant for both the spot fire and all this country, just because the fire has shown us what it can do. And once it dries out and gets warm again, you will start seeing smoke come back, and we just have to monitor it and patrol it and keep eyes out there all the time to make sure it cannot come back out away from where it is, or out of the current perimeter. And finally, today we did take the West Zone, took all their resources that they had on both the spot fire and the portion of our fire our zone, I should say, that comes down to 395 that they'd been helping us on. They have their share of problems up north towards Old Station, or north and west towards Old Station, and as you just heard. So they needed those resources, and we're making a lot of progress. So we took this back with all the resources coming out of either Quincy, our A23 spike, which is there by Beckworth. And that's the majority of the resources came out of the A23 spike, since it's closest. So they leave Beckworth, they come around on the highway, and we're fully staffing those other spots. Thank you.
Next will be from the Plumas County Sheriff's Office, Chandler Pay.
Good evening. My name is Deputy Chandler Pay. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Plumas County Sheriff's Office and Office of Emergency Services. For the last 2 days, we've made no changes to our mandatory evacuation orders or our warnings. We know that the community has a lot of questions about some of the areas that have remained under a warning or an order. Specifically, Taylorsville still remains under a warning. We understand that is a concern of the community, and we continue to evaluate that every day with the incident management team. And once we're in agreement and they're in agreement that it's safe to lift that warning, we'll do so as soon as we can. But until then, that area will remain under a warning. Additionally, the Dixie Valley area will remain under an order at this time. And again, the same message that once we're able to, mitigate those hazards to allow people to return, we'll do so as soon as possible. We continue to patrol those areas under a mandatory evacuation order and warning, especially with the assistance of our law enforcement mutual aid partners. Right now, we have individuals from the California State Parks, along with Fish and Wildlife here, helping us out to patrol those areas. There's a lot of incidents going on throughout the state, and their resources are also needed elsewhere. So just know that we'll work as hard as we can to get you back into those areas as soon as possible, because their work is needed elsewhere too, but we want to make sure that it's safe to get you back in there before we do that. For the current evacuation information, please go to community.zonehaven.com for that. You can see all the areas that are under a warning and an order. Last night's weather, especially the rain, obviously favorable, but it's not just going to put that fire out and allow us to let everybody go back in. So like I said, we'll continue to assess those areas and get you back in when it's safe to do so. Damage assessment is ongoing. We understand that there's a lot of people from the Dixie Valley area that are eager to hear about that damage information. The damage inspection specialist did go into that area, and they are preparing their report, and they'll make that information available online as soon as they're able to. They have a lot of ground to cover, a lot of areas to cover, so please be patient with them in that process and continue to check the plumascounty.us website daily under that tab, and you'll be able to see when that damage information gets posted. Also, the Antelope area, again, we'll open that area when we can. Please continue to vet the resources that you're going to for assistance. We have received some information about fraudulent places posing to be, OES or FEMA. So please, if you're going online looking for resources, use a vetted website. Either that be our website, plumascounty.us, or going directly to the FEMA website or the Cal OES website. Please don't just rely on a simple Google search to get you the correct phone number. We want to make sure you receive assistance as soon as you're able to, and the proper assistance. I also like to discuss the PG&E outage real quick around the Lake Almanor Basin. Chester still has power right now. I'm told that's because they're on generator power. The rest of the basin is out right now, and I'm told that is due to PG&E infrastructure damage caused by the Dixie fire. Crews are getting in to access the area as they can. At this time, they have not provided us with an estimated restoration time for your power. Phase 1 household hazardous cleanup continues. You can track the progress on the plumascounty.us website to see if your property's been cleaned. Crews did report success last night in some of the mitigation steps that they took to prevent debris from going into the gutters, which could then go into the streams. So Cal OES reported to us success in what they call wattles that they set up on some of the properties to catch debris so they don't roll in and further impact the ecosystem there. So just wanted to pass along a little bit of success from the Cal OES debris folks. They did a great job with that. Please continue to follow us on Facebook, the Plumas County Sheriff's Office, and also online at plumascounty.us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandler. We will next hear from Agency Administrator for the U.S. Forest Service, Plumas National Forest, Chris Carlton.
Thank you and good evening. Chris Carlton, Forest Supervisor here on the Plumas. I'll start off with a friendly amendment to my report from a couple of nights ago. I had said as we look at suppression repair and emergency response as things get a little better, we're going to focus on the roadside hazard, tree abatement as a top priority. And that is true, but we also had a couple of people on our team here point out that there are a lot of hazards out there, erosion, the potential for mudslides and that kind of stuff as we head into winter. And so they corrected me and wanted to give a little broader perspective. So far, we have over 24 priority areas for repair on the backside of this, and the team that's working on it is ranking those hazards based on the level of kind of risk to first communities and public safety, as well as the level of risk to natural resources. And we are going to operate, and that protection of public safety is the top priority, but it may not be just limited to roadside hazard trees and that kind of stuff. So it's going to be broader than that, but it is that community protection remains our top priority. So couple other things, we have the team transitioning. And I just want to emphasize that this is the 5th team, I think, that we have in-briefed on the east side, and we're headed into our 4th on the west zone. That's, if I'm doing math in public, which is always bad, 9 teams on this one fire. And that's a lot of different personalities and a lot of different faces up here that you've all been watching for the duration. One thing that all of those teams have in common is a commitment and a dedication to put this fire out, regardless of what zone, regardless of what team. Every single one of the incident commanders and every single one of the team members is doing everything they can and has done everything they can to put the resources where they make the difference to get this fire out. And so as we welcome back Jerry McGowan's Team 1, and say thanks to Evans Quo and his team for the work they've done here, just recognize that commitment has been here and will continue as we move forward. The last thing I want to talk about for a second is, we've heard a lot of, we're feeling good, this is looking positive, we've heard those, and we've heard those before, and so that doesn't mean they're not true. We are feeling good in a lot of those areas. We did get some rain, but there's a big grain of salt with all that, and I think we've learned over the last 50 whatever days to recognize and respect that. So let's appreciate the kind of the grace we've gotten here and the good weather and the opportunity to make a difference. So let's also recognize, like we see around the West Zone, around Old Station, that fire does want to continue to burn. And so well, let's continue supporting the firefighters and the folks on the ground. Let's continue to recognize that we do have people in our communities who remain impacted and face additional impacts until this fire is 100% contained and out. So really appreciate the support, the viewership. Keep sharing your questions and concerns, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Chris. We will now be presented with a video from the Agency Administrator for the Lassen National Forest, Deb Bumpus.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Deb Bumpus. I'm the Agency Administrator here on the Lassen National Forest and Forest Supervisor. I'm hoping that you all are just as excited as I am to have seen that rain last night and see the clear skies today. It's just, we haven't seen skies like this probably in 3 months. So it's a great thing. It gives us hope. And I know I could see it on everybody's faces here at camp this morning that we're just hoping that this will make a difference and that we can get around a huge part of this fire. Also, just wanted to highlight that there was a lot of activity up in the Hat Creek area yesterday. It seemed to pushed out on the rim a little bit. It didn't bounce down into the Hat Creek drainage itself. And so you can see up on the map here the difference there and just a little bit of growth there. But they did get around it last night, and it sounds like today they've done a good job as well. So again, patience, hoping for the best as these weather pattern pushes on through. The winds are going to come back up and warm up again, but I know that we've made good progress, and thank you again for your support of our firefighters in all agencies as they work together to bring this under control. Thank you and have a good night.
Our final speaker will be our East Zone Incident Commander, Evans Quo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of Nick Truax, the Incident Commander of the West Zone, and myself, Evans Quo, Incident Commander for the East Zone, I'd like to thank you all for visiting with us tonight and getting the information. So, you know, for the first time in quite a while, this fire finally got a little bit of a break or a reprieve in the weather. And, you know, thanks to the little bit of precipitation and cooler conditions that we had, it helped tone down the concerns that we all had with the high winds that we were experiencing. This fire still has quite a bit of potential. The fuels are extremely dry as a result of the long-term drought that we're in. And so while the addition of a little bit of precipitation is helping calm the fire down, it's got a long way to go before the fuels totally recover. So that being said, you know, the 13-mile run that the West Zone experienced last night, I mean, that's just an indicator of what kind of potential is still out there in the event that we have still other uncontained areas on both zones that they get subject to another high wind event. So just to summarize, the areas of concerns for the West Zone, they're trying to keep the fire away from impacting Old Station up on the northwest side of the fire, and then also that big finger of fire, if you will, that ran north of Highway 44. For the East Zone, a lot of our concerns are really starting to drop off as we continue to hold all the lines that we got put in about 4 days ago, and we have yet to lose any more ground. So that's a good indicator. But we still have, as our operations section chief talked about, the Devil's Punch Bowl. We have not fully got around all that yet, so I would probably still consider that uncontained. And but effort is moving forward in that area. And then the rest of the challenge is keeping our fire within all of our existing control lines, just because we have a lot of values to the south in the Highway 70 corridor. We have a lot of values up north on the Highway 395 corridor as well that we just do not want to see any more impact to. So we did get a question asking how will this wetter than expected weather event affect firefighting strategy moving forward? The short version, ladies and gentlemen, is both zones are taking advantage of the wetter weather. As you heard from the West Zone operations report out, they are taking advantage of the cooler, wetter conditions to go direct, which is a preferred tactic where we can get right on the edge of the fire and cut this thing off. before it builds another head of steam when some hotter, drier weather conditions. Which areas benefited the most from the moisture? I think having the west side, the west zone having the most active fire behavior, having it moderate in conditions is really benefiting them a great deal. On our side, what it does, it just helped us reinforce the mop up and the progress of holding on to the existing control lines that we've already got secured. And then which areas are the most challenged? Based on what the meteorologists are indicating, it seems like the bulk of the moisture was more on the west side of the fire, like say from Quincy east, whereas on the west side and up north, while they did get some precipitation, they didn't get near as much as we did. So it'll probably dry out faster and the fuels will recover sooner, which probably return to that, more active fire potential up there sooner. So as we said before, there's still some concerns. The last thing I really want to mention is, as Chris Carlton mentioned, this is our last shift, or this is also our last public meeting with you all. We will be transitioning command of the east zone of the fire back over to Jerry McGowan starting tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock a.m. If you remember, Jerry McGowan and his team were in command of the east zone 2 weeks ago when the Great Basin team got here. So we're handing this fire back to Jerry, and he'll, I'm sure, high confidence that they'll see it to the end on the east zone. Jerry, did you want to come up and say hello to the folks? He's getting ready to he'll be running the meeting Sunday night. Excuse me. Okay, so what we've been doing since all day today, ever since Jerry's team showed up, is getting them up to speed and basically showing them here's what changed, sharing with them the areas of concerns, sharing with them our plans of how we were moving forward to contain the last of the problem areas. And as I said, I have a very high confidence that California team number 1 will be able to see this one through. So with that, thank you all very much for your viewership, and I'll hand it back to Kim.
Answered my question.
Thank you, Evans. We'd like to thank you for watching our Facebook Live this evening. We'll continue to answer those questions on Facebook that may not have gotten answered. Our next public or Facebook Live meeting will be here 7:30 Sunday, September 12th. Have a good night.
Okay, Sunday, September 12th. They're not going to give us a meeting until then. So, all right, I will note that down on the mega notebook that I had. I ordered it from the internet, and it came as a 5-subject notebook. So I've got 5 different tabs here. I've got day-by-day logs. I've got phone numbers and all sorts of stuff going on here. So once again, I'm astonished. What did they just do? They just answered my question. So that was totally awesome. Whoops. I don't think I can go back in there, but I did manage to type that in, Chris, just before you were mentioning it, that we will miss them, that I said my hundreds of viewers here have nothing but praise for East Zone, and they're sober, and clear communication with the public has been phenomenal, and their work too. So I said thank you very much, and thank you for answering my question. That was my question that he said, which, I asked how will the wetter than expected weather affect the firefighting strategy going forward, and they said that the East Zone benefited more than the West. That it'll be almost like business as usual, if I could summarize what he just said. Up there by Old Station, it helped them, but for the East Zone, I'm not even seeing a heat detection right now. They said that smokes will come back in the next few days. That's in general what they've been saying. It's not over. The weather didn't make it too moist for a fire at all, but it bought them a huge amount of time, and it has really helped them. The one area of a big concern they still have is the Devil's Punch Bowl, of course, but that was just amazing to hear, and I'm so grateful that they take community questions and answer them, and that's been so different than, remember when the fire first started like a month ago, and the West Zone, there was thousands of questions going by, and they took 2 of them and said, see ya. Remember that, when the community was just like desperately trying to figure out which communities were still at risk, and they said, their answer was, well, just look at evacuation maps, and that really wasn't an answer at all. So such a big contrast. East Zone has always been down pat and down to earth, and they've acted like pros with communications. And when we saw the West Zone, I like the big guy with the tattoos. I can't remember his name right now. He's a really good communicator too. And Cal Fire on the West Zone is seeming to make their improvements as well. But the East Zone, I think they have it about perfect, and the way they communicate with the public, that's about all we could ask for. So the cams, we were watching nice sunsets. I think it's time to watch the other community meetings. And yeah, you're welcome, Chris. I was right. I was thinking same thing that you were. Is man, they got to be praised. So that team is going to rotate out, and the next meeting will be on Sunday. So we'll just have to wait and see. Even if you miss, even when they don't have their nighttime meetings, you can go here to Shasta National Forest on their Facebook page, and they have their press releases. They have their paragraphs that I've read to you guys night after night, and they update with photos. They have all sorts of things. Like 9 hours ago, they said, "Did you know we have 24 Dixie Fire information boards set up in various communities?" You know, they take pictures, they issue reports. Look at that green, breathable air quality report for most of these places for Thursday, and then Friday, and then Saturday. It's not looking good at Old Station, of course. But there's tons of information that they constantly release to the public, and we've been very grateful about that. So once again, that's Shasta National Forest page. So they release elaborately detailed printed material. They release the maps to the public. It's been pretty good. The darker red here is the burn scars of the shoot, I can't zoom in on that one right there. I think that's the Walker Fire, and this was the Beckworth Complex, which was the one that devastated Doyle, which they just barely had under control when the Dixie broke out. So these maps show you just why the fire is taking the path that it does, how it's fitting like a puzzle piece next to existing dozer lines. They've got really good communication with the public. I'm pretty satisfied with that. So it's still a hold on to your butts. Next week is going to be dry. And as they were talking, I was flipping through Windy to kind of verify that. We just don't have any more moisture coming in the next week. So it'll dry out again as soon as the sun rays burst through the clouds, probably tomorrow. It'll start baking the environment again and drying out what little rain that fell. But what it did, in a nutshell, was the good news here. The good news here, what this rain event did in a nutshell, was we had two different scenarios that were going to play out. One extremely good, one extremely bad. The extremely bad, as they were kind of forecasting and sobering, scary forecast, was if it was going to be drier and more thunderstormy and more unstable and windier with more lightning, we could have had explosive growth on all the fires, plus a whole dozens of new ones taking off into mega size with lightning. And we could have had older fires that were winding down roar back to life, roar past containment lines. They would be back at square one with the older fires in general, and we could have had new communities erased off the map, being fanned by these winds for 24 hours in a row, with dozens of new fires. That really could have happened. That's if they were drier. And if they were going to be wetter, which it didn't look like they would be, then instead of explosive expansion, we would have it tamped down. We'd have the fires really die down. We would see a lot reduced activity. We'd see moisture on the landscape. We'd have the new lightning strike fires kind of struggle to take off. And then we would have precious time for them to gain ground on the fire, and just like you said, go direct. Going direct is the best way to contain and handle the fires. That means they go up to the fire and they start trying to put things out by their containment lines, or they're able to take other actions which are aggressive and would beat back the fire. And that's what we got. We got the extremely good one. That was such a humongous stroke of luck that we got. So the picture could have been so much worse. Today, if we didn't have that, in the last 2 days, if we didn't have that wetting rain, you could have seen explosive growth like this on the fire. You could have seen things breaking out over here. You could have seen stuff going around and just getting bad. We could have seen so much worse. We could have seen the river and the hay press and the antelope just, I know the antelope did explode right before the moisture came. But boy, we could have seen that triple in size. We could have seen so much worse happen. We could have towns erased off the map right now. We could have a hole in the ground where Hayfork used to be. We could have had such a worse scenario happen. We could be mourning the loss of Old Station, but you know what? We didn't. We didn't have that. So if you consider it like a horse race, which between us and the fire, we just pulled out ahead significantly, maybe by a length or so. It's not over though. There's much more to go in the race. Or if you think about boxing, we're both sitting in our corners. We won the last round, but the next round, it's back in the fire's favor. Unfortunately, the dryness, just the never-ending dryness, is coming back. So we will monitor the situation, of course, but for now we can wipe the sweat bullets off our head and understand that we completely dodged another major bullet. If you think about the Matrix, where Neo is doing his acrobatic dodging of bullets in slow motion coming at him, this was like dodging a bazooka or a rocket-propelled grenade. That's what we just did. That's how lucky we just got. Just having that sail past your head and still landing instead of landing. That's my best interpretation. So I'm delighted. This has renewed my spirits. We got a lucky break in the weather, but we are now better prepared to face the never-ending, relentless dry periods that just seem to characterize this horrible mega drought. But well, I mean, we shouldn't have false hope. This isn't like, oh, fire's a done deal. But we had the best news that we could get. So I don't know if you guys are celebrating along with that miniature victory. We know we took losses. We know that things are still being devastated. There's still structures being lost every night on these fires, but this was overall quite a good thing, quite a good victory. So we can celebrate every little thing we get. Every little thing we get. So let's look back here at our cams. We had some amazing sunset cams. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we could feel lucky and we could feel blessed even in our time of sorrow. I used to think in the past you can only be happy or you can only be sad, one or the other. And there's that phrase, learning to dance in the rain, to maintain sanity and good mental health. You'll have to seize every amount of joy in a disaster. Appreciate every little thing. The incredible little things are what counts. Even if you've suffered devastating losses, sipping a coffee and just being like, wow, I like this coffee. Just acknowledging it, even in between tears. Acknowledging, hey, that's a nice sunset. I enjoy this sunset. I'm grateful for this sunset amidst all the sorrow. This is the way to keep going. It's the way to keep going. So, Bob's going to bed. And with that, to all a good night. Yes, okay, thanks for being here, Bob, so much. And we'll see you tomorrow when you come back. So, sorry if I didn't look at chat for a little bit. Looking at the sunsets here. So Serene says, yeah, there's a Cougar Peak fire, Lakeview and Paisley are still at risk, 0% containment. Yeah, that's what we need to look at. I think there was a meeting today. Weren't you guys saying that there was a meeting around concerning the Cougar Peak fire and Paisley? I'm not sure which county that is. Paisley was one of those little towns that I was rooting for all last year and the year before as well. Last year's Bratton fire just almost devastated Paisley. It was just bad. They have been dodging bullets left and right. So here's poor Paisley, Oregon. And if you turn on the fire history, the Bratton fire here got real close to it, just burned up much of the hillside here, like so. And so the Cougar Peak that started, 2 days ago from the lightning, I believe, as far as we can tell, has just now reached for it and has been going kind of in this direction. And some people are saying that that it's running out of fuel to burn, but I don't know about that. If you look at the region, if you're more familiar with it, I think it could hop and it could spread like so and still threaten the community in general, because these are high peaks compared to the valley below. There's a lot of fuel up in that area. Plus, with this, the burn scar of last year's fire might help situations, especially with the lines. But how much brush and stuff grew up there today, where it can get into it and possibly light on fire many of the numerous dead trees that are in this burn scar, up in here, the numerous dead snags, and constantly rain embers down onto the dry as a bone valley regions down there, some of which is irrigated, some of which isn't. I'm not 100% thinking that this community is safe by any measure. We need to look at the officials. If anybody has a community update for that, I'm going to seek it out right now. We can look at the Caldor meeting as well. We're going to do back-to-back meeting watching the meeting, and I'm going on InstaWeb to see if there's a link to it. It just exploded. It's at 83,339 acres. And it started like 2 days ago. It's just absolutely insane. So let's see if we have a community evening update, like a video to watch. I was hoping that we did. What county is this? I thought it was Klamath. It's a little bit east. Should be Klamath County. So we know it's the Fremont-Winema National Forest. Maybe we have a Facebook page for that. The Fremont-Winema National Forest. Okay. I'm sure this will have good links for us regarding this Eagle Peak fire. We'll go look at the river complex. Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Happy birthday, Smokey the Bear, on August 9th. Okay, so what? They don't have any updates since August regarding the bootleg fire. Oh, okay. So it's spreading west of, Lakeview Ranger District. Okay, maybe we have something like that. Lakeview Ranger District. Do they have a page? It's a little strange here. Well, there's regular Klamath Falls news. K Falls. That's Antelope Fire updates for the 10th. Okay, so I'm still searching for some official source, unless somebody else has a quick link for me, because that one's quite concerning. But Kara says a Twitter post showing a fire map with multiple fires around Tahoe. Looked at it a few minutes ago. All those around Tahoe, the Glen, the McKinley, the Black, and the Bellevue are no longer on the map. Okay. We know that there's a lot of lightning strikes around Tahoe, and one of the best ways to look at it, we'll go back to that in a sec, is to look and see where the red spots, or now probably orange, are for where the lightning struck places. We've got little things down here. We know that Mammoth Lakes down there had some, like, what's this guy? So is this the one on the Tobias cam? I believe we were watching this one on the Tobias 1 cam. But as far as heat detection goes, that's on Buckingham Mountain. Not seeing anything currently, of course. And way further down here by Porterville, or maybe the Tobias one was down there, but a French fire. We'll keep an eye on those. But tomorrow we'll tell the tale. Right now it's nighttime. Fires are there's a lot more humidity. There's a lot more humidity in the air. A lot less wind now that it's dying down. Tomorrow, when the sun's rays hit things, that's when we're going to be able to track those better. Try to figure it out tonight. We can look at them with cams, but when it goes into infrared, which most of cams should probably be in infrared right about now, it won't be easy to track them until noon tomorrow. So that's good though that they're not showing up strong. So we have the Caldor meeting, but I really thought that there was a Cougar Peak Fire community meeting that somebody was trying to link me to before I restarted this stream. So there's a blog. Virtual community meeting. Okay, I think I found the Twitter. September. Okay, here maybe is our link. Okay, found it. Got it. Here we go, guys. So we will watch video. Let me change. This was of grave concern. And we'll watch Caldor next, I think. Let me change our bottom static message. So fire video roundup time. So this is the Cougar Peak, Oregon fire meeting 3 hours ago. All right. And let's see, when do they... Here we go.
Cougar Peak.
Here we go, sorry.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Cougar Peak Fire virtual public meeting tonight. My name is Pam Sichting. I'm an information officer with Northwest Incident Management Team 8. Tonight we're going to hear from some local managers and also from managers from the Northwest Incident Management Team 8 and also the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Blue Team, which is managing the Cougar Peak Fire. So first of all, I'd like to introduce my counterpart, Stephen Myers.
Hello, Stephen Myers, Public Information Officer with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office.
And so we are working together and to provide the public with information, and one of these ways that we do it is through this public meeting. So what we're going to do tonight is go through a list of presenters, and you'll hear about fire closures, evacuations, what is happening on the fire, weather, and that sort of thing. And then while we're doing that, you can write questions in the chat, and then we'll be writing those down and passing those out. And at the very end, after all the presentations, we will have folks come up and actually answer those questions for you. If for some reason we're rolling along here and we lose connectivity, please stand by because we will get back on just as soon as we can. So with that, we know that this community has been impacted by fire for months and months now. So we really appreciate you tuning in to hear about what's going on with the Cougar Peak and your cooperation. So thank you very much. First of all, we're going to hear from the Fremont, Wainema, man, my throat is dry here. So Mike Ramsey, he is the Lakeview District Ranger.
Good evening, everybody. So we do have a area closure in effect for the Cougar Peak Fire. It extends from Quartz Mountain to Lakeview, south of the high road outside of Paisley, and into the northwest section of the North Warners. This is for firefighter and public safety while we work on the fire. And because of the rapid growth of the fire we experienced the first couple of days, that caused us to make this closure bigger than it seems like it needs to be right now. And that closure will be in effect until Either the conditions allow for us to shrink that up or until December 31st. We know that between the Bootleg fire and the Cougar Peak fire, that it impacts a large portion of the interstate hunt unit, and we recognize that. We know that ODF&W has reached out to those tag holders and given them some options, and at this point we don't know exactly when those closures will be lifted. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. And next we're going to hear from Lake County Emergency Services Coordinator Daniel Tagg.
Good evening, Lake County. So here's our current evacuation map. I know it's awfully big. We spent a lot of time yesterday trying to get out in front of this fire. We had 4 maps. We couldn't even get them published before the fire was already past our EVAC zone. So I know it's big, and I know we kept it today. I know we got some rain. With the forecast, with the weather, with you know, it's going to dry and stuff. So we kind of held tight, and we're still holding tight with this EVAC zones. This fire has no line, no containment on this north end. So until we get that, this is going to stay in effect. And then once we get that containment line in here, at least on the north end, and we're feeling confident that it's not going to go north again, we'll start retracting these EVAC zones to the north. There's a lot of input that goes into this. If people want to know someday how that goes, I can kind of try to explain how all the parts that go into putting this together. But you know, we're trying to not impact people's lives as much as we can, but at the end of the day, we still got to make sure we keep people out of danger. So that's kind of where that's at. This EVAC map is on the Lake County website. We are working on trying to get to where the map's a little more legible. We're hearing that you can't really see much, so we are going to try to break it into 4 quadrants and get those posted on there so you can see this big map and then look at which of the 4 quadrants impacts the area you're worried about wanting to look at, so you can zoom in a little more. So we are working on that and trying to get that out there. Other than that, for the evacuation shelters, the American Red Cross will come up here and talk about that and let you know where those are. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. And next from the Red Cross is Ron Fox.
We have one shelter currently open, and that's the Latter-day Saints Church at 64 North 395. 24-hour operation. We've been set up since yesterday afternoon. If we should have to evacuate to the north, the evacuation would be to Lapine.
Thank you, Ron. And next, we're going to hear from Northwest Incident Management Team 8 Incident Commander Kevin Stock.
Hello. Who we are as far as Northwest Incident Management Team 8, we're an incident management team made up of interagency partners from across the Northwest, state, federal, and local, and we come together and come into a community when a fire exceeds initial or extended attack, which is what we did 2 days ago. The last 2 days have been completely different. The first day was a strong battle, and the fire was definitely blowing up. So we were in a position where really the best we could do is protect life safety and try to get people out of the way. Today with the rain break, we got an opportunity to get in and get a little bit more work done right on the edge of the fire. So we're honored to come to your community. We're not all from your community. A lot of us are from close by. But we'll treat this just like we would our community. And we know there's a lot of values at risk that you folks are concerned about, whether it's your timber or your cattle or the lands that you hunt and fish and play in. We're going to do our best to minimize the impacts to those across the landscape. And we're going to work well with our partners like we have with ODF and the local units, using their resources to get going early on this fire as we wait for resources to come from all over the U.S. to help us out. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. And next we're going to hear from the Oregon State Fire Marshal Blue Team Incident Commander, Scott Majors.
Hi, good evening. My name is Scott Majors, and I'm the Incident Commander for the Office of Oregon State Fire Marshal Incident Management Blue Team. Our primary responsibility is the protection of structures within the area affected by the fire. Through the Office of State Fire Marshal and the Oregon State Fire Marshal, we're able to mobilize structural firefighting agencies throughout the state of Oregon to assist this community, or any community we're called to help, on the protection of their property. Currently, right now, we have 10 task forces that make up structural fire protection equipment deployed throughout your community. That's in essence 50 fire engines, and the men and women staffing those fire engines just right down the street outside of your community. As the other incident commander, Kevin, said, we're working together as one team to manage this problem and to come to a successful conclusion. While I may not be from Lakeview or the surrounding area, the concerns that you're facing here are no less important to me than anything else. We're here to help you, and it's our honor to do that. But I want to take a second to offer my thoughts on a couple of things. Sheriff Tagg mentioned the evacuation orders. That's a big chunk of real estate, and we understand that. But for our purposes, his decisions were very sound and with your best interest in mind and your safety. If you think about it, while we're trying to get in to protect your property, it's a lot easier for us to do that if we know that nobody's there and that we can do our job. Because as soon as one of our firefighters sees that you're there and need help, we're going to stop and help you. That's what we do. If we know you're safe by not being in the area, then we're allowed to do our job and protect your property to our fullest abilities. So by helping us, we're able to help you better. And so please honor those restrictions. I understand, and I can imagine it can be at times cumbersome and inconvenient, and I respect that. But please help us help you, because that's really why we're here. Thank you for the honor to work with you and represent. You're going to hear from our operations chiefs who are going to tell you in great detail just how we're helping you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And next we're going to hear from Northwest Incident Management Team 8, Jim Hampton, who is a fire behavior analyst. He's also going to talk about the weather.
Good afternoon, folks. Well, like everybody else in this room, this is not our first role. This is my 6th assignment total this year. And one of the questions that keeps coming up to me as a fire behavior analyst as we travel to different parts of the state is, how did we get into this situation and when could it end? How we got in this situation, if you're from this area, I'm from neighboring Klamath Falls, is we're in our 2nd year of drought. We're in such a severe drought exiting the 1st year, coming into the 2nd year water year, that by the time we got out of the spring, we were already in the highest ranked drought category that they have, exceptional drought here in south central Oregon. What this did was it conditioned the fuels. I don't know if most of you that are from the area remember June, but early June, June 5th, 6th, we were getting temperatures already near 100 degrees, and it stayed there for several days. So that really caused the fuels to dry out to a greater extent than they normally would be, and then we didn't get any rain beyond that. For instance, Drew's Reservoir is currently at about 1% of its capacity and has been very low since last year. So we basically talk about fire behavior and fire potential in the fire triangle realm. There's 3 parts of the fire triangle: topography, weather, and fuels. We've kind of talked about the fuels. The fuels were critically dry and preset as we entered the season. The topography is what it is. It's not going to change. It's the same whether we have a low fire year, a high fire year, even though it's a great contributor to fire spread. So the other thing we have is the weather, and we started talking about the weather a little bit, but we started getting a little bit of lightning, not a ton this year, and when that started up, then we were preset, and pretty much a lot of times when you're talking about large fires, development, you can have dry fuels, but you might not have a second trigger. We had several triggers. They were all lined up against us this year. the bootleg fire, some of the other fires that we've had around the region. And so when this fire started, it took off fairly rapidly. And then another weather phenomenon that we had was frontal passage just in the last couple of days that doubled the size of the fire. So with the critically dry fuels and the frontal passage, the fire made a huge run, about 40,000 acres, 43,000 acres overnight. And then we got a shot of precipitation, which is great. But what is that actually going to do? Just as that precipitation isn't going to fill up 2 years of drought in the reservoirs, it's not going to relieve 2 years of drought in the fuels. It is a great relief. It's going to be a temporary relief, but in 3 or 4 days it might be ready to go again. Finally, the other question that I'm asked when this could end is by September 24th, 50% of our fire seasons normally end by September 24th. I'm sorry, 25%. 50% end by October 1st. And really, we're looking at about October 15th to 18th before we're relatively sure that our fire season, 90% to 99%, are over by the 18th. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. Please respond, and we'll talk to you later. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. And now we're going to hear from Planning Operations Section Chief for Fire Operations on the wildland side, Gordon Foster.
Good evening, folks. I'm Gordon Foster. I'm with Northwest Team 8. I'm one of the operations section chiefs and currently doing planning ops. Yesterday was significant fire growth. As Jim mentioned, the fire currently sits at about 83,000 acres, or 83,000 acres, just over that. And that was, we got the size from an IR flight that we flew last night. About 8 o'clock when the fire took off. So kind of to give you some reference, starting out yesterday, Team 8 took command of the fire about 0600. We had very limited resources at that time, lots of resources that had been out there during initial attack. So the fire started generally down here at Cougar Peak. You know, our primary focus yesterday was to anchor off of what the Type 3 team had accomplished the previous day. So we put most of our resources down here at the heel of the fire. We were pretty successful at getting engaged on the fire perimeter down here. We had people scouting out ahead of the fire and on the west side of the fire to see what opportunities we could take to, you know, put containment lines in and what resources we needed for the fire. Yesterday, about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, midday, the fire took a significant run to the north, doubled in size. We mobilized a bunch of resources up to the north and tried to protect and contain the fire on the north end near Valley Falls and back into Chiwakan Meadow. You know, we didn't make a lot of progress at the heel of the fire in Division Zulu. We didn't make a lot of progress on Lima either because we had to move all those resources around. And there was not a lot of work done over in Division Alpha and then up into Division Mike, just lack of resources. But today was a successful day. We started to get a lot of resources in. You know, we actually got a good anchor point down here in Division Zulu and Alpha at the heel of the fire. We started making progress up in Division Lima with some dozer line, moving north on the east side of the fire. And then we also put a bunch of resources up on this northeast side of the fire. Division Mike is what we're calling it, but we're breaking it into 2 divisions now since it's so large. So our primary focus is going direct on the fire, trying to put line in as close as we can to the fire's edge, where we can. Some places we're going to have to go a little bit farther out and actually do a little bit of burnout when conditions warrant, but we are trying to go as direct as possible. Today we actually got resources from the local ODF unit, resources from the Fremont-Wainema National Forest that work here locally in Lakeview. They were instrumental in helping us get anchor points established on the fire and get resources put into place so we can actually start fire suppression actions. So throughout the day-to-day as planning ops, you know, my job is to get those resources out on the line. So I was busy all day intaking resources and then getting them out to divisions to put them to work. So appreciate all the efforts of all our agencies around. So want a big shout out to them and thank you. We do try to use, there was a question, the Bratton fire from last year, you know, it had burned the previous year. We do look for options. Fire conditions in those areas will slow down because of fuels and the fuel loading is less. So we look for opportunities. So, you know, there is some protection from the Bratton fire from last year, but fires will still burn through those areas. So that's all I have, and I appreciate the community and hope to do a good job for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. And next we're going to hear from the Planning Ops Chief, Chris Barney, from the structural operations side.
Good evening. Like Chief Major said, we have 10 task forces here working in your community to both support the wildland efforts that are out there to prevent this fire from coming to the structures and also provide structure defense in this area. We've got 6 task forces working during the day and 4 task forces at night. Right now, today, those task forces are kind of spread out across the southeast side of the fire. We've got people up in the Clover Flats area getting in and making sure that the structures up there that were impacted by fire are secure from this point going forward. We spent a lot of time today getting up into the drainages along the Division Lima, the southeast side of the fire that we weren't able to yesterday with the fire conditions we encountered. We're looking into those areas, making sure that the structures up there that are protected going forward from there. And finally, we've focusing our efforts down in the Cottonwood Meadows area as well with task force, making sure that we're going direct where we can, mopping up the fire, and securing where we can. Thanks for your time.
Okay, and with that, we are ready for answering questions. So do we have any questions that are out there? Okay. Mike Ramsey, thank you.
Good evening again. So the question I got was, why doesn't the Forest Service close all of the area within the Freewind National Forest? And that has been talked about. Essentially a shutdown of the forest and closing it. It's a big step. It's hard to implement. As you know, there's a lot of roads in the forest. There's a lot of ways through the forest. And so we can do that, but we also don't know that we could be very effective at doing that. We did go into an IFPL of 4 with those public use restrictions in late July. And so ballpark, those have been in place for about 6 weeks, which is the longest I've seen them in place in the last 19 years. It's still dry out there. Obviously, we still got the fire that we have. But temperatures are starting to moderate a bit. We did get a shot of moisture. And so at this point, I don't see us moving forward and trying to close the forest. And hopefully in a couple weeks, we'll be able to decrease the restrictions that we do have in place. Thank you.
So we got a question, are prescribed burn areas helping in the suppression effort? So any of the prescribed burn areas and any fuels treatment areas that have been burned, normally in fuels treatment areas, they'll burn those areas with prescribed fire. So any of those areas that are out here, we try to utilize those in our operations. It provides us a good, safe place for firefighters to be and to go actually fight fire pretty aggressively. Gives up, there's less fuel on the ground, and there's, a lot of good opportunities. So it slows the fire down. Those fuels treatment areas actually drop the fire intensity to a manageable state that we can utilize.
And I think we have another question regarding when was the fire detected and when did it start? And I think Mike Ramsey is going to come up and respond to that question.
Hello again. So the question was, when was the fire started and, how was the fire started, sorry, and when was it detected? The cause of the fire is still under investigation. When it started was Tuesday afternoon, roughly 1:30. It was before 2 o'clock. And that's the best information we have on that. Thank you.
Hey, this is probably their meeting. As I was thinking, hang on.
Hello again. So the question I got was, how much did the fire move today? So with the precipitation that we received starting early this morning and throughout the morning, the fire progression did not move significantly. We were seeing a little bit of spread in some areas, but I do know the field operations section chief did tell me that they were having rain on the north end of the fire, late this afternoon. So the fire did not progress significantly, pretty small amounts throughout the day.
Yay. That has helped. Is it over yet?
So the next question was, how much containment do we have? Currently, we don't have any containment on the fire, so 0% containment. Although we do have, line constructed down on the south east side, moving up onto the east side into Division Lima here. And we do have some containment lines built on the north side, with some direct line and some indirect lines. So normally during operations, we don't call it contained until we actually know that those lines are going to hold. If we walked away from them and left them for a day or two, that they would actually hold and wouldn't escape from our containment lines.
Hello again. So there was a question asked about the uranium mines that are out there.
What?
There was the White King and Lucky Lass mines. They were a Superfund site that was remediated and cleaned up by the EPA. We've been in contact with the EPA as a result of the fire. There's been no disturbance at those sites from any of our suppression activities. And we feel fairly certain that there was no effect on the site itself or any of the work that was done up there to make the area safe. And we have not been in to see that area yet, but we will in the next couple of days and make that assessment. If we find a problem, the EPA has a number we can call, and we'll work with them to solve any problems that were created. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So I just wanted to point out that if you have additional questions, you can put them in the chat on Facebook, We have a telephone number up here that you can call, and we do have somebody that's staffing that from 8 in the morning till 8 p.m. And so we are going to go ahead and wrap this up because we are actively fighting fire, as you know, here, and we do have some planning meetings that we need to do. So with that, we just want to say thank you for joining us. And again, we'll get to those questions in the chat on Facebook. So have a good evening. Thank you.
Okay, so the brass tacks with this is you can tell they're a lot less used to being in front of the camera than the others, which is really cute. But they're telling it like it is too. The Bratton fire scar, which a lot of people were saying, oh man, there's nothing to burn. Maybe there's no fuels there. They just went out and said that it can burn there. And that's because if I had to guess, there just has not been enough time in recent history with all of this area just completely devastated by fire year after year for them to have done any significant amount of salvage logging. It's really rugged, steep terrain in there. These trees aren't as big as, say, high Sierras and that. They're kind of like dry-ish pine trees. I don't know which species, but they're scraggly, but they're thick in here. And the brush is absolutely thick in here. It doesn't take that much for one spring and summer of brush growth to really create a fire hazardous environment up here. The small communities being just underneath them, looking up at very, very steep hills. It's hard to access, hard to make lines. They got some fresh ones from last year, of course, but all those trees are now dead from the late 2018 Watson Creek fire, plus last year's Bratton fire, plus a couple of the other ones that are not shown on this map. That's a whole lot of standing dead trees, and then this year's brush that has since died because of the dryness of the weather. I think it can take off and race and get into burn stuff in here in the Bratton scar. So fire scars are a double-edged sword. They're good for us in that there's plenty of fire access there, and there's not years of buildup of duff. There's not years of buildup of brush, but even a single year is a bit concerning for the community. So the elevation here, which it's hard to give people an idea without just showing you. These like community of Paisley and the flatland is in a dicey area. If we go to Paisley, Oregon, you don't really quite understand it until you put the little gold band there and see some other, see other photos of things like Summer Lake hot springs. For you to get the idea, I remember this now. The Google car drove by in a cloudy day, so you can't even see the towering, vistas above you. But we could just do a Summer Lake hot springs. I believe the actual resort had a better view, which is one of these places I really wanted to go. But you could see the flat ground in the foreground, and there's just that ridge line, and that can rain down the embers from on high down into the grass, and it can get taken off in the grass. And the challenge is, how can they keep up with it when it gets in the sagey stuff, the tumbling tumbleweeds, the grass? How can they keep up with it if it decides to race and go off different directions? It is extremely steep, a couple thousand feet a climb, with very few roads going up into it. They are very aircraft dependent in their help of the situations, and a lot of the aircraft are on the other fires. So they've had that wetting rain, which gives them a really good head start on it. But I can't tell you how the fire up on high there is even if it doesn't rage out of control with the amount of dead snags there's a lot of ember cast that can rain down on the communities. And it's a high enough elevation that you could have the skipping effect to other ridgelines that haven't burned recently. I don't know what is on there. We could put on global imagery. It might be somewhat dry compared to the forested hillsides to to the other area. But I'm still concerned. They're still concerned. There's still a great potential for it to spread out here into the uranium mines. The southeast portion of the fire is an area where there's potential for great spread because look at the amount of fuels. And we don't have the burn scar there. So Paisley might be in a better situation than others, but they just cautioned and said it's not out of the woods. The White King mine was one of the uranium mines, so it's getting close to it. So we were just joking the other day about how every toxic hazard on the map it looks like a radiation warning symbol. And people are like, why is there radiation symbols all over a map? And I was telling people 99% of the time it's just the tailings or like a hazard, a toxic hazard if fire reaches an area where they should be aware of it, like either prevent the fire from being there or get out of the way if it does. Things like, lead and silver mines, they have arsenic and other kinds of minerals mixed in with the copper and those kind of mines, that if the fire were to reach them, it would wreak havoc and create toxic fumes. Well, occasionally, it's not just that. Occasionally, it is actual radioactive fallout that could potentially happen if an area burns, such as uranium mines. But he was dismissive of the idea of like a radiation release or any sort of rumor like that because this has been sealed up. So that's good to hear that they've already done that remediation work, that it's kind of a done deal, but it's still like quite concerning when wildfires approach older uranium mines. So this would be one of the very few times I just searched for a map. I didn't see one that a radiation symbol would actually mean radioactive hazard. In LA, near a decommissioned reactor that had an accident, there actually was radioactive fallout and a wildfire reached it and then it released the radiation as a light peppering all over the landscape. I keep forgetting which fire that was. People keep reminding me. But occasionally on the landscape there are those hazards. I think that was LA County and I think it was just last year if I can remember right. But so yeah, that's the special hazards. Indeed here. So I'm not convinced that this is out of the woods. They did that reassuring message saying that usually the wet season and the cold season puts out fires by the end of September, usually by the 18th. But it could wreak havoc until then. This is also a mega drought year, so what if we don't really get the wet season until October? That's a possibility. We just have to see what this new La Nina thing, which is shaping up to do, is how it's going to affect the weather. So we won't have normal weather, not in a La Nina year, that's for sure. And it looks more and more like we're going to have a La Nina. So I do want to look at the that's what Serene Sapphire was pointing out. The Cougar Peak fire, which is that one over here, it doubled in size. It's now Oregon's second largest fire this year at over 83,000 acres. Yeah, and it just started Tuesday afternoon. We saw it just explode on Tuesday and into Wednesday. So it's only been checked by this rain, but that was a check, and it'll go start to take off as it dries out over the next week. So it could be a tough week over there. We just have to kind of figure it out. So, Dusty says the hottest part was the middle of the east side. Yeah. So we'll keep monitoring that situation. Ouch. Okay, and I just poked my elbow there, sorry guys. So my food is coming. I'll feel a little bit better. I'll have some blood sugar when it arrives. I want to go to the other videos. There was a river complex morning update, which even though that's 12 hours ago, we should watch that because they do such a stellar job explaining what goes on with the river complex. So that was in the Klamath National Forest. Oh, they're even showing drones. Oh, cool. Watch that video too, how drones are the key to help fighting wildfires. People have a negative viewpoint against them. Well, when the professionals use them, they're a huge bonus, and when idiots use them, they're a huge negative. But where is this morning's briefing? I think I just had the Yeah, 9 hours ago, Klamath National Forest had a. Oh, is that that's an antelope fire update? We'll cue that up next. We'll do Caldor and such too. There's the McCash. Well, we've got a bunch of videos to watch. So here was the morning update for September 10th. Here we go. For the river complex, we'll keep doing.
Good morning, Maddie.
We'll keep doing our roundup here, and this is. Oh, it's only 6 minutes long. Doesn't seem that bad. Let's look.
Good morning, Maddie. Here in operations with Team 13. It's Friday morning. Giving you an operational update for the river complex. Starting up in Branch 1, the Cronin fire. All lines are continuing to hold very well. There is a possibility of some smoking logs here and there. We'll continue a patrol presence with a Type 6 fire engine for the coming days. Down into Branch 10, Cecilville Road, along the river. Lines are holding very well. Last night we did have a heat signature up high in the red salmon complex. There was a green finger, so we're going to monitor that today and see what it's doing. We did get widespread moisture across the entire incident, so it's going to give us a great day to get in and pick up some ground. Through the center of the fire, northern edge of the fire, all lines are holding well. We're continuing to backhaul fire equipment and repurpose it to other portions of the incident. Up towards Carter Meadows Summit, the line that has been held for the last couple days is going to be looking good along Carter Meadows Road. Going to get in there and patrol, monitor, mop up where appropriate. Off the summit where we had spot fires and slopovers, we pushed dozer lines down the ridge system, tying it back into Cecilville Road, encompassing all spot fires. Hand crews are going to go in today and cut direct hand lines, tying the switchbacks together. They're going to work on opening a dozer line on the north end of the drainage. Get that pushed in today. We will have one spot fire just outside of that crews will go direct with hose and hand crews, which will be encompassing all spot fires south of the dozer lines and containment lines. Late yesterday evening, last night, fire became very active on the north side of Craggy Peak. Was spot fires out ahead of itself, and fire was running back into itself. Fire is across Bolivar Road system, so today it's pretty low on the slope. Folks are going to get in there and they're going to work on connecting this skid roads together with direct hand line or dozer line where appropriate. Again, we had moisture in this area, so it should give us a great opportunity to get up on the edge and really pick up some ground. High priority today in Division Mike. Out through the center of the fire, we're going to get folks out to Mosquito Lake first thing this morning and see how close the fire is. They're going to reinforce the pumps, fill the pumps back up, or the fuel back up for the pumps for the sprinkler systems, and see how close fire's edge is to the properties. And if it is close, we'll start performing mop-up on the edges of the meadows. Down into Division November, yesterday's shift out of Coffee Creek Road, we put direct hand line up to the switchbacks just west of Prospector Road. They're having good success with direct hand line, tying back into Billy's Peak Road here. They're working it back up high, direct hand line out to this point. Today they're going to work on opening and reinforcing some skid roads, and they're going to continue pushing direct lines, keeping the fire up on the slopes and away from the communities. Continue a presence down around Eagle Creek Loop, which is down here. And they're going to look at opportunities to connect some of these roads and then put hand line across and keep getting it up higher and higher and pushing it out further away. South of Coffee Creek Road into Division Quebec, crews again anchored out of the bottom of the river. They're taking direct hand line around the fire's edge, back up to the skid roads, working the skid roads out, connecting dots. They made it a third of the way up the slope, roughly into here. Their objective is to work back up towards this green dozer line that is holding currently, but we need to connect some dots, and they're working up towards DP 57, and then they're going to work it out up and towards Boulder Lake. Once we get to Boulder Lake, this is all holding, and we've been working aircraft up here, and we need to get it to the lake and secure it into all the rock that we have out through here that works its way around towards the Parker Spot. Parker Spot, the folks that are staying up there got quite a bit of moisture in the high country, so everything is very wet. They're going to continue holding our direct containment lines down through the Parker Meadow. We did increase containment along Swift Creek Trail, and then this has all been holding. We did have a couple slopovers of the trail a couple days ago, so they'll continue to work that. We have direct hand line off the trail system up towards Sunrise Creek, French Cove. Once the ground dries out a bit, we'll get back up there and reinforce those lines. There was a couple areas that the fire had creeped through the lines, so they're going to continue to improve that once it's safe to do so. The prep along Swift Creek Trail is completed and has been, and it will be a contingency line for the time being. There are Josephine Lake, where we had the smoke jumpers, that is all holding very well. We now have a module from the Klamath Hotshots working their way out to the trails, and they're going to really button that up in the next 2 days or so. The crews also continue to prep out the Swift Creek Trail as a contingency line. They've made it about 2 miles, and then this is going to continue down towards DP 60, towards Preacher Meadow, which will connect us back to the SPI and forest contingency lines up above the communities, back up towards Coffee Creek. We have additional contingency lines in place, and we're going to increase those in the coming days. Priority for aircraft today, rotor wing, heavy heli-tankers, and Type 2 aircraft will be working in Coffee Creek, supporting direct actions out of the bottom. When we can get it, I'm still trying to get retardant with air visibility, wanting to put retardant right on the edges of the fire's edge in the communities. Both sides of Coffee Creek, north and south, high priority for aircraft working out of the Trinity River. Division Mike will also be a high priority to get aircraft in, and today may be the first day we were able to do that, and it'll support the direct actions within the community of Callahan. We continue to have Coffee Structure Group in place. They'll be continuing to secure fire's edges around properties, and then Callahan Structure Group is in place, and they are in place and ready if things were to start moving around, and they'll reinforce preparations throughout the community. That's where we're at, and thank you.
Yeah, you're right, John. Thanks for the link again. This is U.S. Forest Service, Klamath National Forest. We have other videos to watch. I think this is very good. This is kind of a polar opposite of, a filming style. If you get real intimately close like this, where you can zoom in real carefully and show what's being what's going on at the map. This requires a huge amount of behind-the-scene workings that the public doesn't really realize. If you're going to get this close and work that closely, they've practiced this again and again with the person behind the camera and the speaker and presenter. It's very difficult to get this all in focus, to make it to kind of move along with the person showing something, to not make people car sick, to maintain that focus, to maintain the sound good, the cooperation of everybody else in the room, to keep it to a murmur or to shut up while we're filming, and to get 6 and 8 solid minutes of that without a screw up is actually pretty amazing camera work and pretty good smooth narration. So he's an accomplished speaker and presenter, and explaining just what's going on where. This is pretty amazing. You normally see cameras just planted on a tripod and somebody gets up in front, and this is I respect this very much. So there's a lot of unsung heroes behind the scenes, like doing camera work and getting the information to the public, who are very important, as far as media production goes. So that's pretty amazing. Mad respect here for their communication here. So we will be going on to the next couple of videos. That was the River Fire morning update, which matters, explaining every single day what has happened. I slept through that, and I wanted to figure out for myself what was going on, what their strategies are. Everything sounds like things are going pretty well. They have other videos about drones saving homes during wildfires, which I think we should look at. That's 3 minutes. We have a 3-minute Antelope Fire morning update. We have a 3-minute McCash Fire update posted today, and then I think we'll go ahead and do the Caldor. So let's look at this drone vid.
Currently the fire is out about a mile to half a mile, and so we can go up in these conditions, these smoky conditions, and fly. We can also fly at night, and so with the infrared camera. And so what we've been doing here the last hour or so is basically bringing that fire closer to the control lines, so then at that point in time the crews on the ground can take over. So this is the aircraft itself. This is the M600. It's got 6 props on it. We've got 3 satellite GPS unit, kind of so the aircraft can talk to the satellites and keep position itself. It will hold up to 400 of these plastic spheres, which contain potassium permanganate in them. We've got a needle attached to it, which will inject the balls with the ethylene glycol. A chemical reaction happens. And so within that, about 25 to 30 seconds later, the ball will ignite on fire. So that gives us an amount of time based off our altitude that we're at, usually about 800,000 feet. Ball hits the ground and then ignites. We have the spacing at about 25, 30 feet. So every 25, 30 feet, there'll be a ball on the ground as we're kind of flying along our lines. And then that's your fire line that we'll step it down and just keep doing that until we get to a point where the crews can then take it over. This is what we've done today as far as dropping the plastic spheres onto the fire. Last night we were in St. Clair, brought the fire closer. Crews brought it down the hand line. The fire was able to back down that about 500 feet. So then this morning we came in and filled in the rest. So everything kind of just comes together, right? Armored aircraft. Six spinning, taking off. Okay, we're ready to fire. Just gonna run that strip.
Yeah, show me what, are you gonna go even lower than that? I think we're good with it. Yeah. Do you want to go midway between your line and the creek?
If crews were to come in here and light from the bottom, you still have all this unburned area where they could send head fire up, which then is not good for the landscape of the forest, right? We kind of want a nice backing fire, kind of a control burn of sorts. Low intensity to moderate intensity where we're not torching trees out, sending crown fires up the slope, basically.
Okay, so I should have introduced what that was going to be. I thought it was their spy drones, the ones at Recon. That's actually one of the backfire setting drones. And here, this should give people a reassurance. You see how mild and lazy this fire is? What he's explaining is how they can use drones to quickly set their backfires where they want them with precision. Because if they were to set the fire in, this is a firefighting technique. They know the big head of the fire is roaring this way, and next day there's going to be lots of windy conditions. It'll light all these trees on fire. It'll be devastating unless they can burn off the brush ahead of the fire, and then they have a much better chance of holding the lines and keeping it from jumping over that creek. So they kind of gestured where here's the fire approaching from the south portion right here, down here. And so they need to light this area on fire. Why? To protect this area. So if they do a controlled, a nice and easy manner here, if they burn off the duff on the ground, the goal is let's burn off the pine needles on the ground, the brush, the little baby trees have to be sacrificed, unfortunately, but just the brushy stuff, the stuff that'll pop right back in the landscape a year later. That's all fuel for the fire that'll make it so intense that the trees will catch. In order for a tall tree to catch, it has to have stuff burning at its base, like for a long period of time and fiercely. And if there's winds, then the flames are going to climb. They're going to climb up the tree. So the strategy is let's burn that stuff off when it's really mild weather and when the wind is favorable. See how the wind is blowing that way, to the south at that moment, away from where they away from where they don't want the fire to the north, right? So the main fire is way back here, but they're going to do a control in the, whenever it's appropriate, early morning or late evening or after dark, whenever there's not much winds and when the winds are going the right way, they're going to burn this brush off. And then what is that going to do? When the main fire comes here and starts raining embers, and they land in the landscape, they're not going to land on much to burn because it won't be there. Anywhere it does land, it might make a spot and they can just chase after it and deal with it. Like this stuff right here, unless they burn that off, it'll probably take right there on that little rock. But that's the whole firefighting strategy. If they keep it slow and low, like low intensity and slow spread, that they're saving all these trees. They're saving all these mature trees because it takes kindling stacked at the base of them for them to go up in flames. And so they're getting rid of that. So what the miracle of the drone is doing is it's putting it just where they want it. The alternative before drones would have been, well, they would have just lit it all here at the base, and everything they didn't want to burn would probably go up in smoke. But they're using this new technology to not only put the fire where they want and save more of the landscape, save more of the environment, but they're also, you see those hand crews down there? They don't need to hike up in here and do crazy stuff, saving their energy, saving their strength, so they can just go back to their job rather than in the past they'd have to hike up there or try to randomly shoot the equivalent of flare guns at the hoping for the best in the past. And this new technology is for our new era. You can also see how it can see through the smoke, even if they're not dropping the incendiary ping pong balls. Basically, it can see through the smoke and see where the hot spots are in the landscape, and they can watch each other's backs that way and say, hey, dude, Larry, behind you, up on the slope, you can't see it, but the drone sees it. There's some heat. Get away from there. You might have some trees shatter apart any moment there. We can see through the trunks of the trees, see the fire inside of them. You can actually see a little bit of it, and some of the trunks of the trees here are having fire in them that you can't see from the ground. And say, dude, that thing is a hazard. Get away from it. So this is keeping everybody safe, and I think that's pretty awesome. In the future, they won't have a payload of ping pong balls. They may have some fire suppression payloads. We'll have some firefighting drones in the future. They're coming down the pipe, but for now we want to go back and look at the other videos.
We have the space.
Hang on a second. The other videos we have for our video roundup is we have any questions on that, by the way? Yeah, firefighting drones. Drones in the hands of the experts are the things that are making everything better. It's just that, and they coordinate with air attack. So when I fly a drone just for filming, I have a duty to call the nearest airport and tell them, hey, here's my operations. This is my exact location, longitude and latitude. This is the height that I'm going to be flying. So air traffic control tells all airplanes, don't get low to the ground over there, and all helicopters, right? So the problem with illegal flying of drones, it's illegal for any for any civilian here with no business doing it to put a drone in the air. It's because they haven't checked in with aircraft traffic control, so they can't tell where that drone's supposed to be. They have to ground all aircraft, and that's why it's so bad for people to just do it randomly. But if you are a drone pilot, you can go and offer your drone to the nearest local fire station and say, hey, would you like to borrow it? They might just want to. You might just help them keep track of the fire, especially the low budget firehouses, like the volunteer ones out in the rural communities. But really, we're gonna have an easier time fighting fires in the future because of technology like that. So let's go to the next couple of videos. We got an antelope fire update that was from 9 hours ago. It's still important to watch all of these. Then we'll do another one that's 2 more minutes. Then we'll do the Caldor. So let me
Hi, I'm
change
Heather
this.
McCrae, Operations Section Chief with California Team 10 here on the Antelope Fire with an update for you today. Yesterday on the west and southwest side of the fire, we continued with patrolling and mopping up. All the edges of the fire are really secure. Crews found a little bit of heat in the interior and got that good and mopped up. Over the next couple days, we're actually going to be able to start downsizing that area and moving resources to other parts of the fire. On the southern part of the fire, in the Red Cap Mountain area, we also continued with good mop up in there. We had some direct dozer line that went up to the northeast towards Pumice, and that we did get a couple spots across that line yesterday, but got in and got those good and mopped up. So that area is looking real secure. Yesterday we did have a very significant growth to the north, and that also continued last night with another push that came up into the Three Sisters area. Today we're getting folks in. We did get quite a bit of precip last night, and so we're getting in there today and trying to take advantage of the weather and do some more direct line construction. We've got dozers and crews going in today and grabbing the fire's edge and building line directly along the perimeter of the fire. Yesterday we were able to do some dozer line construction right along the forest private boundary, so attempting to keep fire out of the structures there. And that work will also continue today. Over on the east side of the fire, last night and yesterday as well, the fire did continue to move to the northeast, pretty significantly into lava beds, and so we're trying to get in there today and see what opportunities we have. We are being very respectful of the objectives in the park, and so only hand line will be used in there to stop the fire spread. Also trying on the forest to use direct line construction for the part of the fire that came across the 49 road. Want to get that hooked back in and tied back into the 49 road. Everything is still looking really good at Medicine Lake. No impacts to any of the facilities there, and the Little Mount Hoffman lookout is still in good shape as well. Thanks for all of your continued support. Have a great day, and we'll be back tomorrow with another update.
Yay! So I like the wording, going direct. That's also very positive. That's what this amazing, wetter than expected, overall super positive weather event that we had with these storms. I can't tell you how relieved I am that these dumped water more than lightning on the landscape. And boy, it can be a major tide turning moment with the fight. We either were going to get one of two things: extreme expansion, extreme chaos with this, and extreme dryness, an extreme amount of new fires, or we were going to have an extremely lucky streak, and we got the lucky one. So it's speed bumping these fires, giving them time to, and time is all they need. Time to try to get a handle on things, complete their preparations, complete their defenses before the next big wind event. We're going to have a dry week next week, but wow, this is we're watching these videos mainly because there's not that much to track right now. There's not many heat detections, which is so wonderful. We have another cool, somewhat calm night tonight where they have a huge amount of time to get ahead of things. And it's still pretty humid. Fires will be struggling right now, actually, to do much where it's been wet. However, that of course will dry out tomorrow, and we'll be back to heat and smoke and bad air. But for the moment, we're celebrating our mini victory. So let's go to the McCash fire update. This is very brief too. Let's take a look. And I should turn the sound on. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
Good morning. Welcome to your McCash Fire update for Friday, September 10th. The McCash Fire is currently 71,236 acres. The Little Marble Fire is 17 acres. McCash Fire is 13% contained, 0% containment on the Little Marble Fire. At this time, I'd like to introduce Adam Hyder to give you the operations update.
Good morning. I have the morning operational briefing from the McCash Fire. Starting off down on the south end of the fire, we had crews brushing out and improving the road coming down just east of Sums Bar and north of the Salmon River Break. They're looking at potential lines to tie down into the river system and good usable lines that we can use to protect Sums Bar. They're also going to be scouting the other side of the Salmon River, taking a look at all the structures and what features we have to use as holding lines out throughout that country. Coming up and around the 96 corridor, the structure group that's been in there is still assessing structures, prepping structures, moving equipment around, and getting ready in case this fire gets a lot bigger. And they've been working all the way up to Happy Camp. I've been doing a lot of work on the south end of Happy Camp. Today they're going to be looking at inserting a high volume pump in different areas to use as water sources. A lot of the fire resources are using the China Grade Road. They're going to be prepping that using a lot of heavy equipment. There's been a lot of traffic in that area, and coming all the way over to the northeast side of the fire towards Grider Ridge. So we got a lot of folks up in that area, a lot of heavy equipment. There's a lot of traffic. So we'd ask the local folks to try to stay out of that area if possible, if you're not a local resident, so that we're not congesting those small, narrow roads. Coming down off to the east side, we haven't had a lot of movement in some of these areas. We did get a Wildfire module into the Little Marble fire, estimated to be about 20 acres. A large portion of the fire is burned into a rock scree, so those folks will be in there for quite a few days trying to button that thing up so it doesn't spread any further. And that's the briefing for today.
Thanks for joining us this morning. For all current information, please visit the McCash Fire Insta website, the Six Rivers National Forest Facebook page, and the Klamath National Forest Facebook page.
Uh-oh. I'm in the other room right now. I'll be right with you. I went over to get a sweater and got caught out here. Let me be right back. It's kind of cool tonight. I like it. I like the fresh, cool air. Nice welcome change. Hopefully fall will be early. Can we hope? It's not scheduled to be early, but well, we can hope, right? Let's head for the Caldor meeting now. Let's go to, I think that's it for Klamath National Forest, which is a wealth of info and videos here. Really good ones. They had a 6:15 p.m. update just a couple hours ago. They said as the Klamath National Forest continued wet and cool weather persisted longer than anticipated throughout the day today. It mitigated fire behavior and allowed firefighters to make good progress. That's great. That's the update for the Antelope. Crews focused on stopping forward progress at the head of the fire and south of the residences in Poverty Flat. The fire has continued to burn in 2 narrow stringers throughout the area. Firefighters are working directly along the active edge, using hand crews and dozer lines to suppress the fire. Fire behavior is considerably lessened in the Lava Beds National Monument as well, and crews worked along the active edges of the fire where possible to make sure the perimeter is cold and out. Cooler, wetter weather is expected to persist throughout this week on the Antelope Fire, with good humidity recovery predicted overnight. Winds expected to remain light. That's just good. So we do we have any more? I think that's it for Klamath National Forest. We can go back to let's see, that was our thing in Oregon. We can go to, oh, look at that little boo-boo. That's adorable. Caldor update is, that's Cal Fire Amador El Dorado unit, I believe is where we get these videos. Let's set it up, and my food is here. I'm hoping that it's going to be no onions. Really hoping. Yeah, here's the West Zone meeting. That was 5 p.m. Let me update. Our bottom static message. So this was West Zone Caldor, 5 p.m. today. Let's see, when does it really begin? Come on now.
Fall down through Wildfire to history for the public.
Okay.
Towards the Q.
All right.
As always, I would like to point you towards the QR code on your screen. You can point your camera on your cell phone at that QR code, and it will lead you to additional links that will be of interest to the community that have been established as part of this incident. Again, we do maintain 2 information phone lines, one for the public, one for the media. The public can call 530-303-2455, and that phone number will be answered between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. The second number has been established for our media cooperators. They can dial 530-806-3212, and that number will be answered 24 hours a day. The Caldor fire stands at 218,459 acres and is still the 15th largest fire in California history. We are currently 53% contained, and there are 4,028 personnel assigned. Approximately halfway through our presentation today, we will open to Q&A from the public. If you do have questions, please submit them in the Zoom chat function as well as the Facebook chat function, however you may be watching. But please, we do ask that you indicate whether the question is for the PIO East or the PIO West. And now, our first presenter will be Operations for the West Zone, Beal Monday. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Beal Monday with National Incident Management Organization Team 2 and representing CAL FIRE Team 2. So we'll give you a rundown on what's been going on today and where we're going into our operational period this afternoon and to tomorrow. So I'll start over here on the map over in the Kirkwood area. Big focus, as I mentioned yesterday, we've got a lot of crews, a lot of engines down here, really trying to get this piece of fire secured down here along the Highway 88 corridor and around Kirkwood Lake itself. So things are looking real well. I just got off the phone with the guys that are over there. We're anticipating to add some containment into tomorrow's shift over here around on the east side of Kirkwood and then down here on the Highway 88 corridor. Still a lot of work needs to be done when it comes to some of this fire suppression repair. Like I've been mentioning, the logs that we have adjacent to the roads, all the hazard trees that are continuing to fall down through there. So even though we're continuing to increase our containment on the fire, there's still the fire weakened trees and all the other associated hazards that go along with that that are still giving us delays on being able to fully get this area opened up in here. So we're continuing to progress, but it's still taking us a few days to be able to lock this piece of country completely in. Moving around the bottom of the fire, all through Division Alpha Delta, Sly Park area. As I've been mentioning the last couple of days, fire activity is very minimal. Fortunately, we got some good rain in there last night. A lot of those smokes that you guys are seeing, they're starting to diminish. Those stump holes, those snags are starting to fall over in the interior as they've been burning for a few days. So we haven't been getting as many service calls down here, but just know we still have a lot of resources down here, and if you do see stuff that doesn't quite look right, please give us a shout, and we'll make sure that we get some folks in there to take care of that for you. Coming up the Highway 88 or Highway 50 corridor, I'm sorry. Again, the hazard trees are a common thing for us. We've got multiple crews out there, heavy equipment trying to take care of all those fire weakened trees, all the way from Brush Ponds all the way up to Echo Summit. I mean, there's hazard trees constantly in and around all the tracks, all those fire weakened trees. We're trying to make sure all those hazards are mitigated so we can try to get folks back in there as soon as possible. And then coming up into Division India, again, we got some substantial rain up here. I think it was around 2/10 or so is what I got reported back to us. This is looking good. We were able to fly some crews up there early this morning, and they're continuing to work this fire's edge all the way back down towards Wright Lake. So things are progressing there with that moisture that we had, really helped us out. Higher humidities, a little bit of rain. We did have some wind today that we had to ground our aircraft for a short amount of time, but they're back up there flying as we speak, trying to help the firefighters up here in Division, India, and then down here around Kirkwood, try to get that fire under control. So that's what I have for today. Tomorrow's much of the same, really focusing in on trying to get the fire secured down here around the Kirkwood area, and then up here around Wrights Lake and up into the Desolation Wilderness. Have a great afternoon, and I'll turn it over to Greg with law enforcement.
Good evening, Lieutenant Greg Stark, Incident Team 2, Law Liaison. So we were able to lift the warning order for Jenkinson Lake Slide Park area. There's still a road closure for the Mormon Immigrant Trail. The Forest Service still has a closure due to the fire for all forest land, so check with your local forest representatives for access. However, this is still completely closed. I'd like to thank the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office for coordinating all the mutual aid for the patrols in the warning and mandatory areas, making sure that everything's going smoothly in there. Now I'd like to turn it over to Unified Incident Commander Annalee Burlow.
Thanks, Greg. Good evening, everyone. Annalee Burlew. I'm one of the incident commanders for Incident Management Team 2, and I'm proudly serving as part of the Unified Incident Command for the Caldor incident. So Beal had some good points. We were very fortunate last night with the moisture that we received over our incident. And but with that, we can't let that lull us into a sense of complacency. We got a lot of lightning with that as well. So in Northern California and Central California, we received over 3,000 lightning strikes in the last 24 hours. And we remain in this red flag warning until 2300 hours or 11 o'clock this evening. So we still are getting lots of winds, and we need to consider that. Also, the moisture we got, while it is super helpful for our resources out there on the fire line today, very quickly those fuels will dry out, and we're going to be right back where we were with our low fuel moistures and our critically dry fuels. And so it's very important that our resources on the ground are recognizing that, and our public recognizes that. This is not a season-ending event, unfortunately. This just gave us a little bit of opportunity today to get in and do some really good work to continue to round the corner and getting this thing continue to button up. We understand the impacts of the closures of Highway 50 and Highway 88, and please know in each of our briefings, constantly with our operational resources, we are talking about the importance of getting those highways open, getting these communities repopulated. We understand the impact to the supply chain, and we are doing everything we can to safely open those roads. Right now, because of the safety issues for our responders working in there, for our cooperators and our utility companies working in there, and for the safety issues with the public in driving those highways, that's why they are remaining closed. But we are doing everything in our power to work on getting those reopened. So please know that, and we appreciate your continuous patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass the presentation to our partners over on the East Zone from California Interagency Incident Management Team 4. Sean, take it away.
All right, great. Thanks very much, Isaac. And welcome everybody to...
Oh my God, I just had a small heart attack. Oh wow, did you see him flinch? I was ladling a little bit of the curry soup thing here into my other bowl, and I almost flung it across the room. Oh my God, wow. Let's go back and revel in that. That was pretty hilarious.
Incident Management Team 4. Sean, take it away.
All right, great. Thanks very much, Isaac.
Sorry, guys. If you were falling asleep, you're no longer. Oh, wow. Okay. So these meetings continue to be plagued by audio problems, but did you see his face? He's like, ah. So, I'm going to mute it, and let's just watch his facial expression. Watch this. Here we go. Here he is. La la la. And did I go past it too much? Okay. Yeah, he was just about to introduce him. Watch his face. Ah! Okay. Now, okay, I'll turn it now safely. We're beyond it. We're beyond it. Okay, everybody settle down. Calm down. Calm your pulse. Okay, here we go.
For both the east and the west zones, if you could just put east in your question or west in your question, depending on who you think that question is aimed at. So with that said, I want to bring up Operations Section Chief Kyle Jacobson.
Good evening. I'd just like to start by reiterating some of the points that the West Zone made. The weather did help our firefighters today in bringing up the relative humidities and putting a little moisture on that ground, but that moisture was widely varied in the amounts that we received on the fire. In addition to getting a little bit of moisture, we also got a bunch of lightning. Just here in the Lake Tahoe Basin, we had 4 new starts from lightning. All of those are contained right now, but we're expecting more starts in the upcoming days. So it has been beneficial, but it has also drained a few resources from our firefighting efforts here on the Caldor fire. We'll start up in kind of the Christmas Valley area. Resources are continuing to try and make this area safe. We have several falling modules in the area, removing hazard trees, doing everything we can to make sure we can get the community back as soon as possible. Fire continues to remain in its current footprint through upper and lower Echo Lakes. We are putting a lot of emphasis on making sure we get this mopped up, have approximately 50 feet mopped up now. We're trying to increase the depth on that. As we move west of Echo Lakes, we have multiple crews engaged out in the wilderness area, really trying to secure everything we can around here. What we're really trying to do is prevent any threat from the North Upper Truckee area. With these critically dry fuels we have, we can see spot fires quickly get established and move. So we really want to make sure that we prevent any northern progression and reduce any threat to the North Upper Truckee area. We also have inserted resources further west in the Ralston Peak area, a wildfire module. They specialize in work out in the wilderness, spike camps, and being away from any kind of support services. So we've got them out here trying to do what they can to cut off any heat from any further northerly progression. As we move through Myers Power Line, all the way up through High Meadows, everything continues to hold in its current footprint. These lines have been really wind tested today. We've seen 50-mile-an-hour winds in here. Right now, our lines are all holding, so we're feeling a lot better about this area. As we move through Trimmer Peak, all the way down to Saxon Creek, everything continues to hold. We do have a little pocket of heat here that we've had a hotshot crew in here working all day today. So we're really getting this mopped up and trying to secure this all the way down into Luther Spires. As we move towards Scout Peak, line production does continue to the southwest. They've been able to bring direct line all the way down into the Sales Canyon area, and we're going to continue working that. We also got resources into the Spot Fire area today. That area is approximately 70 acres in size. There is rock kind of at the head of it, but we're going to go ahead and do everything we can to secure that area. As we move over into Drop Point 68, which is right in the Strawberry Creek area, we have crews working both to the west and east in this area. We've been able to get hose lays in behind the line construction, so they're in there mopping up and securing the line where they can. We also found a spot to insert some dozers, so we're going to be working some dozers back towards the crews, trying to increase the speed on that line production and really secure everything that we can in here as fast as possible. We have seen some activity in the Strawberry Creek area. There is a heavy pocket of timber. That's why we're really putting some emphasis on this area. As we move down into Caples Lake, everything continues to hold on the south side of this big, large finger here. We're really mopping up heavy on this east side with that predominant southwest flow to make sure we have everything secured. We've also been continuing to push direct line to the west, doing everything we can to secure around the corner and work towards the resources that are working in the west zone. Just wanted to remind everybody we're doing everything possible to get you back as soon as we possibly can. We're evaluating this on a daily basis, trying to reduce the threat to any of the communities, really focusing our efforts in those areas to get you back as soon as possible. Thank you.
That's great information there, Kyle. Thank you very much. Next up, I'd like to invite and introduce to you from South Tahoe Refuse and Recycling Services, Sustainability Manager, Jeanette Tillman.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for having us. We really appreciate it. South Tahoe Refuse and Recycling is your local hauler here. So we do cover the El Dorado County portion, the city of South Lake Tahoe, as well as Douglas County. We have actually been fortunate enough to maintain at least a minimum of collection services throughout this incident, and that is with the support of all the local authorities here. So we really appreciate that. As of Monday this past week, we were able to manage our regular collection routes. So whether you are in an evacuated area or if you have been repopulated, we've been able to maintain our regular service there to collect your garbage. The hope is that you don't come home to a bunch of garbage there. For those people that have been evacuated and have lost power, we're getting a lot of calls about what do we do with all of our food waste or our spoiled food. So what we have, if you want to bring your food waste, just food only, no contamination, please, we have been set up at our transfer station at 2140 Ruth Avenue, where you can bring all the food waste you want at no charge. We also have some mini transfer stations set out amongst the community. One is in Round Hill at Elks Point, Station 23 for those Nevada residents. We also have a truck at Bijou Park that is available for you to bring any extra volumes of garbage that you might have, again, at no charge. And our transfer station is open 7 days a week right now from 8 to 5. So you can bring anything and everything down to the transfer station if you have extra garbage. We're really encouraging people not to put food waste in the garbage if at all possible, because you may have heard that we have a bear issue around here. So it is encouraging bears, if they smell it, or if you have garbage out that day and there's a lot of food in there, they're going to get into it. So if you cannot put your garbage out till the 7 a.m. Of your collection day, that really helps us. It helps to mitigate some of the animal messes and allows for us to get collected properly. So we are going to be open this weekend at Bijou Park and the Station 23 out at Douglas County, and also at Holiday Market on the west side. You're going to see, if you're in the Myers area, that facility is going to be set up for you so that you can bring your garbage there, solid waste, any kind of garbage that you need to dump, they'll be waiting for you there. We're really trying to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to get rid of the extra garbage, maintain a garbage service, and keep the community clean as much as possible. We are having a lot of bear incidents, whether they're in your house or they're in your garbage or getting into your garage. So I do want to take a minute, sorry, but I think I speak on behalf of the community that you guys have done such an incredible job. And there are no words, there's not enough. Love to send around to all of you for everything that you've done to protect our home and community. And we're just beyond grateful. So if you have any questions, please go to our website at www.southtahorefuse.com. We keep that updated. It has all of the addresses and the times available for excess garbage if you need to dump it. And also our Facebook. We keep everything updated there, as well as links to all the different agencies on what's going on with the fire. Again, thank you all so much. We just really appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Jeanette. And thank you for those kind words. As ever, my name is Sean Collins, a Public Information Officer with California Interagency Incident Management Team 4. And so next up, a returning guest from Southwest Supervisor District Operations, Jimmy Smith.
I'm a returning guest, but I keep talking about the same thing over and over again. So as the fire was coming into South Lake Tahoe, we turned off the gas to the area that's known as Christmas Valley. And the way we did that is we turned some valves. It's easy for us to turn off a large geographical area. And that's what we did as the fire was approaching, because it was a very good precautionary move. As the fire moved around the town, we were able to maintain service everywhere else. So as folks are returning to the open areas, for those of you that turned off your gas as a precaution when you left, please give us a call. Our business office number is 877-860-6020. Again, that number is 877-860-6020. What we want to do is send a service technician out to you so we can get your gas turned on safely and verify that your appliances are working properly. At Southwest Gas, your safety is our primary concern. It's just like everybody else here on this incident. Safety is everything. So when you get home, if you smell gas or if you suspect a gas leak, please leave the area you're in, leave the building you're in, call 911 and call Southwest Gas at that same number, and we'll get the resources there to make sure everything's safe. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jimmy. And as we start to get our last guest up, I just want to remind everybody that the Lake Tahoe Basement Management Unit has their own Facebook, and we are putting up specific information, particularly in the morning time, about operations that's happening on the East Zone. So if you're particularly interested in knowing that information, come to our Facebook page. We will be sharing all the other information that is around, but you'll be able to answer us, ask us specific questions that we'll be able to hopefully answer you. Next up, our last guest will be Incident Commander Rocky Opliger.
Good evening. My name is Rocky Opliger. I'm the Incident Commander for California Interagency Incident Management Team 4. Again, I want to thank all our presenters for sharing all the information that they have on what the fire is currently doing and what the plans are as we take a look at the futuring of this fire and the great work that has been done by all of our cooperators. You know, every day we meet with various cooperators, both the law enforcement component, our fire components, but most importantly, a lot of the cooperators responsible for essential power, as we heard refuge, we've heard gas, we have our power utility companies, and really we're trying to put ourselves in the best position to get that opportunity when our fire folks say it's the right time, that we can lift those current evacuation orders, certainly going from an order to a warning that allows our local residents to come back in and eventually to lift all the orders completely. You know, one thing that I wanted to talk about is that there's many folks that are working this fire from both our cooperators and actual firefighters and law enforcement on the ground that live here. And we think about those impacts that many of you are evacuated. Well, guess what? Many of them are evacuated too. And it always impresses me that they are evacuated. They've been impacted by the same thing that each and every one of you face, yet they're here every day to continue the efforts because they also want to get home. So, you know, as a team coming in and seeing what we've faced throughout the Western United States this year, and just the amazing job that where we are today, that we are looking at that potential future that we're going to allow you to get back into your communities. So on behalf of California Interagency Incident Management Team 4, and Unified Command with CAL FIRE Team 2, as you heard on the West Zone, NEMO Team 2, it has been a collaborating effort working together. I mean, just like the Highway 50, the work that goes into it, the thousands of trees that have to be felled. And I talked last night about those secondary effects from the fire, not just the threat of the fire itself, but those other issues that you face around communities. And those are those trees, the fallen trees, the stump poles that have excessive heat in it. And every day our firefighters are on the ground working diligently to get those reduced to the point that we can get you back. And our highest priority is each and every one of you, your safety. And again, we know our law enforcement's the diligent days they are in holding those roadblocks and securing those and continue to check the areas to maintain security around the evacuated areas. It's just a lot of work that goes into where we are today. And we're hoping in the future after this wind event, that's going to give us that opportunity to reduce the evacuation orders and get you into your homes. So again, on behalf of California Interagency Incident Management Team 4, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Well, that concludes the presentations once again for this evening. I would like to remind everybody that we do have representatives from our local law enforcement and fire departments here. So if you have specific questions, they may well be able to answer those questions for you. And with that, we'll send it back over to Isaac.
Thank you, Sean. First up to answer some questions, again, that can be submitted via Zoom and Facebook chat, will be Bill Monday to discuss operations on the west side. Thank you.
Okay, got some great questions from you all this afternoon. So I'll start with the first one. When you perform structure protection, do you turn off propane tanks? And that's kind of a case-by-case answer, I guess. So if our fire crews get on scene and they see a large propane tank or a propane grill or something like that that's close to a house that could potentially pose a threat and there's time, then yes, we will try to shut those propane tanks off and or move them or your grill away from your house. So as folks start to repopulate and you might see, oh, your barbecue grill is not sitting where it was and the propane tank is set off to the side, that was probably our folks just making sure that that danger stayed clear away from your house. The larger propane tanks, much of the same. If there's time, we'll actually go in and physically cut a fire line around those propane tanks and shut the tanks off. So it's definitely worth listening and checking your propane tanks when you do repopulate. The next question, any new fires from last night? Yes. With the lightning storm that we had last night, we had 8 new fires. all lightning caused, and I think the largest one that I got the last report on was about 7 acres, and we had air support from this fire, all helping support those, and things that we haven't had any get out of the initial attack phase right now. So things are looking good there. The next one is, what is a snag? Great question. So we use some terminology here that probably some folks aren't too aware of. So a snag is basically a dead tree. So as you've been in the forest, you've seen trees that have died over time that are just old and they've died. But now we have the fire that has come through and has killed a lot more trees. So the ones that really cause a bigger threat are those trees that have died, that have been standing for a long period of time, but they're real punky and they're real susceptible to catch fire. And so those trees continue to burn and then they can fall over real easy. Now, as the fires burn through here, that has created a whole nother hazard with creating more snags. So they will not continue to live, then the root system starts to fail on them, and then they can potentially fall over. The next question is what is mopping up? Another slang term that we've used. So mopping up is basically extinguishing the fire, putting water right on the fire, taking a shovel, mixing it up, much like you would do if you go camping in a campfire ring. You pour the water and the hot stuff on the coals, stir it up real good till there's no heat left. So that's what we call mopping up. And then the next question is, any concerns about red flag winds and lightning expected tonight for heavenly, and any chance of evacuations? We do have the red flag warning that's extended through to tonight, but we are not anticipating any more evacuations through tonight or into tomorrow. Everything is sitting real good. Our fire lines are holding real well. We've got lots of resources in place, continually monitoring the situation. And that's the last question. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, a couple questions I received, some great questions. So the first one is, any progress identifying the cause of the fire? So right now our fire continues to be undetermined. We do have the El Dorado National Forest's fire investigation team is working on that fire and diligently trying to find a cause for this incident. How is the injured firefighter? So last night, Chief Carter, one of our other incident commanders, talked about the firefighter that was burned earlier in the incident, and we do know that he is continuing to recover. It's going to be a long road to recovery. Burn injuries can be very challenging and take a long time for our firefighters to recover from, but we are happy to know that he is with friends and family, and we continue to keep him in our thoughts, and we really appreciate all of you continuing to keep him in your thoughts as well. I also received a follow-up question on the Highway 50 closures. So as I spoke to earlier, Highway 50 is a huge priority for us to open. It remains closed because of safety issues to our responders, to our folks working on the ground, to our utility cooperators that are diligently in there trying to restore our power lines, our phone lines, our Caltrans partners that are trying to get those guardrails back up for us. And just like Beal just talked about, remember he talked about those snags, all those hazard trees that could fall. And that's a huge threat to all of us driving on that highway. And so that's why it remains closed, is for the safety of all of us. And so as we are able, we will begin to open sections of that highway once sections are mitigated from those hazards, and we continue to cooperate continuously throughout the day and then on a meeting on a daily basis with all of our cooperators on that. Even residential passes right now, we can't offer those because of the safety to those residents, and we just are not comfortable yet with residents going in there because of those safety concerns.
Thank you, Chief. That'll wrap up the question and answer period from the West Zone. I'd like to go ahead and pass it back to our partners in the East.
Thank you, Isaac. Just got to wait a second there for the ASL interpreter to catch up with us fast speakers over here. So first off, I'd like to give you a little bit more information. Southwest Gas telephone number. So if you guys are ready, it's 877-860-6020. That's 877-860-6020. First speaker I'd like to introduce to you from the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, Supervisor Gwen Sanchez.
Yeah, good afternoon. The question that came in is, what is a short and long-term plan to clean up fire impacted areas so that debris doesn't inundate Lake Tahoe? This is a great question. So as I said a couple days ago, I like to think about fire in terms of a 4-step process. The first step is suppressing the fire. The second step is emergency repair work. The third step is stabilization, emergency stabilization. And then the fourth step goes into that long-term recovery phase. So I currently have a team of different specialist areas, including hydrologists, as well as other specialty areas that have been organized and are on the ground deployed right now to look at the impacts of the Caldor fire. And they're going to come back to me with a recommendation of all of the different activities that are going to need to be accomplished over the next months and potentially years in an effort to not only repair the suppression damage, but also help with that stabilization of those soils and that debris, as well as the recovery phase of the Caldor incident. I will have that plan from those specialists probably within the next couple weeks. And we are currently already starting on that work on the ground. So this will be a long, ongoing effort. We are planning on bringing in a lot of our partners to be side by side with us within that effort, and looking forward to working with all of you in the public to make sure that we are doing what we need to do to keep our lake blue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwen. And next up to answer some operational questions, once again, Operations Section Chief Kyle Jacobson.
All right, we have a few questions here. The first question was, how close are we to securing the lines in Echo Lake so that the residents of North Upper Truckee can return? I would hate to give you a timeline on that. I don't want to put an unrealistic timeline on what's happening. As I mentioned before, we are evaluating that every day. We have increased the number of resources in there. That is one of our priority areas, and we're doing everything we can to secure that area and make sure that those residents can get back in. I just don't want to put a number out there and not be able to meet that number. So I can tell you we are doing everything possible. We are increasing the number of resources we have in that area to secure that line as quickly as possible. And then how soon before we will see black line in the Trimmer Peak area? As I mentioned, we did get a good test of winds today. Our lines are still holding. If we get through the rest of the day, I would anticipate that we see an increase in containment in this fire at some point tomorrow. Please tell us briefly about the location and status of the lightning fires in the basin, which is related to the next question on the status of the spot fires on the West Shore. I just want to be clear, we don't have spot fires on the West Shore. Those are new starts. Those are lightning starts that we had on the West Shore. They're in the Ward Creek, Blackwood, and McKinney areas, so kind of around Homewood. We also had a start in the Glenbrook area. All of those fires are currently contained. That does not mean those fires are out. We're going to be out there working on those fires for the next couple days, but we do have all of those fires lined, utilizing ground resources as well as aviation assets. That's all we had. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. And once again, we're going to bring up from yesterday for the El Dorado Sheriff's Office, Simon Brown.
All right, thank you. Just to reiterate, we just heard from Ops is we don't have an exact timeline for repopulating Tahoe Mountain, North Upper Truckee, Christmas Valley, and Echo Lake. So we're just waiting for the weather to come around to where we get it stabilized, to where fire's 100% certain that it's safe in those areas. I can't tell you exactly what day it's going to be, but I can tell you that we talk about it with fire, and we're never going to disagree on it. We're going to both agree that it's safe, and we'll do it at that time. So I'm hoping to give you good news in a few days, but we're not going to hold to any date at all. So please stay tuned. I posted some videos of some stumps and logs and trees that are still on fire throughout. So they're still smoldering. There's still stuff going on out there that's taking a lot of work to get that secured. So those guys are really working hard out there, and we all appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Brown. And with that, it's back to you, Isaac.
Sean, thank you. This is going to conclude our English version of the briefing this afternoon. But before we turn it over to our Spanish language translator, I would like to remind you that for tips on what you can do to prepare yourselves, your families, and of course your homes for wildfire, please visit readyforwildfire.org. And now I'd like to bring up to the microphone Marco Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes, vocero Marco Rodríguez con el incidente de Caldor, con un breve informativo acerca de lo que está pasando hoy.
Okay, if anybody needs the Spanish language edition, I just put that in the chat, but I'm going to stop that there, the Caldor meeting. I hate talking about my health. It's just boring and stupid, and the people that need fire info don't like hearing about it, and I don't like talking about it. But I want to be abundantly clear so I don't come across like as some sort of a spoiled brat, or I need to see the manager, Kern, or something. I'm pretty dang chill unless people attack me. Or if there's something that threatens my health, I am no longer pretty chill. I get pretty angry, and rightfully so, when somebody messes with my food in a way that could cause me extreme pain and or kill somebody, such as not following allergen restrictions. So I can't eat onions. Don't want to explain why not. I'm not a. People are asking me in chat about this. I just want to quickly explain this. I don't know what's wrong. It could be a true allergy. I don't go into anaphylactic shock, thank goodness, but it could be an actual allergy that I have, unknown. I used to eat them all the time as a kid, no problem. All of a sudden, I had this massive infection of E. coli that affected my gut. It was bad, extremely bad. I was nearly hospitalized for it. Had another food poisoning event when I was traveling in Spain that didn't make things any better. I've had abdominal surgeries. It's all just kind of fragile down there. It's extremely inflamed. It's an ongoing health crisis I got to figure out. I'm suffering malnutrition right now. I weigh around 92 pounds, but I'm 5'3". So do the math on how skeletal I kind of look right now. I can see all my own ribs. I don't like it. I'm trying to gain weight. This persistent ear infection is causing extreme nausea. It's hard to keep things down day after day. So when I have like 3 days of just like basically not eating, I have to chow down on anything that I can. And it's just been a challenge, a health challenge here. It's why I'm weak. It's why some days I just can't even really get out of bed to monitor the fires, and why I sound so bad. And I'm doing the best I can with the situation. And it's just breaking my heart when people, normally with food, onions being in everything, I just cook myself at home. But that's going to take a long time. It's going to take hours away from me being here covering the fires. So with your kind donations, I've been ordering food out, especially the kind that, like, a lot of it at a time where I could just reheat it. Good, nutritious food, so I can keep my energy up and keep doing this. I've only had 4 or 5 days off since I've been doing this since July 14th. I've actually been doing this longer than the fire crews. They have rotated in and out and had their vacations, and I haven't. I mean, they deserve them a lot more. They're the ones extremely tired from actual physical manual labor. But I haven't had days of rest, and so it's important I get good nutrition. So here, I actually suffer from extreme hunger and this weight loss, and I order something to be delivered with you guys' kind donations so that I don't have to stop and cook, because I'm frankly too weak to stand up and cook some days. It gets delivered. If there's gigantic onions in it, I can't eat it. It goes in the trash. I call friends and I try to have them come pick it up. And this has been happening again and again. This is like $200 worth of food that are basically going to go in the trash if I can't find anybody to come get it. Very clear instructions, no onions, again and again and again, and they're just being delivered. So that's the onion thing, where it just brings me to tears because I can smell it. It looks great. Every instinct says devour that right now, like a wolf eating, finding some food. And I can't. That's the frustration. I don't want to explain this too much. But once again, we got food delivered with onions, so I will probably have to go out tonight and just acquire my own stuff. It's after 10. I have some rice that came with it that I'm eating, but no, it's not a conspiracy to add onions to things. It's in everything. And if these notes aren't going through, maybe Uber notes like no onions please, allergy. If there's some problem with the app, it's not the restaurant's fault. But some of these restaurants, I think they don't give a damn, honestly. They haven't returned my calls, so I just heartbroken about that. When you guys go out of your way to help me, and there's like no way that this is working. I'll try different things. Like I'm pretty much done with Uber Eats. I think I may just do a bank thing and try to yank all the money back that I can. But they're not approaching me and replacing the meals, and I don't know what's going on. I'll just try the other delivery places, see if it's better. Try to get groceries delivered, but I'm just struggling to be able to maintain what I'm doing here. And that's just a summary. So I feel for anybody with dietary restrictions where I'm in the same boat as you. I never thought I'd have one, but everything changes. Just one meal with one lettuce, I get E. coli, and just my world changed. And my heart goes out to you. It's at least we're living in a better time where people are starting to understand that special dietary needs have to be addressed. Otherwise, it's like poison. So I'm not a brat. I'm not going, oh no, onions, I can't eat this food. I will be hospitalized if I consume onions, like I have been before. As best I can figure it out is that science is starting to understand that there's a whole new class of food poisoning bugs that you can get it and it stays with you the rest of your life unless I don't know what kind of treatments might be coming down the pipe, but I seem to be one of the unlucky persons. It's either sulfur or sulfite reducing bacteria infections, where hydrogen sulfide gas is what these bacteria in your gut do when they get sulfur foods, which is like onions are high in sulfur. So basically that is like an acid that gets produced in my gut when I consume onions thanks to these stupid bacteria. This is the best I can research so far. This is cutting edge science. They may not have effective treatments for this for a long time, but you can't understand the agony. It is like being stabbed and eviscerated. And I've fainted. I've absolutely fainted before and been rushed to the emergency room with like, what's going on? It's almost the same pain as when I had E. coli the first time. So I am not a brat. I just have extreme problems. Trying to take care of them. I wanted to get that out of the way so we don't ever have to have that conversation again. And back to the fires. We had a sobering video here. That they're saying, there's been new fires lit to the west of Lake Tahoe. And it's right now, like I was trying to explain, they're kind of like sleepers. If lightning does hit in wet ground, it doesn't mean that they're out. So like over here to the west of the lake in some areas, we'll have to watch that tomorrow, and the next day they'll kind of come to life. If there's not enough wetting rain, when lightning strikes the duff, which is the understory, the leaf litter, the pine needles, the leaves, and all the sticks, it'll be burning in that stuff, and it may even struggle to burn. You'll see really weak, wispy tendrils of smoke that may even kind of disappear for a little bit. But underneath all that layer that's moist is a fire it's just not moist enough to put it out. So it'll smolder. It'll sleep. What does it take for it to come back to life? Wind before it dies out, and heat before it dies out. So are we going to get that coming down the pipe the next week? We will. It'll be a bit more moist than usual, depending on where you are in these fires. However, it's not enough to put it out, so we'll see random big smoke shoot up in the landscape probably tomorrow afternoon or the next day. We can look at the weather, and that's what they're trying to warn us about. They didn't say the word sleeper fires, but that's what the term is. So we may have celebrated, oh, looks like there's so many lightning strikes, but no new fires. Some of them are just sleeping. Some of them are just sleeping. And unfortunately, if we don't get more moisture, which it doesn't look like we are, everything will dry out, and it'll go, oh, great, things are dry. Think I'll start burning for real now. So fingers crossed. We can hope that they slam them with aircraft. Many of those smaller spots will probably be contained and buttoned up really quick, because aircraft is most effective at doing that. You'll see them get helicopters out tomorrow. You'll see them splashing these spot fires as they start to appear on the landscape, probably the next day and probably the next day. But we should be prepared for a couple of them to maybe get big. It might be in different parts of the state. It might be Sequoia National Park. It might be unexpected places. But we had lots and lots of lightning. So we had really good news for these major fires where we had a lot of moisture drop on them. The double-edged sword is, what about the new ones? They'll sap some resources. And Frank says he didn't mention the tops of trees. Where, in what context? What was that? I need a couch and a psychiatrist. Confirmed. I think we all need the help of a frontier psychiatrist. So unless, oh yeah. There's these people, yeah, there's people like that everywhere. So if somebody has a question about my health, I can't answer it, otherwise I'll be attacked by a different sector. But you know what? I don't give a damn, actually. The people who would attack me for explaining my health problems, but what prevents me from doing a better job, then I don't give a damn, frankly. You're just not a reasonable person. I could sit here and pretend like I don't have health problems, but whenever I did a poor job, it would just look like I'm either lazy or not paying attention or not giving you guys the attention that you deserve with these fires, and I can't tolerate that. I have to explain to you what's going on my personal level so you don't feel neglected. I didn't sleep in today because fires weren't important for covering. I slept in because this is 60 days here on duty. And I'm starting to collapse a little bit, but I'm doing pretty well, considering. I think I'm doing pretty well. So I love it when these people rear their ugly heads and chat and start saying stuff like that, because boy, the moment I ban you, I don't have to deal with their crap going forward. It's such a relief. Please, guys, be a lot more vocal with your criticisms so I can just flick you off my skin like the bugs you are, man. You're so unimportant compared to the people I want to help here and everybody else in chat who is so supportive. I appreciate you all here, and I'm doing the best I can because I care about you. And yeah. And so what makes me a little bit angry about the thing is if I had a true food allergy, that can kill. I know people who have been hospitalized and nearly died, and there's such an importance to being sensitive to the things that can kill people. You wouldn't want to deliver a bee to somebody with an allergy to bees, you know. It's but at least the world's waking up to things, and more and more we have more options if we ever have a dietary problem. So I feel very sorry for the people with celiac sprue and Crohn's disease and others, where in the past they could almost find nothing to eat because of gluten being in everything. And so it's a new era. It's getting better, but it's still pretty dang frustrating. I never got the sensitivity and knew just quite how bad it was for other people suffering till I experienced it myself. So if you are suffering with those things, you're not alone. And it's You know, we're here as a big support group in general, not just for fires. You know, we're here to help each other. That's why we have this chat open. So yeah, Vanessa, if you're saying DoorDash has been good, then good. I'll try them next, and hopefully I don't have to be complaining anymore about things. So mate, you're good, all good. Thanks for the pats on the heads. So Frank says I can go catatonic if I consume MSG. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that. There's yeah. Oh, Cobra Commander, you win the prize. You just found my little Easter egg there. So Cobra Commander, let me give you the prize. Guys, did I miss a video? We were doing our video roundup. It feels like we're missing one. We did Antelope, Caldor, Dixie, McCash, River, Eagle Peak. I'm missing one. There's got to be one that we're missing. But yeah, let me give you your award. Frontier Psychiatrist is a sweet song. So that's the best way to deal with trolls. Here's your award. You have won the Kathryn award for the day. I'm so proud to present this to you, but please make your acceptance speech short. In fact, your acceptance speech can't be longer than 5 minutes. Wait, no, actually not longer than 5 sentences. No, actually not longer than 5 words. Never mind. Let's just make it 5 seconds. Oh, time's up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your speech. I'm just kidding. The McFarland and Monument. Okay. Yeah, we did the river. Where do we get those videos? Did they ever have them very... that was Trinity and Siskiyou. It would be Trinity National Forest. You're right, guys. I forgot those two. Shasta, Trinity. Okay. They don't have too many of these community meetings. Looks like it's this Sunday at 7. They're going to have some. And that's the next time we're going to get an update for the Antelope, I believe. I should go back and refer to my notes. But for the most part, we've just been reading the updates. Because that's, for the most part, what they've been delivering. They've been few and far between as far as videos. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, guys. Here we found one. So, this is a firefighting tactics video from 8 hours ago. So let me change this. Thanks so much. The display bottom static message. So the Shasta. Let's see. Monument fire video. Firefighting tactics 8 hours ago. All right, here we are.
Hello, my name is Nathan Judy, Information Officer for California Interagency Management Team 5. I come to you today because we want to address some unsettling rumors we've heard floating around, and to assure you that from the beginning of this fire, we have employed an aggressive full suppression strategy. That means we want to put this fire out. We want this thing extinguished as quickly as we can, but we have to do so safely. In doing so, the last thing we want to do is get a firefighter hurt or, heaven forbid, killed. The Monument fire started July 30th. Firefighters have been fighting this fire for almost 2 months and want nothing more than to put it out. Full suppression. We're not messing. We want this fire put out. And we have to use all the tools in our toolbox, including defensible firing tactics when warranted. We do not add fire to the landscape unless we have to, in defending your communities, your homes, and to save life and property. So let's talk about fire behavior and how and why we use the tools we do in fighting fire. Here to talk about fire behavior is Jeff Shelton, and about tactics, Alex McBath.
Hello, Jeff Shelton, Team 5 Fire Behavior. I'd like to talk to you about firing operations. First thing I want to let you know is that firing is a tool. We use it, but we use it judiciously. We use it when we need and only when we need. It's not a toy, it's a tool. It's something we are well trained in, well experienced in, and we apply it to help us create black line. When you see black on the map here, that represents a containment line or a control line. You'll hear that term over and over over the life of this fire. Now, our goal when we have a control line is to build depth on that line. We need that line to be wide enough to defeat any fire that comes at that line, whether it's from a spot that's well interior or it's fire that's running at that line. There's lots of different ways that we can accomplish that, and we exploit natural features all the time. We'll use a road, we'll use a ridge system, we'll use a river, those 3 R's. You'll hear that over and over again. Those are great places to build line and to establish depth that'll defeat a fire. When we have fire that challenges our lines, it usually comes in 3 forms. Something we call head fire, flanking fire, and backing fire. Head fire is the most intense. It runs uphill or with the wind across flat ground, but it also can go downhill if it's being pushed by a very strong wind. But typically it's up the slope with the wind, and that's head fire. Flanking fire moves sideways across the slope, side slope, and then backing fire moves back. It backs down the slope, usually against wind as well. Head fire is the most intense, backing fire is the least intense. And so when we're establishing these control lines, obviously we would like to have backing fire that is at the control line or meets the control line. Sometimes that's not possible. Our control line is at one of those advantageous parts of the fire ground. It's at a ridge. A ridge is at the top. Fire runs at ridges. So one of the tactics we employ is firing. We use that energy that we're adding to the environment, and make no doubt, we are adding energy to the environment, but we're doing that to create width and depth along the control line so that we can establish an area where the fire comes to a stop. That's our goal, always. Now, when we're firing, it's a planned operation. It's a thoughtful operation. We talk about having a starting point, and we talk about having an ending point. We not only deal with distance and space, we also deal with time. We like to time our firing operations so that it's easy to hold. One of our general rules is we never light more fire than we can hold. Sometimes we have to consider that to say, are we going to light fire during the day that makes it easy to hold at night? Or are we going to light fire at night that we're going to have to hold in the heat of the day? And often the position of the fire will dictate what we can and can't do. Sometimes we can go direct with our firing, going right off of a road, and if fire is coming at that road, we use that road as our control line. We build depth off of that control line by removing the energy. We like to do it at a time that we can dictate the terms of the fire. Times where the humidity is going up and the winds are going down. By doing that, we reduce our spotting potential and we increase our success. There are times where we don't have that luxury, and we will risk more to save more. There's times that if we have less to save, we will risk less. It is a thought out process. We do it with the right tools, and we do it under the right conditions. We consider wind, we consider the fuel state, we consider the steepness of the slope. On top of it, we have a complete arsenal of tools at our disposal that we can use. We can use drip torches. Those are those cans that you'll see walking along the side of the road that will allow fuel to come out that's lit, and that will cling to the vegetation and burn it. We can dispense that fuel in small little dots to manage intensity, Times with higher humidity, we'll lay a line of fire to maintain intensity so that we are doing it on our terms. We have launchers that can project fire out. Some are designed for distance where we can put a spot of fire hundreds of feet away. Some are designed to come right out of the barrel hot where they lay a strip of fire and they put fire in a place where you would not want to put a firefighter so that we can achieve our goals. So in addition to that, we have aerial suppression or application that we can allow different types of aerial devices to apply fire, whether it be a drone or out of a helicopter, whether it's dropping small little balls that will have a time delay that will catch on fire, or if we have what they call a helitorch, which drags kind of like, it's like a giant drip torch that hangs from the bottom of a helicopter. Each condition is unique. We have a ton of experience with these type of operations over the years and expertise that we carry on the team, and we apply them based on the best practices. So with that, I just want you to understand that it is thought out, it is methodical, and we're trying to build the depth to have this line go from red to black. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alex McBath, Operations Section Chief for Team 5 on the Monument Fire. Tonight I'm going to explain a little bit on why and where we have been using fire as a tool to combat the Monument incident. This fire, when it started out in the canyons. I'll explain a little bit about that 30 days ago, and then I'll go to the map a little bit up close and personal, and show you some of the areas that we fired, and it kind of explain how we do it and why we do it. So as we go through that, hopefully that'll answer some of the questions and dispel some of the rumors we've heard about our team's activities on the Monument Fire. All right, so welcome to the tactics room. I'm going to go over some of the activities that have been performed on the Monument Fire in relation to firing. And I'll cover past activities and then what we're currently doing so folks can kind of understand the why we're doing it and the planning that goes into it. So I'm going to go ahead and start up here. About 30 days ago, our team was here on the Monument Fire, and we performed some firing out here in the Krell Bottoms, down to Chaparral Mountain, all the way to Burnt Ranch. And so at that time, what had happened is this fire had made significant runs up through the canyon and came out of some really steep topography into a road system. At that time, we made a plan in relation to protection of Heim Palm and to Burnt Ranch that included utilizing the 60, the 47, and the 16 road from Krell Bottoms all the way to Burnt Ranch. Now, to implement that plan, the fire had came up over the hill and had started backing on this slope here in front, and I'll just go through this slope. As it backed down and it got close enough to the road, the firefighters incrementally chunked off pieces of this with a firing, which included hand crews walking along the road and interior firing along this road. So typically the way it works is somebody's interior and they're lighting closer to the edge, and then behind them there's another person that's lighting a little bit behind them as it cools down, and it just keeps bringing the black all the way down to the road. What that does in the long run is it keeps the fire from making a run at the road where we can't put people in front of the head fire, or it takes a lot more resources to control it. And we control the fire down to the piece that we're firing so that we just kind of walk along with the fire at the very end, and it pulls upslope away from our line. Then after that, what occurs is we have maybe in the day or the night, the resources then patrol that line and are looking for any spots or slopovers. In a successful firing operation, you have a firing group that's out ahead, and then you'll have a holding group that follows in behind them to catch anything that might spot over. What this activity does is it creates a black line that moves towards the fire and away from our line, and as the fire comes down the hill, they meet, and all the fire and heat is produced up off the line.
What this should do is it should create a condition where firefighters are safe along that line to engage any spots that come over or slops. This is a safer condition than letting the fire run at them in pieces and then getting folks trapped inside of that. So it's a lot safer for the firefighters when it's coordinated firing operation. The other firing operation that we had occur back about 30 days ago was around the community of Big Bar. So the fire was coming down slope, side slope, and then underslope into Big Bar. And so what we had to do was we put line around the community, and then off that line, as the fire came in, we started at an anchor and we fired around that community, which then produced conditions where firefighters could stay in there to protect the structures as the firing was occurring. If we hadn't done that, then the fire would have went right into the community at probably various times, day, night, or even in the morning, and produced a situation where we had firefighters running around in spots in the actual structures. So that's another firing activity that occurred. So now we'll go to what's going on now on the Monument fire. Right now, we have this piece of fire that came across Heim Palm Road and had head fire that went into Drinkwater and then over into Tule Creek in a rapid fashion. It grew about 13,000 acres over 2 days. So to combat that, we had folks in there trying to stop that activity, but because it was so hot, they had to back off. And when they backed off to the structures that they were defending. And in doing so, as the fire came down to them, they had line, hose, and other protection measures in place, and then they'd fire off around that house, as they did in Big Bar, to save the structure. And that works quite a bit. The other activity is we go in, we prep the house. If it's not a good place for firefighters to stay, we prep the house, we leave. Once the fire comes through, then we come back in and we extinguish anything we can around the house. That's not what we'd like to do in a planned action. So as we come along here in the foothills of Hayfork, we have a lot of fire up mid-slope where we can't get dozers or people in safely. And so what we've done is we backed off, we've protected the structures inside the fire, and then backed off to a place where we could move along incrementally like we did up here 30 days ago. So we started at Drinkwater Bridge, and they brought fire along the foot slope here above the structures in the town of Hayfork and produced fire that went up and basically stopped the leading edge of this fire. So in doing so, it was easier for them to pick up spots along the edge and or slops, and they were very successful last night in doing so. Additionally, up here on the 44 road, they started firing down the 44 road at the same time this was going on. Why we did that is because if you bring fire all the way around and you outflank anything coming down the slope, that produces head fire and then it runs out on us. So if we can bring fire along at the same time downslope as they're coming along on the foothills, this all grows together in a nice, manageable fashion. That doesn't mean we're not going to have spot fires and that we're not going to have slops that go over our lines, but because it's already cooled down and a lot of the energy is taken out of the fuel below them, it makes it safe for them to attack those spot fires quicker. So that's kind of how that firing operation's going. You're going to see that over the next couple of days. The other piece that folks hear about a lot is indirect firing. So this is fairly close to the fire's edge down here. Indirect firing is once we have fire established in here, we have to go someplace with it. The edge is down in some really bad country down in here where we're not going to be able to put direct line on it in time that a head fire is not going to come out and possibly go over our lines. So what they're doing, like we did up here, is they're incrementally taking out pieces where the head fire can come and thrown spot A.
That's the opposite of what I meant to do. I meant to pause it there on that really awesome dictionary definition, pretty much, of indirect attack, because I'm a video production student, and this is some amazing video work. They finally zoomed out enough. I was like, how are they getting the camera in position here to follow along with him? It's like somebody filming over his shoulder. Looks like somebody's filming from a ladder, above him, or maybe a second story, like catwalk or something in this building, wherever they're at, and then zooming in. That's been pretty amazing. They probably practiced this several times before actually doing the filming. And with video production, if you're ever going to show some words on the screen that people are going to read, generally you want silence, because people can either focus on what's being said or focus on what they're reading, but not at the same time. So indirect attack is a method of suppression in which the control line is located a distance away from the fire's active edge. And it's generally done in the case of a fast-spreading or high-intensity fire to utilize natural or constructed fire breaks and favorable breaks in the topography. So the translation of that is, so you don't have the ability to quickly get in front of the fire. It's fast moving, but your lines are pretty far away from it. So you can look at like a rock cliff or something like that, and you could go ahead and light a fire in front of the main fire, to knowing that it's just going to stop like at the rocky outcropping or something like that. And things that are already on the landscape. Maybe some dirt roads or something that are already there, and they'll just be like, well, let's just light the landscape in front of the fire as it's coming this way. In this sort of it's a more informal manner, like as we go, let's just whip out a map. Okay, what looks like a good break? Let's do it. And that's a lot different than the direct attack thing. Or they'll just say, hey, from here to here, let's let the fire burn here because it's less active right now than forecast for tomorrow. So if this fuel was gone before tomorrow, that might be good. So they might just say, everybody in that little area, let it come to the line, let it come. So that is just kind of doing that herding the fire around sort of a deal. When it's a little bit too dangerous to get like right in front of it and go direct. And that's what direct is versus indirect. This is, let's see what we can do from the sidelines, sort of a deal. So depending on conditions is the big highlighted word here. Depending on conditions. So they may only have 1 hour of favorable conditions to light something, and then they go to the meteorologist and say, hey, dude, is the wind going to pick up soon? He says, yeah, stop your firing. And they go, okay. And it depends. So they can never tell you in the morning what exactly they're going to do throughout the day, because it'll depend. They'll constantly be radioing the meteorologist saying, dude, do we have a window of opportunity? Yes or no? And that's really good that they put that here. This is really good camera work. Zooming in from pretty far away, that's an intense zoom considering he's up on a ladder or something behind the speaker. So I want to go back. We just had them explain how they saved Big Bar. This is explaining more about how they're going to secure the line to the south of Hayfork, which is doing well. We've been worried about Hayfork for so many days now. So they've got some good lines down here where he was talking about, and they want this to burn out in between them. And so part of what he's explaining is what they will do. And this is a 9 hour ago video. It probably explains on some of what they might have done today. Today might have been really good work, really good day for firing, being that the humidity is up and the moisture is there. And maybe they did some good work. It's hard to say, but this is a tactical video. I love how they're explaining this. Let's continue.
Fork and produced fire that went up and basically stopped the leading edge of this fire. So in doing so, it was easier for them to pick up spots along the edge and or slops, and they were very successful last night in doing so. Additionally, up here on the 44 road, they started firing down the 44 road at the same time this was going on. Why we did that is because if you bring fire all the way around and you outflank anything coming down the slope, that produces head fire and then it runs out on us. So if we can bring fire along at the same time downslope as they're coming along on the foothills, this all grows together in a nice, manageable fashion. That doesn't mean we're not going to have spot fires and that we're not going to have slops that go over our lines, but because it's already cooled down and a lot of the energy is taken out of the fuel below them, it makes it safe for them to attack those spot fires quicker. So that's kind of how that firing operation's going. You're going to see that over the next couple of days. The other piece that that folks hear about a lot is indirect firing. So this is fairly close to the fire's edge down here. Indirect firing is once we have fire established in here, we have to go someplace with it. The edge is down in some really bad country down in here where we're not going to be able to put direct line on it in time that a head fire is not going to come out and possibly go over our lines. So what they're doing, like we did up here, is they're incrementally taking out pieces where the head fire can come, and they're bringing fire down to it so that it stops that energy. And if we're successful, it stops the fire, as it did up in Crowell Bottoms. If we're not successful and it spots over, the hope is where we've put these lines that the plan is that we'd be able to pick those spots up. What always helps with any firing activity that we do is aviation, and as we know that them aviation assets have been it's been too smoky and the visibility's been too bad to really get in there. But you should have seen anytime the air clears and we can get aircraft in there, those aircraft are supporting those crews right with them as they do any of the activities, whether it's right along the direct edge or it's off a little bit. The plan currently for this, so the plan was to bring it down Pattison Ridge, and we started that weeks ago, and we incrementally over the last couple weeks have brought it down this ridge, and we've successfully held that ridge. And that whole ridge was fired out. That was from this main fire. It was moving down into here. We didn't want any head runs, and when it did make head runs, because we had fire in front of it, we were able to catch the spots right on the other side. If we hadn't done that firing, it would have ran up these slopes, hit our line, and probably thrown spots half a mile ahead of itself. So firing takes out a lot of that energy, and a lot of times we fire to keep that energy down as it moves down into a drainage, such as Hind Palm Creek. Hind Palm Creek's very narrow, and it has a lot of fingers and knobs in it that come down to the creek, which make it very easy to spot across. But if we could, like this piece here is not, the movement has not got down to the creek yet, except for right here, and you can tell that we have not fired this. But because we haven't fired it, anything that makes a run down one of these noses now has potential to spot across, especially off the toe of these ridges. And so those are a lot further spots. So right now, we're back to these lines back on the 08 road. And if conditions should change and the spotting goes way down and it gets into a place where we can go direct, we will. So the management of this whole fire is an aggressive full suppression. And this team takes that very seriously. And if it's safe and we think we can get it in the time that we need to go direct on it, we will. The main piece for direct attack is you have an anchor that you can start from, you flank the fire, and eventually pinch that fire off. And that tactic works really, really well when you have the resources to do that. When you have minimal resources, a lot of times you have to fall back to structure defense, and that's when you just see prep around a house and then the firing that occurs around that. And that's because typically we prep it and then we deal with either the fire front. If it's coming down at night, we usually just stand right there, let it come to our lines. If it comes during the day and it's a full-on fire, then we have to try to meet that to save that structure. So overall, if you look around the entire monument that's had 3 teams on it, has had ours, the Alaska team, and a CAL FIRE team on it, there has been firing around everything that's black on this map. And that was not done for forest management. That was done to suppress this fire and get a cold line so that it's no longer a threat. So hopefully that kind of helps understand what the plan is or why we fire. We definitely don't fire because we think it's just a fun thing to do. We fire for a reason. It's typically planned well out ahead of time, and it's usually when we have enough resources to implement that plan. So with that, I hope that this has been informational for you, and thanks to Shelton and the group for being able to produce this.
Wow, that is one heck of a helpful video. And that sums up in so many things I try to explain to the public, and this is the missing piece that I sometimes can't explain. How it has worked and how exactly it worked, when it worked, and why it worked. This is the kind of thing where I can draw, feeble attempts at drawing stuff on the map, where he's like, well, here's our exact line. Here's the time of day that it approached. Here's why we made that decision, and here's what the result was. Wowee. They saved Big Bar, and it looks like Hayfork is doing way better due to a lot of their firing ops, and it's explaining very well how they can take the heat out of the fuel, out of the fire by removing some of the fuel. That's the whole point of lighting backfires. Fires in front of the fire. If it's going to show up anyway, you've got nothing to lose. So you light it during the time of day when the wind's favorable and when it's going to be nice and mild, when you're not really going to get the trees caught on fire. You're just going to burn the brush away from them. And then when the real fire comes, there's a lot less intensity, so they can sit there and hold the line. It's the same thing as, like, say you wanted to roast marshmallows around a campfire and somebody stacked it up more like a bonfire. Well, you know when somebody lights that up, everybody's going to have to pick up their chairs and get away from it, like considerably far back and away from it. You'd be like, no. Let's take away some of that firewood. That's way too much, dude. That is exactly the point of the backfiring. Taking it away before it gets lit, so to speak, by the real one. So one thing that I want to note here is that he says we do this when we have the personnel. This is what's frustrating, is if there's not enough people and not enough engines. One thing that may not have been quite clear about this is the amount of fire trucks, engines, water tenders, everything is standing by wherever they're doing a line, just all over the roads, all over the landscapes. There's crews, there's people with shovels, there's engines, and during the day there's even aircraft and helicopters looking at it, because they don't want any backfires they light to get out of control. You have a risk of that. It's not 100% safe to do this. But they minimize it by having all kinds of personnel ready, and they say, okay. And then they'll just do it at one little spot at a time, like, let's do this sector by Larry. How did it go, Larry? Pretty good. They'll have engines everywhere, crews, people digging around little hand mines to contain it. They'll get, like, hand crews, which is literally they use hand tools. They'll dig and make a whole bunch of, like a line here that'll just be dirt. Say, okay, that'll contain this pretty well. Here's the curving road, and now when we light this, the fire will kind of stop at that line, and there will be people up there with shovels and hoses ready to squirt it out if they got out of hand, right? The personnel make it safe. People watching it and babysitting it make it safe. The second thing that makes it safe is the weather forecast when they have the opportunity. Now, the problem is, if we zoomed out on this map, which I can't because it's a video, is they may have favorable weather and the ability to do this on multiple parts of that fire all at the same hour from, say, noon to 3. Those 3 hours, I'm just making up a time, might have been perfect. However, if they don't have the amount of personnel, they'll cancel the plans for the other sections. Because if they just don't have enough people to make it safe, they can't do it. And that's the big problem, the big tragedy here, is there have been so few people and so few engines and so few aircraft assigned to the Monument, McFarland, and the River Complex because of the mighty Caldor and the massive Dixie over there threatening more homes and more people and more buildings, that this has been deprioritized. So they're doing extremely well with the resources they were assigned. I mean, marvelously well. You can see how smart they are, how methodical. When people approach me and say that they're terrified, why would you even put more fire in the landscape? Well, because that's your best shot at stopping it. If fire is going to come this way, and you know it will because of the wind, what have you got to lose exactly? You have everything to gain by making it approach your lines with less intensity layers so you can hold them. He said, other than that, you have to go defensive. Defensive means getting off the lines. It means abandoning the lines temporarily. It means going to structures and just sitting in people's driveways and wetting down their house and hoping the fire goes around them. That's what defensive means. That's going to their hidey holes to wait out the firestorm. Sometimes they got to do that. If it's too hot and heavy coming at them with the head fire, like he explained, the head part of the fire, they just have to get out of the way and then come back out when things are safer. So if they had had more resources here, if we had more fire engines, more personnel, more airplanes, all of these fires would have been probably wrapped up a while ago. Mostly it's the personnel. Secondly, it's the weather not cooperating, but mostly we haven't had enough people all over these fires. Can you imagine if the Dixie had ended last month? It possibly could have if we had more people. We'll never know. But same thing on these Monument and McFarland fires especially. If they had more people, like if the Dixie wasn't there, period. What if 3,000 people had responded instead of like 300 the first couple of days? These may have been completely out by now. But what this should do is give people hope that they've pulled out miracles day after day. They have pulled out miracles with the little resources that they've had. They've done better than, frankly, I've expected them to do. With CAL FIRE and these other agencies, all of them, they've actually pulled out miracles. With what the extremely challenging environment, the extreme mega drought, I have nothing but respect for what they've been able to achieve. So when people are mad at them, I can't let people just criticize them as if they're not doing a good job. They really are. And so I love videos like this that kind of show it. Hey, Dusty, you're back. Yeah, Dusty the firefighter says, nothing hurts worse than spending your sweat and your blood to build that line and then losing it because you didn't have the folks to hold everything that you've done. Yeah, absolutely. That they're experiencing that every day. They're crying tears of frustration because the Dixie, when it exploded on that red flag day, we lost Greenville and it went to Canyon Dam and all the way to the lake and it roared past Chester, 19 miles of expansion in a single 24-hour period. They must have absolutely been hit the floor with poor morale. That's absolutely demoralizing. So you can send them energy by just constantly saying, we love you firefighters and everybody else behind the scenes. Just the same way I get energy to go on when you guys are patting me on the head. Encourage them. They got the odds stacked against them. They're still playing their hands very well. You know, we're in good hands. We just need to give them, going forward, the resources they need. They need the budget. They need the manpower. We will have fewer problems in the future if we make this a budget priority. There's nothing wrong with their reasoning. No, not here. So, did we have another video? We may have a Monument and Knob fire update. Let's see. Which one did we see already? I don't think we saw these where they gesture at the map. What time was this? This was a weather update. I don't think we've seen this person. This was from earlier today. We might as well watch this. That's a really cool pantsuit sort of thing here. This is 11 hours ago, but relevant. They may talk about tomorrow.
Good morning, everyone. Bladen Brightrider, incident meteorologist, Trinity here at the Monument Fire. Here's your weather update for September 10th. So we actually had a system come through yesterday and overnight. we started to get a nice influx of moisture up through here, and it generated a whole bunch of cloud cover as we went through the day yesterday, which helped to moderate weather conditions. So we didn't see things nearly as hot. We actually saw minimum relative humidity that kind of trended more towards the 20% range rather than the teens. And then it also helped to moderate those winds a bit, so we didn't see gusts quite as squirrely as we would have seen otherwise. But as we got into the night, we had a bit of influx here of instability as that system moved on through, and that combined with that moisture actually got us a couple showers out there. So that's some great news. We did see actual wetting precipitation, and what that means is we saw observed precip of 1/10 of an inch or more. So starting at around Big Bar in that area, so kind of dividing the Monument Fire in half. From here forward to the east, we saw about 1/10 of an inch, and then about 2/10 of an inch as we got up into our higher elevations up there. Not as favorable as we move a little bit further to the west, towards Burnt Ranch, Trinity Village, and Willow Creek. We did not see any observed precipitation out that direction. But we did see overnight recoveries across both fires around 80 to 100%. So that's some fantastic news for us over here. As we go on through the day, because we did have that system move through, we're going to see temperatures on average about 10 degrees cooler than they were previously. So that's good news. We'll be seeing more about the mid 70s to the mid 80s today. Likewise, we'll see improvement to our relative humidity, looking at about the 20 to 30% area for the minimums today. But because we did have that system move through, what do cold fronts do? But they bring us some northerly winds. So we'll see an added northerly component across the fire today, up at branch 50. So this would be the Willow Creek area, Trinity River Basin. We'll see more of a northwest component moving into the afternoon, especially after that cloud cover clears out. Moving up into the northern part of Monument, we'll see more of a west-northwest to northwest situation up there. But most important, we'll see a switch from what is usually a southwest wind down here towards Hyam Palm and Hayfork. We'll see more of a northwest component here today. So that's a big switch for them. Usually we're seeing that more this way. Now we're going to see it more this way today. Additionally, they could get a little bit breezy out there with the forcing that we're seeing as that system moves, continues to migrate eastward. So we'll see lower elevations, gusts up to about 15 miles per hour. Our ridges more likely getting up to 20 miles per hour. So that's your weather update for today. We'll see you again tomorrow.
That is a good radio voice. I concur. So my comment was, boy or girl makes no difference. We are all just a pink brain jello mold sitting in a cranium cup in a suspension system called a spinal cord. So that is all I care about, is somebody's brain giving us our updates. Makes no difference what they look like. So, although that was pretty stylish, I must say. I dig the gothic pantsuit thing. It was kind of gangster, actually. It had a kind of 1930s gangster feel, which I felt was pretty cool. Let's see here. Where did my videos go? Oh, you have to click on the videos page. Okay. So we're trying to do our video roundup. We'll check in with Daniel Kern's The Cosmic Being, but that was a good explanation of the parts of the fire that didn't get that much wetting rain, and unfortunately it was the northwest portions of the Monument Fire that didn't get that much. And we're seeing a complete reversal from the wind direction. So west of Hayfork, it's going to be driven south throughout today, is what was just said. And the lines that he was poking at with the stick, showing us their tactics, probably is what went down today, is they probably lit the backfires. It looked like a good time. Looked like a good day for it. So there's an operational update. We continue to look at the video roundup, and even though that was 14 hours ago, it's still relevant to some of the information they have to share. So let's continue watching.
All right, good morning, everybody. Don Fraguglia, your day operations section chief from California Team 5, here with your operational update from what happened last night and what the plan is for the day today. Today is the 10th day of September. So we're going to start up here on the Knob Fire, branch 50 as we refer to it in our geographic terms. Another good night last night on the Knob Fire. No calls for service, no issues, no concerns to report. We continue to staff this fire on a daily and a nightly basis, although tonight and tomorrow night it's going to be just down to a couple of engine patrols out there. So we're feeling really good about the Knob Fire. We're in talks with the Six Rivers National Forest about potentially handing that fire back to them in a nice clean package to continue the ramp down. We do still have just this piece of red out here in the headwaters of Bloody Nose Creek, and we hope to continue to gain containment out there, and hopefully in the next 24 to 48 hours you'll see that all go black, and that's a good success. So good work continues on the Knob Fire. Over into the Monument Fire last night was a quiet night. We did receive measurable precipitation over the majority of the fire area, which was really welcome and knocked everything back, give us an opportunity to potentially change a little bit of strategy and tactics out here. So I want to start over here in Division Kilo. The fire last night, right before it started to rain, was active, and it did compromise the buy-off road. And so we're in there this morning to try to pick that up direct. So that's where we go right on the edge of the fire line with hand tools and chainsaws and not much country for bulldozers out here. But we will be looking to go direct on that edge that slopped over the buy-off road this morning to try to bring that back in. And so what we'd really like to do is hold that fire where it sits right now and keep it there. So that's going to be a priority for us today. Moving over into Division to over here on the Hobo Gulch side, Canyon Creek, definitely want to pay some attention here today so you guys get a good solid update. Basically what has happened out here is similar to what's happened over on the other side of the fire in Denny, is that we're going to be able to go direct in there today. With the measurable precip we got last night, we are shifting some hotshot crews over here to go direct on this edge that pooched out and bring it back into the East Fork Road. We are looking at some other options over here. You see lines on this map. Those are lines that we're putting in. There's what we refer to as contingency lines, and we hope to keep them that way and use them only if we get some type of rapid fire growth here where it comes off the East Fork of the North Fork of the Trinity River and tries to compromise the East Fork Road. So plan here today, direct edge. We're going to go in there with some hotshot crews, hopefully with some rotor wing support, and they're going to go direct on this piece and reel it back in. And now we're back here on this line as it continues to march to the north. We are in coordination with the river complex. This river complex continues to eat south. We're hoping to not let these two fires touch. That's not in the plans right now. We're still trying to keep these fires separate. That's not to say that we will be successful doing that. But that is the plan right now, is to continue. We're going to insert another division group supervisor out here called Division Lima, and we're going to pay some attention out here to try to curb this fire as it marches to the north.
Okay, I wanted to make it abundantly clear what he just said. We may not be successful to keep the two fires from merging. So let's make sure that that's what he said.
Back in, and now we're back here on this line as it continues to march to the north. We are in coordination with the river complex. This river complex continues to eat south. We're hoping to not let these two fires touch. That's not in the plans right now. We're still trying to keep these fires separate. That's not to say that we will be successful doing that.
Yeah, there may not be an ability to keep them from merging. So that's what we've been worried about for more than a week now. There just hasn't been the personnel out here on either of these fires, the river complex or the monument, to keep them from merging. So what I keep hearing from firefighters on the ground and their speculation, not the ones on this fire, but the people who are, retired or looking at the situations, is that it's very unlikely that they could keep them apart. They're still trying, but they're just letting the public know that as well. They're just trying,
But that is the plan right now, is to continue. We're going to insert another division group supervisor out here called Division Lima, and we're going to pay some attention out here to try to curb this fire as it marches to the north and protect the values at risk in Canyon Creek as well as along the Hobo Gulch Road. We want to make sure we pay good attention out there. Okay, so moving along into the black edge here that we have from Junction City all the way down to Hayfork. No issues, no concerns last night. Now we'll talk a little bit about Hayfork and what the work that went on in there last night. We were able to bring fire about another 2 miles down the 08 road. That's the Butter Creek Road. And then we got rain. And so we have it checked up in a good spot today. We expect the conditions to dry out fairly rapidly, and that will allow us to potentially initiate just a little bit more defensive firing along the 08 road back down into the Tule Creek Road. That's the plan for today. We're in close coordination with CAL FIRE as they come to the south, basically from McAlexander Bridge or Shangri-La Lane where they picked it up last night. They did come a little bit farther south. Again, they got rain last night. The plan for today is, when the conditions permit, is to bring these two pieces of fire together, lock off that southern spread. Out into Division Yankee last night, it was a quiet night, as you can expect with the precip. We're looking at some direct options here where it's gone close to the 22 road and over the 22 road, so we'd like to try to pick that up direct today. We're shifting some horsepower over there to try to work on that. Division Zulu, we got a hotshot crew coming in here where it slopped over the Pattison Cutoff Trail. That was that trail we checked it up on, and so we hope to bring that back in direct and buy some time in here before we have to continue bringing fire down into Bar 7 and down into High and Palm Creek. We'd like to just see a little bit better conditions before we burn that if we have to. So that's the plan there. Continuing on around the fire into Burnt Ranch, Underwood Mountain Road, Chaparral Mountains, all quiet last night. So there's your operational update. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Okay, sorry, you guys. I just had a mini emergency in the kitchen. I know the screen probably went black. I just got so lucky. Here I was thinking there's more than a minute in the video, so I could just go and take my little tray of food into the kitchen, and you would be if you could just see me chowing down on this starvation mode wolfing that I was doing with my food. The edible portion of the food was my rice, my little Chinese, basket wire handle paper box of rice. I was able to eat that, and I just poured as much soy as I could in there and just ate the entire thing of rice. I had a little bit of chicken appetizer that was edible too. And so I just looked down and realized I ate the entire deal. I was like, oh, okay. So I stack it all up on my tray. I go towards the kitchen, and I have this big thing of Kikoman gluten-free soy. It's in that glass bottle, and I just tripped. So here I am with the tray, slow motion. I'm looking down at the tray, trying to get my feet underneath me. I didn't fall. But I saw in that slow motion thing that bottle teeter off the end of the tray, go flying through the air. It misses the countertop and goes straight for the hard floor in the kitchen. I thought I was just going to see this shattering of glass and the soy go everywhere. And I got so lucky, it goes bloop, right onto the padded mat of the kitchen. Oh, man. That was good. Whew. Okay. All right, let me get up the next video for us to watch. And I wish I could have recorded that. If I had home security, I would have rewound that because I just screamed with the mute.
All right, good morning, everybody. Don Fraguglia, your day operations section chief from...
Sorry, that was an autoplay. That just freaked me out. But that would have been very comical if I had something like... a security cam in here that would have been focused on here. But weird things happen to me, but sometimes we get lucky. So I think we may have another video. I was hoping they'd have a nighttime, an evening update. Yeah, that would not have been a fun thing. Yeah, I love rice and I respect this. Thanks, Vanessa. You've done that before, and it's not a fun cleanup. Oh yeah. So, yeah, that it was sailing towards my foot too. I sort of acrobatically moved my left foot out of the way, and then I thought maybe I should have let it hit my foot. I could take a bruised toe. That would be better than a shattered bottle of Kikoman all over the place. So this is all 14 hours ago stuff. I was hoping that we'd have an evening update. Did we already watch that, and did I space out on it? We've been watching their their morning updates because we didn't have an evening update for Shasta Trinity National Forest. It looks like their next community meeting is Sunday at 7. I could read their press releases. Is this? Oh, they said Saturday, September 11th, a day which will live in infamy. There will be 2 Monument Fire informational gatherings for the communities of Hayampom and, or am I saying that right? Hayampom and Hayfork. The first will be at 11 a.m. at the fire station in Hayampom, and then the second will be at Hayfork Park at 2 p.m. So 11 a.m. at Hayampom Fire Station and at 2 p.m. at Hayfork Park. Monument Fire has 1,438 personnel on it. That's a far cry from the early days when they barely had 400. Good to see there's more people. There are 26 hand crews, 85 engines, 9 helicopters, 29 dozers, 9 water tenders, and 15 masticators. Everybody, take 15 shots of milk. I don't know when this was released. Oh, 2 hours ago. There, right in front of my face. Current situation of the monument fires, it's approximately 207,000 acres and some change, but 42% contained. The northwest side of the fire has become increasingly active over the past 3 days. Is there a way to make this bigger? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay. Where was I? Right there. The northwest side of the fire has become increasingly active over the past 3 days, periodically spotting westward over rivers, roads, hand lines, and dozer lines. So it's been kind of pushing west. And spotting over them means, see ya, suckers! Basically, it's like the reverse bouncy ball. If this is where the fire line is, and the fire's coming that way, it goes, see ya, boing, boing, boing. And they have to go chase after it. So, this is, instead of a video, they released this report, so I'll read it. Crews have taken direct suppression action as weather conditions have allowed, and access have allowed, meaning do they have fire roads. However, today the fire got established in extremely dry vegetation in a drainage west of Buyoff Road and made an upslope run, prompting Trinity County Sheriff's Office to issue EVAC order and an EVAC warning and a road closure for the residents along Denny Road and Trinity Village. See page 2. Oh dear. Ground crews initiated a defensive firing op on the ridge above Dyer Creek, eastward towards Bell Flats, and received aerial support from helicopters dropping water and retardant. Structure defense crews have been fully engaged in defending structures, and will continue that effort throughout the night. So it wasn't a cakewalk for them today. They had some challenges. Night shift crews will hold and secure fire lines by mopping up hot spots within the fire line and monitoring the unburned areas for spot fires. The north side of the fire, burning in the Trinity Alps wilderness, is currently 5 miles from meeting the river complex. Fire managers from the 2 incidents are communicating daily. There is no planned strategy of letting them grow together. Remember, they are trying to stop that. Although most resources are engaged in defending life and property elsewhere around the fire perimeter, firefighters did scout areas on the north side today, looking for locations where they could directly suppress it. So, like I said, it's a matter of personnel. These 2 fires will likely grow together, mostly because there's just nobody up there to send to do anything, and it's a race against time. Building those dozer lines and building hand lines and dropping retardant takes time. They are running out of it. So the north side of the fire burning in the Trinity Alps wilderness, like to recap, is 5 miles apart from the river. They don't want it to grow together, but it just might because they don't have enough people, enough time to get in between them. But they're still looking for ways they could directly suppress it. There are very few options for them to safely do this. But suppression action will be initiated as resources become available and the threat to life and property decreases in the other priority areas. Meaning, hats off to our heroes. It's extremely dangerous to go in there. But if we have the ability to, we will. That's we must not forget, the sacrifices they make. On the fire's northeast side, options and locations for firefighters to use direct suppression tactics, which means in between the fires, in between Monument and the river. On that northeast side, options and locations for them to use direct suppression tactics east of Backbone Ridge are also limited, but they will directly engage the fire whenever they safely can. The plan to contain the fire on the east slopes of Backbone Ridge. I guess they missed a word. I think they meant to say the plan is to contain the fire on the east slopes of Backbone Ridge, bringing it within the primary containment line if still viable. Structure defense crews and engines are working around structures in Canyon Creek. On the southwest side of the fire near Hayfork, it was slightly less active today than anticipated. Weather over the past 24 hours has provided a reprieve, allowing crews to further secure their foothold and increasing their confidence that they will be able to hold the fire west of Hayfork. Yay! However, they will remain vigilant throughout the night, extinguishing the hot spots along the fire line and holding the gains the crews made on the day shift. So that's our latest hot off the press 2 hours ago update for the Monument and that knob fire incident. They probably will grow together. If the Monument and the river doesn't, that would be some sort of a miracle they're able to pull off. So fingers crossed for them. So they had reduced evacuation orders. And there's a big mess of things to read here, mainly around Forest Service roads. And that came down the pipe at 6. But you just heard that they had increased evacuation orders elsewhere. So on the knob fire 4 hours ago, they lifted some mandatory evacuations. They said, the warnings were lifted for areas east of Brushy Mountain Lookout. And all areas east of Brushy Mountain Lookout Road and Forest Route 6N08A to the Humboldt and Trinity County lines south of China Creek to the east, to the end, of Forest Route 6N20, including residences of Triple R Lane. So that's Humboldt County Sheriff's Office for the knob fire. Sorry, I forgot that it straddles the counties there. So the Shasta Trinity National Forest Monument Fire, yep. They said there was a warning effective immediately for Hawkins Bar in Trinity Village. Suzy Q Road and Gray Falls Campground are under warnings. Then the Denny evacuation and order and the road closure is here. If you guys want to look at the particulars and the details, then this is the place to do it. The U.S. Forest Service Shasta Trinity National Forest. I want to check in with Daniel Kern's The Cosmic Being because he probably has stuff to say about what's going on in Indian Valley. So let's see if I can find if he's got a new video for us. Does he have a new video? 10 hours ago he has a new video. Did anybody watch it? There's an Indian Valley United Community Gathering that was at the rodeo grounds. That was today, I believe. It says Friday, and so at 5 p.m. I hope people were able to attend that. Let's look at his video. Hang on.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Today is
it's a 12-minute video.
It's Friday, September 10th at 12:45. It is a beautiful day here in Taylorsville, California. We got a good amount of rain. I woke up Well, it started raining about 3 o'clock this morning, and it rained pretty hard until, and rained off and on until about 9 o'clock this morning. And so good, I'd say we probably got like a quarter of an inch to a half inch of rain. Lots of puddles, lots of moisture, really, really amazing. I know a lot of you have been out there doing the rain dance and manifesting, and so thank you. Good job. That was incredible. So getting into the fire, we have essentially no changes on the map. But there have been some changes in personnel here in the Grizzly area. So the Feather River Hotshots who joined the party yesterday, they were called up to the Lassen area to help out with some of that stuff today, so they're no longer here. The crews are not manning this line that they have today because of potential danger involved with the rain and the fact that fire is very much holding in its footprint because the rain really knocked the heat out of it last night. So that was a pretty incredible thing. All the way around, nothing continues to change. You'll notice out here in, right here's Lake Davis, Clover Valley, Dixie Valley, right? No major changes to the footprint of the fire over there. And then up on top by the 395, we see that there's no major changes to the footprint up there. All good news. What's good news? What's good news for one is not necessarily for the others. It's my understanding that when the storms came through last night and gave us all that wonderful quenching, cooling rain, the winds from that kind of picked up the activity, the fire activity up in Lassen. So just want to acknowledge those folks up there. Old Station, some of the other towns that are around there are definitely just coming into the thick of it right now. So I want to keep those folks, those places, those natural wonders in our thoughts as we go forwards here. Yeah, so I've shared one thing I want to, we've created the Indian Valley United Facebook page, and that is up and running now. I've invited a whole bunch of you to like that and to follow that. I want to inform everyone that the intention of that page, that is not a way to get a hold of me. That is, or that is a way for you all to engage in dialogue with each other. This is a place that, in its name, Indian Valley United, this is a space for you guys to talk, to meet, to greet, to understand each other, so that's what it's for. Please don't assume that if you post stuff on there that it's for me necessarily, even though I will be checking in with it from time to time. It's really a space for you guys to meet and coordinate and get together and unite to do the things that you all are prepared to do. Then we also have, I created an actual post in Indian Valley United for the meeting tonight at the rodeo grounds at 6. I've also shared that post, so it is below this video on my Facebook page. It has the link to the Zoom and the agenda and just some general information about the meeting. We're working on this whole Zoom thing, folks, right? I realize that it's great, but it also doesn't work that well, too. The way we're planning on doing questions or comments for those of you who are joining us via Zoom is that if you can type in the little chat section, if you can type in your comment or question, then that'll get sent to me or whoever's moderating, who more than likely be me, and then I can read that question for you. So that's going to be the way we're going to have to work that a little bit. Hoping most of you can join us. I know some of you can't. It's just the nature of the beast, and so I'm very, very glad that we have the Zoom option for that, but hopefully we'll get to see most of you live and in person. Again, I just want to talk about the meeting. So we're going to have an update on what's going on with the Board of Supervisors, an update on what's going on with Indian Valley Community Services District, and an update on what's going on for our schools. The next meeting, next Friday, We're going to try to, the plan is to go over all, is the meeting, it'll be a meeting based on aid, right? If you have aid or have some sort of services and you want to present and let people know that you're out there, this will be a time for people to do that. This will also be a time for those of you who are providing aid that need assistance, need volunteers, need support in any way. You can put that information out there. So this is basically all. The next meeting is going to be largely focused around the aid and help, not just from organizations, but also I'm hoping to get somebody from the insurance side and the OES FEMA side, hopefully, so we can all understand those processes as well. So next meeting, next Friday, is going to be based on aid and processes for rebuilding, repopulating, that sort of stuff. Yeah, and so yesterday, I let my flag fly as to how I feel about the things that are going on in the world, and that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, and that's fine if you don't. And I just want to say that I appreciate the debate that's been going on. I think we don't all, let's be real, we don't all agree, right? But we need to be able to talk and discuss those things as they come up, and we need to respect other people's opinions and respect other people's beliefs. And so I just want to encourage I want to first off encourage the debate, and I also want to encourage everybody to be civil and cordial. I've seen some of that. This is very passionate stuff. It's very easy to become triggered. I just want to encourage people to not use the put downs, not do the name calling, not assume that because someone doesn't see something that you see, that they are stupid or dumb or less than us for whatever way, right? The perpetrators of the wickedness in this world are very, 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 very clever. And I think it's safe to say that we have all been tricked or duped to a certain extent, and we all resonate with truth. We all want to base our lives off of truth. But there are many different versions and perspectives of truth. And as we say in relationships, there's his side of the story, there's her side of the story, and then the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I think that's the case for most things. All right, so let's utilize our differences to help fill in the blanks that we're all looking for and that we're all seeking around. Yeah, it is called Indian Valley United is the Facebook page that's out there. Again, so it's linked. The event of the meeting tonight is linked on my news feed underneath this video. So you should be able to click on the event and then find that page through there. Hopefully that works. Hopefully the words I use haven't caused Indian Valley United to get censored too, since it's associated with me. We'll see. And then just some of you are probably curious. I just talked to Sue Weber, and Sue Weber is going to try to get me there's a link to a website where you can verify whether or not your property has been cleared of toxins yet if you lost your home in Greenville. So just maybe periodically check, or tomorrow I'll put an update when it gets on there, but I'm going to try to put that up.
Oh, well, I want to make sure that chat's okay. I went into the kitchen and went to put some stuff away while he was talking. And then I started looking at the cams, and I really need to monitor chat better. So Smitty's recovering from surgery. So if he's a little exuberant, he's literally on his sick bed. I just wanted to make sure that that Smitty didn't have new important information for us, because when I said, hey, let's check in with the cosmic being in Taylorsville, I think Smitty was just being enthusiastic, like, yay, because he knows his stuff. Daniel here knows his stuff. He's not only wise, and is telling people to come together even though they have disagreements, which I can't echo enough. It's just about being a mature human being. But he also predicted everything that would happen with Greenville by knowing his landscape. He's a volunteer firefighter with Taylorsville Firehouse, and he tried to warn the public about it. I didn't know about him early enough to put that on my channel, and I will always regret that because I didn't know who he was at the time. But he just makes accurate, fact-based, fact-based, logical assumptions about fire behavior. He gets out maps, and he's talking to everybody else around him about what's going on in the area, and so he's become a local legend and a folk hero because, unlike CAL FIRE and other agencies, he is able to just speak directly to the public and say, boom, these are my concerns, without any public information officer or bureaucratic process getting in the way, saying, hey, you can't tell that. You can't tell the public that. Or you have to delay until you tell the public that. So that's why we check in with him all the time. He has some zany ideas about things, but that's okay. What matters is that he is down to earth and absolutely practical and absolutely correct in what he talks about the fire behavior happening in this region. He's been proven right time and time and time again. Nothing he's saying is BS. So I think Smitty and others are just extremely enthusiastic about us checking in with the cosmic being. So I don't think Smitty's doing anything bad. When he said urgent is dispatch from Taylorsville, I think he was just kind of trying to introduce Daniel. But I wanted to let people know that Smitty is medicated right now. He's had a surgical procedure. Everybody be okay. He's not trying to be an alarmist. Everything's cool. So I wish we had more map time because he has the latest maps. He talks to the boots on the ground. He's one of the boots on the ground, for this region. So I just want to make sure everything in chat was okay. Yeah, exactly. He said just humor. The man Dan Kearns is there. Yeah, Dan is the man. There's a lot of like T-shirts now, like Dan for president, because he's really taking care of his community with the straight dope. He's got just the right mix of sobering, pragmatism and reality, and saying what fires have the potential to do, and the right mix of but here's what we're doing about it, so you can have hope. So let's see here. Nothing seems to be going down. Everything's good. He has made a new link to something on Facebook, and he's explaining how there might be some problems with people fighting amongst themselves there on that site. But I wanted to make sure that there's nothing else that we missed. So I'll let the rest of his video play out. I'm checking the cams meanwhile. Any news on the Sequoia fires? Hey, Shaz, haven't seen any. We're finishing our video roundup, and then there might be some new videos from like Sequoia National Park. If anybody knows of any, please let me know. I think I screwed up the video playback. I may have to restart this. And I think Desiree was really behind on the video. If you guys ever every once in a while, if you even touch your phone, sometimes it rewinds me to different videos. You must always hit the live button to make sure you're current with me, especially if you have Wi-Fi problems. Because sometimes people come and chat and they're arguing about something or commenting on something that happened about 2 hours ago or half an hour ago. Make sure you hit the live button, which is by the volume controls and upper bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Make sure you're live. Otherwise, it gets real confusing too. So, let's see, where was he in his video? We were somewhere around here. If it'll just behave and play. Buffering. Sorry guys if I screwed this one up. The Facebook player is not the most robust thing in the world. Really? Yeah, Indian Valley United. Yeah, so you may need to join that with the invitation. Sounds like it's a private group, but I don't blame him because the amount of trolls on these fires has been really sad. Everything from people coming in here being jerks to the Zoom meetings, the official community meetings being infiltrated by those guys screaming expletives and racial slurs. pornography advertisement stuff that they're trying to put in the middle of these fire videos. It's just disgusting. The things on Twitter and this and that. All of that negativity has just been really horrifying. But the vast majority of everything I've seen is community cooperation and people coming together. We must not forget that trolls are a tiny minority.
As my meetings, and I understand what you mean, but I also want to be clear, these aren't my meetings. I am happy to and honored to set these up and give you all the chance to come to these meetings, to these gatherings, as I'd rather call them, honestly. But these are largely for you, right? I'm trying to pick topics and get speakers that I feel are most pertinent to what's going on, the most immediate need. But please give me feedback. All right, I'm not doing this. I'm trying to base off of what you and we, the community, need. Not just what I want to have talked about. This is your space, right? And I will be there to keep things flowing and to moderate if need be. But largely, these are gatherings for the spreading of information, the networking of like-minded folks, and just to give us some time and space to be together, to appreciate each other. So.
And he doesn't realize what he's getting into, because I didn't either. You need full-time cops, That's why moderators here are such angels, you guys. I can't deal it without you. With everybody being so short and this being such a powder keg topic, no pun intended, that there's a lot of intense emotions. Every once in a while, we all just get really irritated with each other and lash out. But he, just like myself, wanted to create a space where people could come and support each other and talk about the relevant topics, but without a whole bunch of cops policing that'll get out of hand real fast. So good luck with his. He'll need a whole lot of mods and such, and hopefully that takes off. But I'm not saying that sarcastically. Good luck. I mean it with 100% sincerity. Good luck with that. It's hard. It's hard. That's why we have to appreciate our mods and everybody in here that's been so amazing. So even you guys that suddenly occasionally argue with each other, the vast majority of people are acting mature and helpful and just are like, wait a second, I offended you, you offended me, let's move on. And that is the best, sorry, let's move on. That is the best way to deal with things. And I appreciate you guys so much being so mature and so helpful, even when there's thousands of people in here. And you guys are great. You've made people feel welcome and supported. It's absolutely wonderful. Let's see what the rest is that he has to say.
We'll be at the rodeo grounds, so there will be seating, but I encourage you to bring your own snacks, bring your own.
Okay, that already happened today. So he's talking about they had like a potluck today in Indian Valley, and that's such a wonderful thing to hear about. Most of what we've been hearing is it's being evacuated, or that people are back in, or it's evacuated, or people being let back in. I just checked the cams and can't even find fire on any of the cams around Indian Valley. That's just awesome. There might have been a blip over at looking at the peat bog fire. That's over by what is that? Butte. I keep forgetting this reservoir. Mountain Meadows. There's still some peat on fire there in the marsh, but I can't even see open flame on the east zone of the Dixie. We do see a little bit from the 299 area. See that distantly, but those cams are zoomed in. So what an amazing sigh of relief thing. We just must remember from the earlier videos that it's still hot in the Devil's Punch Bowl area. It's still hot. It's still real dangerous for the crews to work in there. That some of them were pulled from this area because of slick rocks and extremely steep terrain. They may even be using rock climbing equipment, some of those hot shots in there, to access places. So the pulling them out of there, ironically, because it got too wet. Well, we'll take it though. We'll take a little bit wetter landscape. They're not completely out of the woods. That's why Taylorsville's on a watch. So is Genesee Valley and much of these chunks here. But it's looking more positive, much more positive. Yeah, good things still happen. Never give up. Desiree says, unfortunately, I never went to Greenville. Yeah, no. I've been there so many times I took its existence for granted. But there will be a new Greenville. There will be a new one. I just hope that they keep the character of the Gold Rush town and they rebuild it the way it looked. I would hate to see it look like some sort of a modern Dollar Generals, Quickie Marts, McDonald's, and trailers. It really needs, for the tourism thing, to look the way that the reason why people wanted to visit it in the first place. It looked like a time capsule from the Gold Rush. Let's hope that they decide to make it look like that again, because we have too many of those historic towns that completely lost their charm and lost their history. Yeah, the best thing that you can do when you lose history is, well, recreate it, and then that will be the best strategy for getting the tourists back and getting the money back and revitalizing the area. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, things like Virginia City and Placerville and all these towns, they're just wonderful. One of my video tours here that I was going to make before these fires broke out, and now it's more important than ever. On Lickety Split, I'm going to go to the time capsule towns to try to encourage tourism to these mountain towns so that people can follow my ghost town tours. Not paranormal, history, ghost towns. So we know some history was saved, some was lost. Just fingers crossed, I'm sure I'll be pleasantly surprised to find a lot that's still there that shouldn't be. Because the fire crews do surround all the historic places that they can and try to save everything they can. They've been doing that for more than 75 years. In fact, more than 100. So, yeah, the other videos, he talked about the potluck thing that they had in Indian Valley. That's good. Do we have any others that I am missing? I feel like I am missing something. Some sort of an update. We've seen the Caldor, the Dixie, checked in with Daniel, the Antelope, the McFarland, not the McFarland, the Monument, the McCash, the Rivers, Antelope, Eagle Peak, Caldor. Oh, the little ones. We know that the Rock Fire is contained. The Sequoias, that's right, Sequoia National Forest. Maybe they'll have... I haven't even checked Twitter today at all. I just retweeted a couple of things. Sequoia National, is it? That's a national park, isn't it? Sequoia National Monument Park? I get confused. It's a big chunk of California, the Sequoias, question mark. So, I don't know if they had fires in Region 5. Yeah, here it is, a 10-hour ago update. Lightning ignited several wildfires in Sequoia National Forest 10 hours ago. Thursday evening, dozens of lightning strikes ignited 11 new wildfires in joint Sequoia National Monument and Sequoia National Forest. I've been there. This is one of the places you must see before perishing. Well, technically everything is something you must see before you die, but, well, this should be a high priority. Forest officials are actively responding with available fire personnel to fully suppress these new fires. Aerial recon is underway to assess current fires and look for additional fire starts. With both the French and the Walker's fires nearby, available resources are being diverted to support where most needed, which is good. You want to quickly address these when they're tiny, get them out, and go back to the main fires. That's a good response. Additional information will be provided to the public as soon as it's available. When first assessing a fire's potential, several risk factors are considered when devising and implementing a strategy, such as firefighter safety, community safety, and availability of firefighting assets. The Forest Service always prioritizes the safety of its firefighters and surrounding communities. During difficult seasons like this one, firefighting resources are limited, requiring risk assessment of multiple fires that are competing for limited resources. So, Translation. As much as we would like to pounce on all of these right now, get them out and go back to the real deal, we have to triage. We could see more fires right now than we can handle. We have to figure out which ones. They're counting beans right now. They are looking at maps. They're going back towards aerial surveillance. They're helping to figure out, they're trying to figure out which fire has the potential to take off the most and damage the most things, and that should be extinguished first, or contained first. Sometimes when they're little like this, you can just, well, extinguish them. So they'll try to figure that out by trying to figure out how much dead and down vegetation's on the landscape, like how many dead trees are near these fires versus how many living ones are near the other ones, and they'll prioritize the ones near the dead trees, because that could get out of control real fast. Those could explode. And then they'll also try to figure out, well, what's at risk. If there's a bunch of new growth at risk, they won't worry so much. But if there's irreplaceable trees that have been growing since before the Bronze Age, well, those you have to protect as a priority. Just no bones about it. Some of those that I've seen are absolutely insane. They're just, well, they're the BC trees, the trees before Christ, right? they're not a renewable resource. You can never get something back that was growing before the Roman Empire began. That's not something humanity can get back. But young forests we can get back. So, oh, the other thing we're going to look at. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed on this. I don't think we have a video, but oh, maybe we do have a video. Oh, we got a video, but that's on the French fire. We might as well watch it. This is from 12 hours ago.
McFarland, Operations Chief for Great Basin Team 6 here on the French fire with your operational update for Friday. Rains last night and yesterday were welcome to us. 0.5 inches were measured in the fire area with pretty good coverage across the whole fire area. Of course, that was preceded by some pretty strong winds, which were good to test our containment lines. They all held. We had no holding issues, and then of course the rain really helped us out with containment of the French fire in all divisions all around the fire. Of course, with the weather came a lot of lightning, and we are helping to staff and submit resources, crews and engines to other fires that have popped up in the area in coordination with South Ops, which is the coordinating group that helps to deploy resources to priority fires, and we're working well with them to downsize the French fire to be able to turn it back over to the local district here on the Sequoia Forest Sunday morning. And so we are working in close coordination with the resources and the new incident command team from the local forest to get the right resources in the right place, continue fire suppression repair, and appropriately staff the French fire. That's the end of today's operational summary.
Well, this is actually a view that we had from one of the cams where we saw the French fire behind these distinctive mountain peaks. I'm so happy to see that we don't see a huge plume right now. Which cam is that? It was down by, let's try to match that up. I don't want to screw up that sun thing we had. It was wasn't Inland Empire cams. It was, yeah, I think it was Sierra Foothills actually. Let's go back down by the Shirley Peak. No, it was the Inland Empire. Maybe no. Okay, Central. No, I thought it was Sierra Foothills. Am I going nuts here? The Shirley, yeah, Sierra Foothills. So we had that perspective from the French fires up here. Right about where he's standing was right around, no, not Bird Springs. There's Lake Isabella. Yeah, this is the Fay Ranch cam, I believe. And let's do a time lapse. I think that lines up with what we are seeing. Sorry, where's... Yeah. Okay, there. There. So let's do a time lapse of like today. Isn't that about where he's standing? It could be a pan to the left a little bit. But boy, when we were checking out the French fire, there was a scary, scary plumes. Several weeks ago, and remaining 4 weeks. So, thank you so much, Chris, and thank you for your kind donation earlier. I wanted to talk about that. Just big hugs. Thanks for buying me a snack. I'll get some more nutritious food coming down the pipe. I think I'll order some real groceries, and maybe I'll just cook something big and then put it in my little ready-made tubs. I mean, maybe during a lull in all this, I could cook some big meals and then set up some to be frozen so I could pop them out in the microwave. But Ryan, thanks very much for the tips on the video, and come back and see us. We'll be here every day. So I don't know if this was the exact cam. It's kind of stuck here. Let's try the other one, the Fay Ranch Road Cam 1. And just throughout the day, I just want to see if the landscape lines up. That's real good to see it without massive, horrible smoke plumes that were frightening. I just found it interesting where they filmed him on the road. So, yep, Cobra Commander says prayers for another midnight miracle across Oregon. Sweet dreams. Yep, one day I'll play, maybe tomorrow, Frontier Psychiatrist, so people get the joke. That's a very funny song. And so a troll comes in here today, and what the new joke will be is me needing a psychiatrist. Remember, psychologists are the ones that want you to talk about your mother, right? Psychiatrists prescribe you pills. So this troll comes in and said, "Oh man, I wish I was a doctor, man. I could help you with your health problems." And so I thought that person coming in was like a real concerned member of the community here, right? It's kind of a nice sunset. But then it turned out that person was a troll, then said, "No, wait a second. Actually, I think you need some sort of a therapist, so you should tell them, you should lay down on the couch." And I said, "Oh no, actually, sounds like you're nuts and you need a psychiatrist." And I said, "Well, I think we all could use a psychiatrist right now. Indeed, a frontier psychiatrist." And it's a reference to a popular song that was a hit. I think it was a one-hit wonder, really. There was a zany musical group. I think they were called the Avalanches. And their entire deal was to mix as many classical TV and movie references together into almost like not really a rap or hip-hop song, but just along those lines. Instead of somebody singing, they just had movie quotes. Some of them pretty obscure, or documentary film quotes from like the 60s. And they did this song that was remixed to the Lawrence of Arabia theme. And a Western, like an old Western movie, which I still haven't found out which Western movie they use. Oh God, no, not that. No rotating. I'm just checking cams right now. So the French fire looks so much better than it was. Here's our Rocky Point. Woodford Heights is still there. Wow. Silver City, the ghost town. Isn't it called Silver City? Is still down there. Yay. Can't even find the French fire in cams. This is marvelous. It's a reprieve. The fires are kind of dormant right now in the damp, but it's a reprieve. We'll take it. These fires are not over. They're just. It's like we knocked them out today in the boxing ring, but they're down for the count, but not out. They actually got back up and they're starting to shake their heads like ugh, and they went to the corner, and it'll be round 2 again tomorrow and such. But the very funny song is called Frontier Psychiatrist, and it really is to Lawrence of Arabia. And it's just full of random movie quotes kind of strung together like it's a telling a story. A very unique song. And heck, maybe I should just show it to you guys now, although it's really jarring at night when people are, it's kind of an intense, has a lot of drums in it. And it's kind of bizarre, frankly. It's a weird song. So if anybody's trying to relax right now, it's probably not the time to introduce it. It would probably be when we were like having fun, you know. I want to check all the other Dixie. We did see the Dixie fire on this cam, Bunchgrass Lookout. So it's still out there. Sorry, strobing light warning, seizure. There's lights in front of the windmills which are going. And that can induce seizures. I try not to show too much of that. So I don't know that I can really time-lapse this camera too much. We got one adjacent. Okay, seizure threat is over, hopefully. I'm switching the round mountain cam. I don't think we'll see much here because the mountainside being in the way. But if you want to look it up, it's called Frontier Psychiatrist. It's an even crazier video, I think, with somebody in a gorilla costume, I think, going ape on the drums. It's actually an impressive drum solo if you're into music. And impressive also if you're into mixing. They even scratched a parrot. They recorded a parrot and then put that record on the turntable and scratched the parrot. I don't think anyone's done that before. You know how you just put your hand on it and twist it left and right? They scratched a parrot. Dude, all the respect. So the joke is that we're all under stress and there's been a disaster here. So when he said I needed a psychiatrist, I was like, immediately, yeah, I do. I think that's the best way to respond to trollery. Wait, that's me, the top light on the hillside in the cam? Really? Is that you, Matt? You were cleaning out your attic? Nope, the fires are down for the count, but not out. The moisture was not significant enough to put out any fire today, but it really helped turn the tide in the favor of the fires under almost all the circumstances here. We're still taking losses. We're still losing structures, especially on the more remote fires. A bunch of new fires were started west of Tahoe. And like I keep telling people, they will show up as smokes as soon as it dries out. Right now, they're sleeper fires, a lot of them. There are hundreds of lightning strikes. There were 4 or 5 new ones west of Tahoe, and there's some in Sequoia Park. They were either visible on cams as wispy things of smoke or not much of a factor at all. I think one of them was visible on the Buck Rock 2 cam right there. We found one. That definitely looks like a fire. So we have them in Sequoia National Park and say it ain't so. So here's the last 6-hour time lapse. Some of the lightning was completely dry, some of it was sopping wet. But as soon as the ground dries out tomorrow and the sun peeks out, it'll start drying the fuels again. And then any smoldering fires that were just on the down low will burst through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man and say, oh yeah, because they're going to find everything they need, dry fuels and some winds. So right now it's like the Kool-Aid Man's on the other side of the wall, and we'll see him break out tomorrow. This is one of the few that's burning actively and brightly tonight. So this is on the Buck Rock 2 cam at the Sierra and Foothills. I'm not sure what the name of this one is. We can go to CalTopo right now to cross-reference it. Yeah, sleeper fires, yeah. We all need a psychiatrist? I'm pretty sure. So the it's good though. We had good progress today. We could if it was not as wet, If it was not as wet today or yesterday, we could be seeing 25 new mega fires. I can't tell you how lucky we got. Instead, we're seeing like 5 ones that might be a big problem. 5 or 6. So let's see the Buck Rocket Cam. Let's get some reference points. We can change the map to either street or hybrid map. Let's see where this puppy is. Is looking south. Buck Rock is, wow, east of the Sequoia, the Giants. Wow, okay. So I'm trying to find towns as a reference point. Street map. Not that there are many towns out there. Far to the west is Grant Grove Village, which is basically the tourist town if you're going to go to Sequoia National Parks. People think that every square inch of California is developed. Most of it's actually never been very developed. It's the valley that's clogged full of people. So it's hard to see how far it's looking out. There's a place called Heartland. Okay, and Esham Point OHV staging area. It's by Big Baldy. Alright, so Heartland, California. We can now go to El Topo and say Heartland. H-A-R-T is a heart, meaning a stag. A buck. Okay. East of Fresno. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay. So, here would be our spot that we're probably looking at. And that is, what's this stuff over here? Let's go to, Stony Creek Village. Stony Creek Campground. That is the nearest civilized developed area. This is up on a ridge area. This is pretty inaccessible, except there is that's a wilderness boundary. The dotted lines may be a trail. So, other than that, there is no paved road for fire engines to get at. This would be a challenge. Poop Out Pass. Okay. Looks like it's an ancient trail. Weaver Lake. Alright. When I want to figure out just how historical these areas, I turn on the historic slider. And Bear Trap Meadow and Big Baldy. Now these old trails are not on the historic maps. That's 1885 to 1915. Here's 1915 to 1945, and we see one of those trails on there finally showing up. Actually, no, the other one was there. So, yeah, they were on the map. This trail was on the map before 1915. And 1915 to 1945 is still there, but it's on a ridgeline. Hard to reach. Lost Grove Station. I wonder if that still exists. Lost Grove. When they say station, that can be anything from a ranger station to a stagecoach station, historically. Yep, I'm on Cal Topo, Joe Robinson. So they've at least got a paved road to get to this area, and then hotshots could hike in, I suppose. They could try to figure stuff out. If it looks like it's actively burning pretty good. Like, let me change my bottom static message. Let's see what the name of this fire is. Sequoia fires. That's what we're investigating right now. The CalTopo will tell us the name if we go to Modus and Veers, if it has one. It doesn't look like it has one, but it's next to Stony Creek Village. a campground. This must be some pretty epic, amazing views and vistas. I mean, if you've never been to this part of the world, you have to go see the sequoias and this rugged wilderness. Man, let's see if we got anything. I haven't. Yeah, let's take Stony Creek Campground, California. Let's just see if we've got any pictures to look at. Go to terrain. I said, go to terrain. There we go. Now we get the picture. This is some rugged stuff. What are the elevations? I forgot to check. What are our elevations? We're at 7,600 feet just below there, so almost 8,000 feet for that peak. Okay. And so where to go with my thing here? Let's see if anybody's taken some cams or pictures of this area. Well, this is some high altitude alpine stuff. So the trees are scraggly. They are scraggly up there. That might be one of the smaller bonuses. The massive sequoias are at the valleys and the slightly lower elevations. So I have a lot of. Let's see here. I was hoping somebody hiked up there and we could find some tourist photos, you know. It's the Stony Creek Lodge. Let's put the little gold man on Street View. Yeah. Wow, this looks so fresh and clean. This is gated off. At the time the Google car came here. Sequoia National Forest Resort, Stony Creek. Close. Well, whenever the Google car was here in April of 2021. Oh, yeah, COVID, of course. Okay. There are some sizable trees for fuels, though. Really big, really big, sizable trees around here for fuels. Up on the ridgelines, it'll be scragglier, but if anything, any embers come down from the ridgelines, they're going to land in this. Oh, God, huge snags all over the landscape. This is not good. This is this year's Google car. So, were these logged off the landscape? No, they were not. Even if they tried to, there wouldn't be time. So we can take. Whoa. Ooh. Historical building. Ooh. It's boarded up, though. Oh. So there's things to lose in this area and massive heavy fuels. Yowza. So that is one that potentially could get out of hand, even though it's up there on the ridges. As things burn throughout the night, the embers can just be blown around because it's on high. We could look at our weather, but that's going to be totally irrelevant on the top of our ridgeline. Up here, the winds whip, and you could have embers go in any direction, any moment. No matter what the prevailing wind is, the prevailing wind would tell us most likely direction of fire spread, but on these steep hills, the rollout potential where logs, flaming debris, and pine cones, which they call footballs, which I think is adorable, rolling down, not only down the hillside, like here, it would roll down the hillside, but this is also a steep chute kind of a hillside. You would just have stuff rolling down. It's a pretty unpredictable way the fire could spread, as well as embers going whoosh, whoosh, depending on which way the wind blew. So that's one of grave concern. That's one where I'm going, okay. Buck Rock Cam. The fact that it's burning actively into the night is of greater concern, as that tells us it's not damped down by any moisture right now. It's just doing its thing. It's chugging along at night. Even though these cool cloud layers are coming in, it's fanning it. The air is fanning it. Okay, so let's look at the direction of the smoke. So as we're looking almost due south, so seeing the smoke go off that way to the left side of the screen means the winds are pushing it to the east. Unless I'm discombobulated, yeah. Winds coming in from the west, pushing it to the east in general. So likely try to climb the ridges now. So John Robinson says, sorry I've missed your teaching. CalTopo is new to me. Only lived in California for 8 years. Yeah, CalTopo is a map for the world. Ask any questions right now. I'm happy to teach. We've got some time. Oh, you need to do an educational vid on using CalTopo when it's done? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Would you like me to teach you anything right now? The basics are really, really easy. You want me to go over things? I'll be happy to. That's the purpose of the channel, is teach people to monitor fires for themselves. That's what it says in my channel descriptions. I can teach you how to track wildfires so you can be safe. That's the idea. And all these tools are free. Yeah, that can be true, D. Thomas. Best way to learn a website is start playing with it. But I find if you have a general guide first, there's a human factor called initial frustration. If you want to do something and can't find out a way to do it after 15 minutes, sometimes you just wash your hands of it in frustration. If you can get told the basics and just follow along with the basics and then play with it, I find that that's superior when I try to teach computers. Right now I'm watching the winds. This is better. Watch the smoke on the cams. Because even though windy should say, hey, the prevailing winds are this way and this way, surface winds, the winds at the surface, are all that matter to a fire. And these are fanning it right now. And these surface winds are pushing it towards its east. If it has fuel to the east, it will grow. If there's just rocks or something, it'll struggle to grow to the east. But it looks like it has a ridge line aligning with wind direction, and that's bad. That can mean very fast growth. So what alignment means, it's one of the most important things to know about fire education, is do canyons, you just trace them, do canyons and wind direction line up, or ridge tops. So you can just trace them. Here's the ridge with the fire. Do they line up with wind direction as alignment? Are the winds going the same way as the canyons and the ridge tops? Fires can race along canyons because those are wind tunnels, which make the wind faster. So if the wind is going the same way, if we have wind going the same exact way, it'll push it fastest. Fires love to race along ridge tops, and if there's good enough wind, they'll hopscotch to the next ridge top and the next one downwind. And so when it does its hopscotching thing, which is called spotting out ahead of itself, it makes a spot of fire here, then a spot of fire here, as it just throws burning embers around on the landscape. That's what spotting is. As it hopscotches from ridges to ridge, ridge top to ridge top, it'll also do a thing called running a ridge line. Up here is the fiercest wind gusts. The speeds are the highest on ridges, and the second runner-up is inside of the canyons, where they funnel like putting your finger in a garden hose. So what you do is you note the direction of the landscape, and then you can turn on, say, the wind button. Right now, that's very hard to see against a green background. Sorry. Maybe I could do this. Change the background. Nope. If I make the background darker, yeah, you can kind of see it. Right now, the winds are supposed to be coming out of the southeast towards the northwest. But look at the cams telling a different story of the microclimate, meaning every little canyon area is a microclimate, where the weather down here can be experienced very differently from the weather on top of a mountain, on top of the ridge, or down at that campground. So even though this is what the wind is supposed to be doing, blowing the opposite direction, and we'll have to check windy. I mean, this is just a button on CalTopo. You have to verify what's going on at the scene. Surface winds, since we're looking south, you see them down at the surface pushing that fire to the east, trying to, giving that fire energy from the west to the east since we're looking south. So here is the west, here's the east. Surface wind. It's all that matters to the fire. What wind is it experiencing itself? Now we see some misty cloud cover, giving it maybe some moisture, but it's giving it oxygen too. Fires have to move to survive. They have to find new fuels to survive. And what is due east of that ridgeline right now will matter. So we will continue to watch this to see if this fire spreads along that ridgeline. So let's see here. Where on CalTopo is this Sequoia fire? Sure, I'll be happy to show you. I just narrowed it down to probably this one right here because of where the camera location is at. Although we have another, lightning tends to light them in a line as the lightning storm went north the other day. This is the Fresno area. We had a series of strikes just up and down. We were watching that live over by Mammoth Lakes and such too. And so the one that I think we're looking at is here, which on CalTopo you could do a quick search for that campground right next to it. Let me take off the satellite view. Stony Creek Campground. So I think we're seeing the one on the ridge of Stony Creek based on this, seeing this long range scope of this cam. This cam is located just to the east of Heartland. That's what we were able to look at when we put it in Street Map. So, or the camera is east, excuse me, of Giant Grove Village. And sort of northeast of Heartland. So the fire is, if you take Heartland and you draw a line almost due east, that dip right there, see, is our Stony Creek campground. And we have the fire on the ridge up here. Now I could be mistaken. It's very hard to tell. There's another fire even distantly. So there's one here, which is I think the one we're looking at, Stony Creek campground. But we have the others further away. So how far the zoom of the camera? We can go back to CalTopo and see the next one in the line. We've got this. So we know there's multiples in Sequoia National Forest / Park here. This one is at a extremely tall peak near Colony Peak here. That may be the peak's name, 596B-T. That's maybe it's something else, some other note on the map. But Colony Peak is an elevation of 6,132 feet-ish, something like that. It is possible that we're looking down at that one. The way to figure it out would be to try to find more cams to be more certain. But either which one we're looking at, the surface winds are trying to push it to the east, even though prevailing surface winds seem to be going towards the north, from the south to the north. So let's look at CalTopo at this one. If we change our base map to OpenStreetMap and turn down shaded relief, we can sometimes go to see more communities. The second candidate is due east of Dinuba. Sorry, I've never been here before. Due east of Dinuba, past Sheep Ridge Wilderness Study Area, at this location by Colony Peak. So what do we have here for civilization anywhere nearby? We have General's Highway, which is probably named after the massive sequoia trees, where they named them after Civil War generals and stuff. Pinewood seems to be the nearest civilization. It looks like it's a campground or something. This is pretty undeveloped areas, just to put it lightly. So we can go far east of Danuba on the cams. So we'll do a duplicate tab. We'll scooch this over and see what other cams we got. Where's Danuba? I don't think we even have that on our maps. Let's go to a street map. Where's Danuba? There. There. We don't have another cam. Period. So we're either seeing one or the other. If any of these cams by Elderwood would turn around, we could possibly see what's going on. Red Flat might be some sort of civilization. We've got a very distant view from McKenzie Ridge, even closer to Fresno than the other cam, but that is completely devoid of any reference points that won't help us track and narrow us down what we're seeing. We've got something visible from pointing that direction from the south, but apparently just looking at the other side of this hill. So that is not useful. But the next thing to do would be to stop trying to investigate it ourselves and try to consult with the people who already figured it out. I bet if we just took 5 minutes to Google, we could say which fire is visible on the Buck Rock 2 cam. And something like Twitter would be able to tell us, because there's people familiar with the area and maybe listening to the radios there that would know. But what I just don't like what we're seeing. I don't like seeing this amount of nighttime activity and this amount of wind blowing over it. We can check our weather forecast. Oh, where to find historical overlays? Yep, I'll be ready to show you. See, whenever it breaks over the top with like a little burst, like a splashing fountain over the top of that, that's when it's being real active and it has shot some energy, some heat right through that little cap of cooler air. It's got quite a bit of energy, whichever one of these fires it is. I'm inclined to think it's the one by that campground. But here's how I do it on CalTopo. Let me take off some layers. I'm going to go straight to the way you guys might see it. You have a thing on the side here, and you just totally ignore that. Just ignore it. Fancy users can upload their own maps in that space. Whatever. So your base layer up here is one of your most important. It's the very bottom layer, the base. Right? And everything else is a stacked transparent one on the top. And only the stacked ones on top have a slider where you could play around with transparency, right? So my base, I typically just say TF Outdoors. It's got the right mix of not looking ugly, showing some terrain and some civilization. So then you hit the button to stack a base layer, and I just do that a couple of times. I usually stack about 3 of these. First one, I go to relief shading and hit shaded relief. Now that is going to be super important for trying to get the lay of the land. Remember, if anything's at 100%, you can't see anything else. That's the one layer you can see. So never take them to 100%, you know. So I do TF Outdoors as the base, then add a base layer with that stack a base layer button. And then shaded relief. The next one, global imagery, or NIP is the same thing. It's just different satellite maps. Then we drag it back down to 0%. Next one you can do is, I like sometimes the history one, but it kind of screws up your buttons to have it there all the time. So you can do historic. It's of most importance to me because I want to know if there's historical buildings that they need to save. This is quite interesting right here. These buildings may be gone. They may not exist anymore, but there used to be a bunch right there. There used to be giant forest, circle, meadow, and something. Could have been a logging camp at one point, could have been something that no longer exists today, but one thing that I like to do with the base layers, I'll change it frequently if I'm in the wilderness. Way better than TF Outdoors is scanned topos. Scanned is the older style maps from the 70s and 80s, which were so clear and so readable and so high contrast. It's just easy to get all the info you need. Blue is the creeks. Every little line here is a different elevation line. You can get the lay of the land. You see all the structures. This is amazing. The scanned topos, it's generally a map of the style of the 70s or 80s. It could be pretty old, but cross-reference it, just hit Forest Service. Yeah, they made their maps so much uglier recently. I don't understand it. Whoops. And they cut off. The Forest Service will only be in certain areas. So if there's private tracts of land, you're just out of luck. It's just missing. You can hit their green versions, their white versions. The 2013, 2016. But my point is about these Forest Service maps is while they can be pretty clear and nice, and sometimes they're just not quite as high contrast and easy to follow as some of the older styles. I just love the older style. This is a good one. This shows marshes and stuff, but the whole blotches of white everywhere, I think that's to show private property, usually the presence of mines. In the past, when the mining companies or sometimes timber companies would buy things, and in fact you can see a lot of mines around here. The whole fact that it says prospect, that usually means the strip of area that was owned by the mining company. And it's not Forest Service land to this day. It's privately owned. I just don't like it as showing as giant blotches of white. The old style has that sort of, but it's got that, at least it's got the darker black kind of contrast. So, and these scanned topos don't end with the forest. They're just topographic maps of the region. They're not necessarily dependent on existing because of forest land. So, hey, on a fixed income. So, let me look back. Link for the area of the camera? Sure, I'll get right back to it. So, the way I found it was I went to Heartland, Hartland, and then once you have all this set up, you click on Fire Activity to see the spots. Now, once you have your topos, shaded relief tells the story. Once you just slide that up there, gives you that 3D view. So the link for this cam is Buck Rock 2, Sierra Nevada, and Foothills. Buck Rock 2, BCK. And we're trying to figure out the risk to the sequoias in the Sequoia National Park with the new lightning fires. There's a bunch. This is the one that's most concerning to me right now. Well, the one that we can see. Because it's burning actively throughout the night. It tells me it's not wet enough to have stopped this thing. When it's drier today, it has potential to take off. So, you have a layers button, remember. You can go to satellite, hybrid, street view, base map. You know, there's even buttons for lightning intensity. Irwin fire starts. Oh wow, I didn't even know that existed. So we could just get rid of the cameras. So this is the Irwin. I did not know this existed. Maybe I forgot. This Irwin fire starts. Wow. So maybe we are looking at this after all. Maybe we don't even have eyes on the other one by that campground. It could be. This would follow the profile. If it started on the other side of this ridge, I don't know why that's blank, then that may be why we're seeing it behind a ridge, right? It's down in here. Maybe it is what we're looking at on these cams. With the one of concern that I was just showing you guys by this campground over there, maybe that's even out of view. So that campground is, going back to Caltopo, that's the one at Stony Creek. What's near this? This. If this thing is being pushed to the east, it would be on the Kaweah River, with the nearest civilized buildings threatened Pinewood. So what county is this? I wonder if Pinewood area, if there are campers here, they closed down the forest, I wouldn't imagine. They probably have moved people out. But I don't know that this is part of the National Forest. If we go to Forest Service maps, they're not present. It may not be the National Forest. It says National Sequoia National, but why are the maps missing then? Sequoia National Park. Oh, in the forest boundary, I see. So hopefully nobody is there to be ushered out of there. It would suck if people made some of these reservations. They have to be done years in advance. No, it's wildfires, not wild fights. Sorry, somebody's asking me my email. Let me just put it down. It's wildfires@gmail.com. And here's the link. Let me go back to what were the questions about it. The historical overlay is just one of the layers, and then choose which map. Kaweah Camp and Pinewood Camp are pretty old. It's on the 1915-1945 set, but not quite yet. 1885 to 1915. Bridge Camp. There's a little bridge down there. That could have been for constructing the bridge, or it could be a nice little campsite. So, to find this one, you would just look at Pinewood campsite. And maybe that is what we're seeing. Some of these can be zoomed in so tightly that you would be astonished what kind of fire they're looking at from such a long distance away. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. I'm just going to do a general Google search of Sequoia National Park fire by near Pinewood 2021. Let's see what we get. News releases. Sequoia and Kings Canyon. Temporary. Parks fight new wildfires ignited by lightning storm. September 10th, a significant lightning storm occurred in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks and the surrounding areas on the evening of the 9th. At this time, 3 new wildfires ignited by the storm have been discovered within the park boundaries. They're actively suppressing these. So, on the 9th, they said Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks Labor Day weekend is the last holiday weekend of the summer season at Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, and the parks are expected to have an exceptionally busy weekend. What? So did they not shut them down? I guess it's not technically a national forest if it's the Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park, but I really thought all the parks were closed. So that's a bulletin with no additional info from the parks page. I don't think this has a name to really look up yet. We may just have to wait for tomorrow to get any new information. But it seemed like it was dampened down during the mist, and then everything cleared out. And there it goes. And at first the wind was blowing a different direction, and now look how it came in and changed directions, blowing it to the east. Surface winds, at least. So, do we have more questions? People were talking about Bidwell. Let's see here. Yep, that's okay. I corrected your spelling. It's okay. The temperatures are still hot. Is that correct? Yeah. We just had a cold front move in, so it's cold right now. People are in jackets and coats and lighting their stoves. But during the daytime, for the mountains, we're going to have a hotter and drier week, and much more so than the last couple of days. I mean, it was just, the relief was here just because that was a cold front, an Alaska-style cold front. The best way to explain why we just got cold weather coming up from the south was this things swept in from Alaska down like that. Whoops, wrong color pen. It was from Alaska like so, and came down towards the California coast, and the winds pushed it up that way. So you had all this cold stuff going that way. And it's still affecting Idaho with multiple lightning strikes and some wetting rain, and up there Calgary in Canada. There's still lightning strikes over north of Salt Lake City and stuff going on right now. But California and Oregon has seen it sweep past. There's still a lot of moisture coming in from the ocean. A lot of it found its way in today, and so we saw big clouds forming here that we thought might be pyrocumulus, but they weren't. It was just too moist. It was just formation of lookalike clouds. So we have wind shifting in the general area down here. Let's look at windy and go to, what was it? Heartland, California. Is that Tulare? Okay, help me pronounce this again. I'm hopeless. Is it Tulare? Like tularemia? All the cams in the area are on patrol. Oh, it's here's your direct link to the one I was looking at, Buckrock 2. Let's go to wind. There's Heartland. We can find a peak related to the area. And so we're in the middle of a wind shift. I don't know why it's on Monday. What is it now? Saturday night. Winds are dying down to around, whoops, I'm in knots. Let's go to miles per hour. It'll be about a dead calm with 11 to 10, 9 miles an hour winds. They're out of the southeast blowing to the west-northwest. for now, but then they'll move due north around 8 a.m. And then prevailing winds will shift, will come from the west and be blowing the fire presumably towards the east with around 20-mile-an-hour winds starting around 11 in the morning, but it's a dead calm. Otherwise, pretty hot temps, 85 degrees. For the Sierras, that's hot, especially in September. There's only 2 weeks of fall in the high Sierras, and then you got your snow. You got your frost, you got your ice. That's pretty much what happens. Like October is winter in the high Sierras in general, unless we get some more jackassery, excuse me, from long summers. We're getting troll summers is what I'm going to call these. You thought it was cold, huh? Well, put your shorts back on. The nice thing about the next few days is there's almost no sustained winds to speak of in this region. At this altitude, it's all wind gust potential. So from 11 to 6 tomorrow, you could have up to 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's going to be pretty light. The temperatures are going to dry everything out, and that sucks. But this is pretty favorable. What sucks, though, is aircraft. May just get smoked in. If they don't have enough wind, then they can't do anything. And aircraft would be the number one way to get this contained or out. That would be the number one way. And if there's no sustained winds, that smoke's just going to cover it and smother it. It'll be like putting that lid on the grease fire. But the best thing to do about these small ones is get them out or get them contained like within days and go back to the main show. So on a fixed income says, oh, hey, Husky, welcome back. To Larry. Okay, thank you. To Larry. Bear Mountain, Fresno 1. Okay. Is the other one across from it? Is it looking at it? Because it was so far away, it didn't seem to give us much joy there. I'm Big Gal 007. A few of the roads in one of the campgrounds are closed in Sequoia per the website. Okay. Yeah. It's okay. GM80, GMA Deb 55. That's okay. You can, we like it when you do talk, you know. Every time I think I'm talking to myself and I see 70 people in the chat, I'm like, a little bit nervous. So did I answer the Caltopo questions enough? I've got a little time to go over it. We can see the wind gusts forecast just if we zoom out for much of the state. We're in gust mode right now. And just going forward throughout the days, we've got some gusty stuff, but nothing too red. Nothing too red. For several days now, it'll just be dry, but I think the winds will be relatively lazy, except that Monday morning thing. Gale force winds off the coast. Some of that might bleed into the river complex and affect it by bleeding into the canyons, especially Monday night. But just looking in California as a whole, it's back to being dry, pretty warm, but not too terribly windy. In the forecast. Gusts are one thing, but you don't want sustained winds driving gusts. That's the one thing that just goes nuts. And the cool thing about the wind right here looks so calm. And then the strip right below it is your gusts. So it's going to be interesting to see how many of these winds can make it in to the Eureka area and down these canyons. That'll be the thing to watch. So, oh, Husky, you think you might be getting sick? I totally sympathize. Totally sympathize. Now, I may have to take the computer down for some maintenance and some relaxo time for myself. And I only have a couple days out of the week to interact with my friend in Australia. And she's, of course, on Australia time. And then what I could do is work on my computer a little bit and restart the stream for early in the morning. But it would take some hours. And I could restart it around 5:30ish or something like that. 6, definitely by 7 when there's, stuff moving on. I think we've covered everything that we can cover right now. Unless anybody has a specific question on a specific fire, it might be good for me to try to do things like pay my bills, which I've been neglecting. Make sure that my bank account isn't dry or something, because I normally keep much better track, but almost every waking hour since July 14th has been spent monitoring these fires and talking. I do need voice rest breaks as well. And as much as I try to discipline myself, I can't stop talking with the stream going, because I can't just see a question and not address it, And I can't have somebody say, "What's that?" and just not say, "Oh," and pipe up and be helpful, So we may, the fires are down. We gave them a sucker punch. They went down for the count, but they're shaking their heads and they're dizzy and they're like, "Whoa, what happened?" Oh man, and they're going to try to get revenge, But that was a nice reprieve. And we got some new ones to worry about. Yeah. Whenever I cover these fires, I have these persistent sinus problems. And the bad thing is I'm more healthy other times of the year. But when these fires and smoke come by, here I am like totally stopped up, tried to talk to you guys about fire, guys. This is some of the times I'm the least able to do this, but doing my best. Shoot. Where did this go? Okay. Oh no, I dropped the vitamin on the floor. Any questions, guys? And then I'm going to try to relax. I have been telling myself, do the thing that they say. Try to take at least an hour of your day that is just doing something that you want to do. If we have some time, I might be able to pick an old classical movie that we could watch together. If you guys have a suggestion, especially one that's not copyrighted, and maybe we can watch that together when I come back. But right now, I do have to attend to some things. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to make the standalone video for the missing person. Gosh, I'm so bad at this. So I want to make a video now. Just pausing the fires. There's a missing girl, and maybe people will recognize her, perhaps at shelters. I want to get into my email now to get all the photos together. I've been so bad at coming out with this promised video. I want to help anybody in here any way I can. So let me open my email, and then I'll upload this video as a standalone so that the family can use it as a link to share. Let me quickly get to there. Gosh. Oh man, I have 506 unopened emails. Oh no. Well, this will be harder to find off screen than I thought. Just bear with me. Can show you guys something. Oh, I'm looking here. Okay, yeah, Crosswaves video. Okay, so here's some more recent photos. Okay, let's see here. let's see. Oh, there's more for me to read here than I knew about this. Um, let's see here. And hold on, guys. I'm reading off screen. Um, yeah. Okay. I have permission to read what was just emailed to me a little bit ago for the miniature video. I'm trying to help connect Crosswave, who comes in here, who's a kind supporter of the channel, connect with her missing daughter. So the photos, I'm going to try to line them up real quick to make this a nice compact little video so that she can distribute the video to help find her. It looks like it may be one of those cases where it's someone, an immigrant is scared to come forward thinking that they're in trouble, and that happens again and again. If you get in the wrong crowd, so these young ladies from Eastern Europe and such, they're told that they can't come forward to law enforcement for help. It's a way of controlling them, as bad people will tell them, you'll get arrested, you know, and she may be scared about that situation. But that's not the case. That's not the case. If somebody needs help from law enforcement, generally you can get it. And that's the best thing to do. So I'm not sure which phone number I'm supposed to use. One of the one that was on the earlier image, I think, will be best. So just bear with me, guys. This may be a little bit more elaborate to put together than I thought. Other images. This one, oh, okay, so this one has the phone number. So she was last seen in San Juan. Her mom's really worried for her. If anybody has seen this woman since the 7th of July, please call her mother at 530-955-1123. Okay, but I have some other photos that I can show here. And the situation is that she may think that she's under investigation in connection with a robbery, but she was actually one of the victims of the robbery. But the way that bad people can try to control others is say, don't go to the police, you'll be connected, you'll be charged with something. And that's not the case. That's called witness intimidation. So that's probably what seems to be going on here, is that she was at a location that was robbed. She was one of the victims, but has been intimidated into silence and is now a missing person. So this is Christina Zaitseva. And if you've seen her, then please get in touch with her mother here, who's very worried for her, at 530-955-1123. I'll try to make a little bit better of a video. I have to repeat what I just said. That was a little bit of practice because I'm going to make a standalone. So just bear with me. This is my last task before signing off here. I want to do a better job here. So that's our initial first image. And there are a couple more pictures. And yeah, if I can just get them lined up correctly with the email program, that might be good. Hang on. this image. Open with. I hate this. I won't open it in a new window. I just want to back-to-back open in a new window, and Gmail's kind of fighting me. Gosh. Okay, well, I'll just do this on my own time, guys. I thought this would be easier to just go here, 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 click to the different windows. It's not really working, so I'll just leave it at this, guys. Unless you have another task for me or some sort of a question. This is, she's Eastern European. Does speak English as far as I have gotten the impression, but she may be at one of the shelters or somewhere. Just let her know she is not in trouble with the law, that she's a victim of it, of the crime, and no matter what people are trying to intimidate her about, she has a family that misses her and loves her and wants her to come home and check in with them. So this is something that unfortunately they have not. Yeah, Heather, I'll try to get you links there as I talk more with her mom. You do a lot of true crime and following that for true crime YouTubers. Yes, that would be amazing, Heather, to share that along the internet that way, because law enforcement may not be taking this as seriously as the family is wishing. That's the impression I'm getting. And well, they're overwhelmed with wildfires. This is a bad time to be a missing person when law enforcement is just constantly juggling and not getting any sleep. So yeah, Heather, can you email me and I'll forward appropriate materials to you, so that we can get this more on the appropriate places of the web. I like to help out, like by making a mini video, and then people can share the mini video. But I have more emails from the family than I thought, so I want to download them all, get my script in a row, and make it proper, you know. So her name is Christina Zaitseva, spelt like so. And she was last seen around July 7th in North San Juan at a place where she was one of the victims of a robbery. So I haven't read the rest of the info. I thought it was just a series of pictures that I was supposed to show, but apparently there's more background info that I just got emailed, and I will have to read about that before I put it out there. But it's just one of those classic cases of immigrants being intimidated, you know, by rumor mill and bad people, that you can't trust the cops, you can't go to them, you can't, you know, it's really sad. You know, it's really sad that a lot of people who are victims of crimes are afraid to go to the authorities just because, you know, they're immigrants and they don't know what to believe. So, hey, good night, Mark. Good night. So, I tried to find information myself a little bit, like maybe that there would be a poster. Maybe there would be a poster, and I haven't seen anything of the sort. You know, I do Google missing persons, and I put in the name, and I can't find a thing. And it could be because of the difficulties in, you know, the immigrant family trying to deal with law enforcement and know exactly what to do. So, yep, you'll email me. Great, Heather, you're awesome. Because I'm sure that it's valuable to get the information out right now about missing people here on my channel, but even more valuable for people that are actively plugged into those circles, and they can spread the word. So this is, I'll forward you what's been forwarded to me. And social media can really help these things, especially if she is not, we don't know her status. We don't know if she's kidnapped or not, but if she's just afraid to come forward, then hopefully that will reach her and she can realize that that intimidation is nothing. That's nothing. If she really has information, about the crime, she can have witness protection. That's generally a good program, and she doesn't have to testify if she doesn't want to. That's there's a lot of things that people can worry about. It's not as bad as it seems. So yeah, Heather, you say Heather Williams. I mod for AV Watchman United We Stand, Crenshaw Inc., Tiffany Marie, Q Carlock, 100. Just a lot of true crime. Awesome. Well, thank you for doing that, Heather. So with that, thank you everybody who helped donate to me to keep me running and keep me fed. Yeah, AV Watchman's very good at looking for the immigrants that this happens to. He's from the Palmdale area, and these people are saints. I try to do what I can for fires, but I'm so much in awe of the people that there's so many people online that go and they help people find bodies and such, like volunteer scuba divers and recovery specialists, people that go to cold cases and volunteer their time for that stuff. I have the utmost respect for that. It's very dark, and I can't watch too much of that without being a little sad. I mean, I'm already trying to deal with disasters and fire, and adding that to my plate is sometimes a little much. But yeah, thank you, Heather. And you know about social media a lot better than I do. So maybe we can put something out on my Twitter as well and get this more in the public sphere of things being, passed around. So hopefully this will have a good outcome. Hopefully. So with that, I need to have a little bit of time off to use my computer for some maintenance, to clean a little bit of the kitchen and such, and check in with my friend in Australia who keeps, of course, nighttime hours. And this will give my mods a good little break too. And I'll take the stream back up for the AM. And unless anybody has a question right now for me, please, if you have seen Christina Zaitseva or have heard about anybody, especially in the Butte County, Plumas, maybe at one of these evacuation centers, the Valley, then let her know that her family does miss her, does care for her, and is looking for her. And she should call her mom. And so, yeah, I should have done this more than a week ago. Just every day I thought there was a lull in the fires. I realized there wasn't. So I'll also create this little video, Heather, and forward you the concerns. So with that, I'll say goodnight, at least for several hours. It'll be good to go outside and get my mail. And hopefully my medication arrived, but the nausea stuff, and I'll just feel way better as soon as I get that back in my hands. Man, that was really working. But stay safe out there, and we'll see you soon. Yeah, big hugs, guys. Stay safe.